Even in the quiet depths of a new dawn, fate found a way to call, as a persistent buzz rippled through the intimate stillness of the bedroom. The destined heir to a realm of untold fortune, Jiang Cheng, awoke not to the familiar comfort of his own bed, but to the disorienting strangeness of a hotel room. His breath caught as his gaze fell upon the unfamiliar beauty beside him, a stark reminder of a night he couldn't quite recall, leaving him startled and confused. Just as confusion began to solidify, his phone chimed with messages from Zhao Jia, her demanding words a bitter echo of the freshman year betrayal that still stung. He grappled with disbelief, wondering why the woman who had blocked him now spoke as if their past wounds had never existed. A serious contemplation settled over him, the weight of the moment pressing in as he stared intently at the screen. Then, a date flashed into view on his phone, stopping his heart with the jolt of an impossible truth. His eyes widened in disbelief, a profound realization shattering his world. Am I reborn? The memory of Zhao Jia's cruel dismissal returned, her words cutting deep as her new partner mockingly told him to disappear. He clutched his head, reliving the crushing blow of a promise broken, a love that reality had brutally shattered. He recognized her familiar manipulations, the predictable pattern of her demands already forming in his mind, just as they had before. A sly smile played on his lips as he acknowledged his past blindness, knowing now he possessed a newfound cunning. With sudden resolve, Jiang Cheng sent a stark message to Zhao Jia, severing ties with a bluntness that ignited her fury and disbelief. Jiang Cheng calmly articulated their irreconcilable differences, dismissing her furious retort with an internal sigh of absolute, unyielding conviction. As if summoned by his conviction, a dream-come-true system materialized before him, stunning him with the sudden promise of a new, incredible destiny. He surveyed his new identity, stats flickering into existence before his eyes, marking the beginning of his extraordinary transformation. Jiang Cheng's mind raced, calculating the astounding wealth the system promised before eagerly commanding it to open his novice gift pack. The system revealed a cascade of riches, 10 million in cash, a super sports car, critical shopping cards, and a mysterious, friendly scanner. A bank notification confirmed his vast new fortune, yet his curiosity lingered on the enigmatic, friendly scanner he had received. He watched Yu Xiaoxiao sleep, her soft murmurs a delicate whisper in the quiet hotel room. A mischievous thought sparked his mind, prompting him to extend his hand towards Yu Xiaoxiao, ready to test the scanner's peculiar function. The scanner revealed Yu Xiaoxiao's intimate details, a flurry of stats that painted a vivid portrait of her life. Jiang Cheng found himself intrigued by the scanner's output, particularly baffled by the cryptic, privacy value. The system's explanation of privacy sent a jolt through him, triggering the shocking realization that he might be Yu Xiaoxiao's very first. Before this morning, he had tried to call, but a cold automated voice announced the recipient's phone was off. That day, a broken-hearted Jiang Cheng sought solace at a bar, only to serendipitously meet a similarly dejected Yu Xiaoxiao. He mused on the scanner's data, deducing Yu Xiaoxiao's intimacy was a product of inebriation rather than genuine affection. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoxiao stirred, waking with a start, her cheeks tinged with a flush of surprise. A faint, knowing smile touched Jiang Cheng's lips as the narration wryly noted his enduring, love-saint nature. He casually showcased his toned physique, a silent testament to his self-assured charm. Jiang Cheng leaned in, playfully dismissing her questions about his wakefulness with a suggestive grin. He challenged her with a bold invitation, regretting only not having met her sooner, as their lips neared. The system, responsive to their unfolding intimacy, bestowed two unexpected rewards, a sports car card and the astonishing, agile tongue, skill. With his new skill, Jiang Cheng kissed Yu Xiaoxiao, ensuring her experience would be nothing short of transcendent. Yu Xiaoxiao gasped, pushing him away slightly, utterly bewildered and thrilled by the profound transformation in his kissing. He offered a cunning smile, hinting that this sensational awakening was merely the prelude to greater pleasures. The tangled sheets offered a silent testament to the intimate moments that continued to unfold between them. Jiang Cheng awoke with a stretch, his eyes widening at the unexpected sight of money scattered across his bed. His confusion mounted as he pondered whether Yu Xiaoxiao had regarded him as a mere commodity. He discovered a thank-you note and a substantial sum, concluding that Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed a most interesting woman. Regretting the missed connection, Jiang Cheng quickly shifted his focus to deciphering the enigmatic, critical hit card and its explosive potential. The system unveiled the card's multiplied gains, inspiring Jiang Cheng to meticulously plot his investments for maximum wealth. Reborn with such a powerful cheat, Jiang Cheng vowed to become a legendary, world-renowned tycoon. He walked with newfound purpose, his immediate goal to amass vast capital for strategic property acquisitions. As he approached his new sports car, where a seductive woman awaited, Jiang Cheng strategized how to leverage his critical hit cards in Chengdu's housing market. A woman with sparkling eyes and a seductive pose draped herself over his luxury car, provocatively asking if it was his. Jiang Cheng responded with a hint of annoyance, confirming the car's ownership without elaborating. She spun a tale of domestic disaster, pleading for a ride with a look of desperate urgency. Activating his friendly scanner, Jiang Cheng was taken aback by her unusually high friendliness and privacy values, given their brief acquaintance. With a cunning smile, Jiang Cheng delivered a swift rejection, subtly referencing her privacy value of 28. He swiftly drove away, leaving the frustrated woman to stew in her surprise. Chen Liqui reeled in shock and anger, utterly bewildered by Jiang Cheng's uncanny knowledge of her past. Chen Liqui, with a coy smile, began to flatter an unseen stranger, though an older man nearby seemed to be listening intently. The older man, eager to offer his expertise, mistakenly interjected about his 30 years of professional pipe maintenance, completely misinterpreting her intentions. Her pleasant demeanor shattered, Chen Liqui erupted in a furious outburst, disgusted by the man's perceived impropriety. The bewildered old man desperately tried to defend his professional qualifications, still utterly lost in the misunderstanding. As Chen Liqui recoiled in revulsion, a young man nearby burst into uproarious laughter, amplifying the old man's confusion. The young man, still smirking, leaned in to clarify the true nature of Chen Liqui's pipe problem, enlightening the oblivious old man. He then offered a sarcastic farewell as Chen Liqui swiftly vanished from sight, leaving the two men to ponder the complexities of modern youth. Chen Liqui muttered curses under her breath, already weary of a day that seemed determined to frustrate her. At the gleaming office entrance, a manager extended a welcoming hand to Xia, their newest real estate agent. The manager, filled with cynical irritation, dismissed the potential client as another rich kid and decided to pawn him off on the new agent. Jiang Cheng approached with an easy confidence, his luxury sports car gleaming behind him. Xia voiced her nervousness about facing a client alone, but her manager sternly reminded her to adhere to their practice procedures. Xia, managing to compose herself, offered Jiang Cheng a professional and welcoming greeting, introducing herself as an agent from Lianjia Real Estate. Jiang Cheng straightforwardly requested properties, prompting Xia to professionally inquire about his preferences and budget. In a smug internal monologue, the manager rationalized his choice, convinced that the cutthroat business demanded Xia learn to filter clients. Xia presented what she considered reasonably priced, popular apartments, but Jiang Cheng swiftly dismissed them, asking to see only properties priced around 1 million. Taken aback by his high budget, Xia eagerly promised to check for more suitable properties immediately. A wave of fluster washed over Xia as she suddenly remembered to inquire about Jiang Cheng's preferred locations. Jiang Cheng calmly outlined his specific property needs, and as Xia acknowledged, he mentally noted her obvious inexperience. Despite her awkwardness, Jiang Cheng found Xia's genuine approach refreshing, prompting him to activate his system and scan her current state. His system then flashed a detailed summary of Xia's personal data, revealing her young age and leading Jiang Cheng to reflect on the difficulty of starting work without college. Eagerly, Xia presented a fresh selection of properties on her tablet, highlighting their layouts, locations near shopping districts, and modern renovations, with prices ranging up to 1 million. Jiang Cheng's thoughts turned strategic as he realized his system's beginner critical strike cards were capped at 1 million, making properties exceeding that price impossible for his current plan. Xia, sensing his hesitation, asked if he was dissatisfied, but Jiang Cheng was internally calculating the massive financial losses he would incur if he used his critical strike cards on units under 1 million. Jiang Cheng confidently declared his intention to purchase 5 properties at once if she could negotiate their prices down, leaving Xia utterly surprised. Jiang Cheng's casual offer to pay cash for 5 properties if they could be negotiated to exactly 1 million each left Xia gaping in utter disbelief. With a charming smile, Jiang Cheng confirmed his cash offer, then sweetened the deal further by proposing to hire her for future rental management. The thought of massive commissions from both sales and rental sent a surge of excitement through Xia, and she enthusiastically vowed to make the deal a reality. Having eavesdropped on the conversation, the manager was utterly stunned and filled with immense regret, chastising himself for completely misjudging Jiang Cheng's true wealth. Now clad in a crisp white suit, the manager presented the finalized contracts for 5 units to Jiang Cheng, formally requesting his signature. Jiang Cheng signed the contracts without hesitation, declaring his trust in Xia and his intention to work with her for all future purchases. Xia mentally calculated her substantial commission, then wondered with blushing curiosity about the enigmatic man who promised even more future purchases. As his beginner critical strike cards activated in rapid succession, multiplying his investment with staggering returns, Jiang Cheng gasped in delighted shock, realizing his earlier insistence on the 1 million per unit price had saved him from immense losses. His system then announced a level up, revealing staggering new funds and an increased passive income, prompting Jiang Cheng to acknowledge Xia as his lucky star. Reflecting on his cheap-powered new life, Jiang Cheng decided it was time to splurge a little, then intrigued Xia by asking her to accompany him. The manager, now grinning, threw his arm around Xia, suggestively telling her to take Jiang Cheng to dinner to foster a good relationship, leaving her utterly stunned. Jiang Cheng, reclining casually, made a suggestive promise to Xia that sticking with him would lead to the good life, leaving her flustered and speechless. Xia gently tried to deflect his implied overture, but Jiang Cheng simply brushed her off, asking for her bank account number and leaving her utterly bewildered by his true intentions. Jiang Cheng, with a charming smile, told Xia she was his lucky star and expressed his desire to see her again, intending to truly thank her. Utterly flustered, Xia tried to make sense of Jiang Cheng's ambiguous words, completely baffled by his intentions. Xia gasped in shock as she saw the 35,000 yuan transfer, while Jiang Cheng mentally justified the generous gift as a shrewd investment in goodwill. As her friendliness score soared, Xia enthusiastically offered to treat Jiang Cheng to dinner and eagerly suggested they exchange WeChat contact information. Jiang Cheng's sly smile deepened as he reflected on the truly wonderful power of money, noting how easily a mere 35,000 yuan had boosted Xia's friendliness. As they exchanged WeChat details, Xia, blushing, suddenly realized with a fresh perspective just how handsome Jiang Cheng truly was. Jiang Cheng's loaded question hung in the air, causing Xia to internally ponder the surprisingly rapid, yet potentially acceptable, implications of the night. Jiang Cheng, with a final wave and a playful, "See you next time," bid farewell to a surprised Xia before entering his luxurious yellow sports car. A sudden urgency overcame Xia as she rushed after Jiang Cheng, calling out to him as he drove away. As Jiang Cheng smiled, driving off into the distance, Xia was left pondering his parting words and the ambiguous promise of a "next time." 20 minutes later, Jiang Cheng burst through his front door, his voice echoing a cheerful greeting through the warmth of his home. His mother, offering his favorite chilled watermelon, and his father, ever the practical one, greeted him, inquiring about his chosen destination for a graduation trip. Jiang Cheng, savoring a slice of the cool fruit, revealed his plan to visit Modu, intending to scout the area before applying to its prestigious university. His father, scrolling on his phone, casually approved, promising to arrange for his mother to transfer the necessary travel funds, leaving the rest to Jiang Cheng's discretion. Jiang Cheng's mother playfully chided his father, worried that too much pampering would hinder their son's future prospects, particularly in finding a wife. Jiang Cheng winced at the sensitive topic but inwardly vowed to find a worthy daughter-in-law, determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. The next day, squeezed into a cramped economy seat, Jiang Cheng inwardly grumbled about his last-minute ticket purchase, wishing he had booked earlier to avoid the discomfort. As he navigated the narrow aisle, Jiang Cheng unexpectedly recognized and called out to Zhou Ying, who, equally surprised, returned his gaze. A shared smile bloomed between them as they discovered, to their amusement, that they were assigned seats right next to each other. Zhou Ying, still holding her papers, offered a polite thanks as she moved to take her seat. Before they could settle, another young man, Qian Shen, asserted his presence with an overly familiar greeting, claiming his seat was also with them, much to Jiang Cheng's quiet irritation. Qian Shen, taking charge, brazenly instructed Zhou Ying to take the window seat, as if their arrangement was already settled. Jiang Cheng, his annoyance clear, immediately challenged the stranger's presumption, reminding him that he couldn't simply rearrange assigned seats. The young man, however, dismissed Jiang Cheng with a smug grin, implying a false intimacy with Zhou Ying that left no room for interference. Qian Shen then attempted to flirt with Zhou Ying, asking about her reason for traveling to Modu, prompting her to deflect the question to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nonchalantly explained his journey was a spontaneous trip to alleviate boredom, a casual answer that Zhou Ying found rather charming. Qian Shen then seized the opportunity to introduce himself, proudly announcing his own graduation and purpose for visiting Modu, while Jiang Cheng remained pointedly unimpressed. The self-proclaimed Qian Shen then launched into a lengthy, patronizing monologue about Modu's pitfalls, boasting about his own luxurious hotel arrangements and condescendingly offering Zhou Ying a ride, leaving both Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying utterly speechless with his arrogance. Jiang Cheng quickly cut through the pretense, asserting that Zhou Ying was with him and they already had airport pickup arranged, effectively deflecting Qian Shen's unwelcome overtures. Taken aback, Qian Shen probed further, asking for the name of Jiang Cheng's hotel, to which Jiang Cheng calmly replied, Amanyanjian. The name alone sent a jolt of extreme shock through Qian Shen, his eyes widening as his mind raced to comprehend the immense luxury and cost associated with such a renowned establishment. Qian Shen, desperately trying to save face, questioned the validity of Jiang Cheng's claim, mentioning specific room types without pickup service, only for Jiang Cheng to casually reveal he had booked an even more exclusive courtyard villa. Qian Shen's skepticism was palpable as he stared, utterly incredulous at the seemingly impossible boast. Zhou Ying, her eyes sparkling with amusement and surprise, exclaimed at the astounding 80,000 a night price tag of the courtyard villa, realizing Jiang Cheng's true wealth. Jiang Cheng, with a confident smile, playfully retorted that she herself was hardly a stranger to affluence. The narration revealed that Zhou Ying was not merely the school's beauty but a well-known heiress who had frequently arrived in her family's luxury cars. This darling of the heavens, Zhou Ying, radiated an unapproachable charm that made most feel insecure, yet she maintained a quiet, diligent demeanor, never displaying arrogance. Absorbed in his past infatuation with Zhao Jia, Jiang Cheng had barely noticed Zhou Ying until her family encountered financial difficulties in their second year, forcing her to walk to school. Zhou Ying, a hint of sadness in her smile, confirmed the changes in her circumstances, gently acknowledging that she was no longer the rich girl she once was. Jiang Cheng, realizing his blunder, mentally resolved to change the subject, and so the two began reminiscing about their shared school days. Zhou Ying giggled, fondly recalling their school days as truly enjoyable. Jiang Cheng stealthily checked Zhou Ying's friendliness value, noting with interest that it had risen significantly to a friend status of 75. He pondered the surprising jump in her friendliness, wondering if Zhou Ying had quietly harbored feelings for him even back in high school. Time quickly passed, and in Modu, Jiang Cheng was greeted by Ding Yuan, the CEO of Shinshan Group, a striking woman who had arrived to personally manage his Aminyanjian booking. Jiang Cheng thoughtfully asked Zhou Ying about her accommodation, but she graciously declined his concern, explaining her friend's house in Pudong was out of the way and she would manage her own transportation. Jiang Cheng, however, insisted, compelling Zhou Ying into the car and instructing his driver, Wang, to take her to Pudong first, citing their old classmate bond. Meanwhile, Qian Shen, fuming on the sidewalk, spun a delusional fantasy of rescuing Zhou Ying from Jiang Cheng's clutches, hoping her gratitude would lead to a romantic night. 25 minutes later, Zhou Ying, standing beside the white car, thanked Jiang Cheng profusely and suggested they exchange WeChat contacts for a future meal. Jiang Cheng accepted her offer with a smile, playfully reminding her to keep her promise, to which Zhou Ying earnestly confirmed her sincerity. With a final, "See you next time," Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying exchanged contact information, cementing their renewed connection. Qian Shen, witnessing Zhou Ying's departure, slumped in his car seat, despairing over the loss of his imagined romantic evening. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng, now settled, mused contentedly that his choice of the luxurious Aminyanjian was undeniably worth every single penny. As a hotel staff member announced his bath was ready, Jiang Cheng, smiling to himself, decided it was indeed time for a soak. To his astonishment, a beautiful woman from the staff appeared, beginning to disrobe him, prompting Jiang Cheng to gasp in disbelief, questioning if this intimate service was truly included. The hotel staff member, with a seductive smile, clarified that disrobing was part of the service, though he would still need to handle his own underwear, to which Jiang Cheng awkwardly consented. As Jiang Cheng entered the steamy hot tub, he instinctively tried to stop the woman, but she merely knelt by the tub, ready to assist further. The woman leaned forward, her voice a suggestive murmur, informing Jiang Cheng that back scrubbing was also part of the indulgent experience, though she wouldn't wash him completely. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes, luxuriating in the sensation as his thoughts drifted, recognizing the woman's attractiveness and wondering, with a flicker of desire, if a special service might truly be available. The woman leaned closer, her voice soft and intimate, confiding that she was only extending such personal care because she felt a unique connection with him. As she leaned over the tub, her gaze intent, she asked if the water's warmth was too much for Jiang Cheng, whose face flushed in response. Jiang Cheng, flustered and blushing, silently chastised himself, demanding to know what impure thoughts he was entertaining. As the final strokes of the back scrub soothed him, Ding Yuan extended a coveted invitation to a reception and jewelry auction that evening, a gathering of the hotel's most exclusive platinum clients, prompting Jiang Cheng to inquire about its purpose. Jiang Cheng casually inquired about the dress code, learning that for such an internal, exclusive auction, there was, surprisingly, none. The hotel manager proudly presented Jiang Cheng, holder of the coveted Courtyard Villa titanium card, to Ding Yuan, who then warmly invited him to enter the sophisticated event. Ding Yuan offered a pleasant farewell, expressing her hopes for Jiang Cheng's wonderful time at the reception. Jiang Cheng noted the lively auction had already begun, observing as the auctioneer announced a $5 million sale. The auctioneer, an old man with short gray hair, dramatically presented the next item, a rare Richard Mille RM056 watch, a global limited edition starting at $1.5 million with minimum raises of $500,000. With palpable excitement, the auctioneer dramatically declared the commencement of bidding. Jiang Cheng slyly calculated the watch's staggering future value, realizing its price could soar past $25 million within a few years. The thought of such a massive profit spurred Jiang Cheng to confidently place a bid of $15.5 million. A fierce bidding war ignited, with the auctioneer rapidly calling out escalating offers for the coveted timepiece. The rapid-fire bidding shocked the guests, who murmured in disbelief at the $18 million offer for a single watch. The auctioneer triumphantly brought down his gavel, finalizing the sale for $18 million and congratulating the mysterious bidder 35. A casual introduction saw Wang Jing greet Jiang Cheng, who, after acknowledging Qin Fun, a top-tier Moda rich kid, introduced himself, yet Wang Jing couldn't help but wonder what Moda's #1 rich kid was doing at the event. Qin Fun, revealing himself as bidder 8, slyly probed Jiang Cheng's expertise, having sensed his strong desire for the watch. Jiang Cheng humbly confessed he was no expert and had never even purchased a luxury watch before, merely trying something new. Qin Fun erupted in laughter at Jiang Cheng's audacious first purchase, growing even more astonished upon learning he was only 18 and new to Moda for university. Qin Fan extended an offer of future camaraderie, which Jiang Cheng agreeably accepted, cementing a new connection. As Jiang Cheng departed, his system updated, celebrating his level up and a daily income increased to 2.55 million, bringing his annual salary to over 900 million yuan. Descending the grand staircase, Jiang Cheng mused on his colossal ambitions, knowing even his vast wealth was but a fraction of what he envisioned, when he was suddenly surprised to see Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao, equally surprised, recognized Jiang Cheng from their previous encounter. Jiang Cheng playfully alluded to their shared, wonderful night, prompting Yu Xiaoxiao to express her annoyance at his unexpected wealth, having initially taken pity on him as a poor student. Jiang Cheng, still playful, admitted he was a student but then daringly proposed they recreate their past liaison in his newly booked courtyard villa, inviting her to join him as the auction concluded. With a seductive smile, Yu Xiaoxiao accepted his invitation, teasing him to perform even better than last time. But before they could act, Zhang Yu, Yu Xiaoxiao's ex-fiancé, appeared, his voice laced with shock and fury as he demanded to know what she was doing. Yu Xiaoxiao angrily pulled her arm away, harshly telling Zhang Yu that her actions were none of his business, her teeth gritting in frustration. Zhang Yu coldly reminded her of their engagement, but Yu Xiaoxiao retorted with a furious accusation of his infidelity with her best friend. Zhang Yu dismissed her anger, smugly declaring their engagement final, his hand resting oppressively on her shoulder. Yu Xiaoxiao, her face etched with disgust, revealed his true nature, accusing him of using her as a mere cover for his promiscuous dalliances with boy toys and girl toys. Jiang Cheng received a system notification offering two stark choices: leave discreetly for a paltry reward, or intervene by striking Zhang Yu twice for a triple enhancement to his physical attributes and a mysterious, bad luck card, to which Jiang Cheng inwardly scoffed at the idea of being passively cuckolded. Jiang Cheng pondered, his mind solely focused on the breadth of the promised physical enhancement, wondering if it encompassed all attributes. The system's confirmation that the enhancement covered every physical attribute cemented Jiang Cheng's decision, and he decisively struck Zhang Yu, shocking Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Cheng continued his assault, vehemently declaring his disdain for effeminate men as he delivered another blow, leaving Yu Xiaoxiao captivated by his unexpected ferocity. Jiang Cheng pressed his foot down on the fallen Zhang Yu, eliciting a cry of pain as the system registered a +10 increase in friendliness. A chibi Zhang Yu hysterically cried out for security and aid, his desperation cartoonishly exaggerated. As a man with glasses tried to mediate, urging for peace, Zhang Yu furiously demanded Jiang Cheng's arrest and the police be called, accusing the man of blindness. Zhang Yu, still restrained, raged at the hotel staff, threatening to call the police himself and promising to get them all fired. The man with glasses worried about offending powerful guests, but Yu Xiaoxiao, surprisingly, leaned into Jiang Cheng and offered to fabricate a story of harassment to protect him, a gesture that genuinely surprised Jiang Cheng. Zhang Yu defiantly vowed to retrieve security footage and ensure everyone who ganged up on him would pay, his words punctuated by a desperate cry for help from a hotel staff member. A man with a knife, his clothing stained crimson, burst into the corridor, screaming in enraged frustration about a tramp from his family and the hotel's client confidentiality, as a terrified hotel staff member screamed, "Murder!" A woman's petrified screams echoed through the corridor as sheer terror consumed the scene. The enraged man with the knife issued a chilling ultimatum: either hand over the cheating pair, or he would kill everyone, a threat that sent Zhang Yu begging for his life while Jiang Cheng, realizing begging would not work, resolved to intervene. Zhang Yu, in a frenzy of self-preservation, desperately shouted at the onlookers to find the people the assailant was seeking. A new system notification appeared before Jiang Cheng, presenting another choice: flee with Yu Xiaoxiao for a minimal reward, or stop the crime for enhanced physical attributes, increased attractiveness, and the divine milk squeezing technique, a special massage skill for breast enhancement, making Jiang Cheng reluctant to save Zhang Yu but intrigued by the reward. Jiang Cheng, a mischievous glint in his eye, ultimately decided to intervene, driven both by the safety of the others and the irresistible allure of the divine milk squeezing technique. Jiang Cheng activated a system enhancement, a powerful blue glow enveloping him as he prepared for the impending confrontation. A surge of powerful energy coursed through Jiang Cheng's entire being, leaving him astonished by its potency. Jiang Cheng moved with a blur of speed, swiftly delivering a decisive punch to the man with the knife. With the assailant subdued, Jiang Cheng agilely retreated, leaving the guest stunned by his swift, powerful actions. Yu Xiaoxiao stared in utter disbelief, grappling with the insane plot twist that revealed Jiang Cheng was not merely rich, but an absolute beast. Zhang Yu, witnessing the raw display of power, reacted with an echoing gasp of pure, unadulterated shock. Jiang Cheng maintained his grip on Zhang Yu, who remained subdued in defeat. The impressed guests marveled at Jiang Cheng's swift and powerful intervention, hailing him as both brave and gorgeous. A police officer gratefully acknowledged Jiang Cheng's crucial intervention, admitting it had prevented a far worse outcome. Despite being subdued, Zhang Yu furiously pointed at Jiang Cheng, demanding a report for assault and warning the officers not to be fooled by his apparent calm. The officer turned to Jiang Cheng, formally asking if he had indeed struck Zhang Yu. Yu Xiaoxiao, appearing distressed, interjected to clarify the situation, accusing Zhang Yu of attempting to scam her into marriage. As Yu Xiaoxiao appeared tearful, Jiang Cheng internally noted her friendliness score had skyrocketed to 90, signaling her complete infatuation. Jiang Cheng pulled Yu Xiaoxiao close, reassuring her with a smirk that Zhang Yu would never bully her again. The police officer attempted to de-escalate the volatile situation, dismissing it as a mere relationship dispute, a notion Zhang Yu furiously protested while demanding security footage. Reflecting on Zhang Yu's lack of remorse, Jiang Cheng decided to deploy the system's bad luck card against him. The bad luck card activated, manifesting as ethereal blue energy that began to envelop Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu received a frantic call, learning 200,000 had been withdrawn from his bank account, and he desperately pleaded for it to be frozen. Moments later, another call brought horrifying news: his car had been utterly crushed by a fallen tree. Zhang Yu, running fast in a panic, brushed past the police officer, dismissing his misfortunes as trivial as Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiaoxiao calmly walked away. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Cheng declared that Zhang Yu had reaped what he sowed, then suggested they leave. 5 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao leaned over Jiang Cheng with deep concern, asking if he was hurt. Jiang Cheng confidently dismissed her worries, asserting that a loser like Zhang Yu could never truly harm him. Yu Xiaoxiao, her face close to his, playfully insisted on checking him for injuries herself, just to be safe. Jiang Cheng probed, asking if she looked down on him for his past fiancé, to which she admitted surprise at the former fiancé's true nature. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed her engagement to Zhang Yu was a desperate arrangement made for her dying grandfather, only to discover Zhang Yu was bisexual and cheating with her best friend. Blushing slightly, Yu Xiaoxiao hesitantly asked if Jiang Cheng was willing to continue their relationship, internally acknowledging her growing feelings and the ease of their unconventional connection. Jiang Cheng gently embraced Yu Xiaoxiao, holding her close. Reassuring her, Jiang Cheng promised he would treat Yu Xiaoxiao right, confirming his commitment to their relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao subtly hummed in response, her expression thoughtful as she absorbed his words. The next morning, hotel staff humorously remarked on the room's disarray, commenting on the occupant's stamina. The staff playfully envied the girl, deducing from the sheets that Jiang Cheng was both handsome and a beast. Later, Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiaoxiao shared a casual meal at a chic cafe. Jiang Cheng scrolled through a social media post displaying luxury watches. Jiang Cheng then playfully asked Yu Xiaoxiao if he could photograph her legs for a social media post, feigning it as a celebration for his 18th birthday. Yu Xiaoxiao, surprised, questioned if it was truly his birthday, prompting Jiang Cheng to confess he merely wanted to join a trend, suggesting her legs as the perfect, coming-of-age gift to post. With a shy, playful smile, Yu Xiaoxiao gave her permission. Yu Xiaoxiao elegantly posed her legs for the photo, looking towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng clicked his camera, capturing several shots of Yu Xiaoxiao's feet. Jiang Cheng mused that his 18th coming-of-age gift, though not a luxury car, offered a speed and ride far superior to any supercar. Jiang Cheng's social media post unleashed a wave of frustrated envy among other students, who lamented their own mundane realities compared to his extraordinary coming-of-age gift. At the Ferrara showroom, a salesman greeted a young woman, who immediately expressed her interest in seeing the available cars. The salesman promptly led her further into the showroom, ready to present the collection. An older man, Boss Huang, offered to buy the car for Su Wan if she liked it, but she politely insisted her opinion wasn't important for such a serious decision. Boss Huang insisted he would pick her up daily once filming began, but Su Wan deflected his advances, offering to work hard for the female lead role instead of accepting his troublesome rides. Boss Huang made it clear the female lead role was hers, provided she agreed to his terms, all while Jiang Cheng stood nearby, observing the unfolding scene. Jiang Cheng realized he was witnessing a real-life drama, recognizing the woman as Su Wan, a future, for Dan actress, who would gain fame from a memorable pool photo. He recalled the iconic image of her kneeling by a pool, which would one day make her famous. Boss Huang pressed her, insisting they buy the car and then go for a drink, but Su Wan resisted, asserting her need to attend a company meeting. Boss Huang, his face inches from hers, threatened to withdraw his investment if she didn't comply, dismissing her as a mere starlet. He warned her to either prepare herself for him or face being blacklisted, admonishing her for wasting his time by being polite. With tearful determination, Su Wan defiantly stated her refusal stood firm, regardless of his investment. As Jiang Cheng witnessed the distressing scene, a digital notification appeared, triggering a special mission. A notification appeared, granting Jiang Cheng a special mission to help Su Wan and gain her contractual willingness for a unique reward, prompting him to realize words alone would not suffice, he needed to prove his financial strength. A man inquired about buying a LaFerrari, only to learn from the saleswoman that the limited edition car required capital verification and ownership of 5 previous brand models to even be eligible. His voice tinged with anxiety, the man wondered if that meant he was not eligible to purchase the coveted car. After a brief pause, the saleswoman suggested that purchasing the LaFerrari was not entirely impossible, sparking a hopeful query from the man. She explained that some delayed orders could be replaced, though with a higher down payment, to which the man confidently declared he would pay the full price as long as the car could be sold. The saleswoman gasped in disbelief, silently questioning if he understood the car's immense cost, while an older man deemed him arrogant and an observing woman wondered if he was richer than even CEO Huang to pay full price for a top-tier LaFerrari. Her eyes wide with a mix of awe and trepidation, the saleswoman articulated the car's staggering price tag, 40 to 50 million, even for the bare model. Jiang Cheng calmly affirmed his acceptance of the cost, prompting the saleswoman to swiftly depart to fetch her manager. As the saleswoman presented Jiang Cheng to the manager, a blonde-haired young man, drawn by the rumor of a full-price LaFerrari purchase, stepped forward, grinning as he greeted Jiang Cheng like an old acquaintance. With a smug smile, Jiang Cheng casually explained that he simply felt uncomfortable without a car upon arriving in Shanghai, so he decided to buy one. The blonde-haired young man's grin widened, immediately calling out Jiang Cheng's casual statement as the very epitome of humble bragging. The manager then inquired if Jiang Cheng was young Master Qin's friend, but the blonde-haired man quickly pointed to Jiang Cheng's wrist, declaring his watch sold for 18 million at an auction yesterday and congratulating the manager on a massive order. The older man watched, his eyes wide with utter astonishment, realizing just how incredibly wealthy Jiang Cheng truly was. The manager respectfully greeted young Master Jiang, thanking him for choosing their brand and immediately offered to proceed with registration, acknowledging that a man who could buy a $10 million watch would naturally have no issues purchasing a car. The blonde-haired young man's mind raced, calculating Jiang Cheng's extravagant spending on a watch and car, leading him to conclude that young Master Jiang's net worth must exceed 100 million, making him the richest second-generation heir he had ever encountered. With a predatory grin, CEO Huang insisted Xiao Wanwan join him for a drink, promising his investment would flow if she pleased him, but she resisted, citing an urgent company meeting. Boss Huang exploded in a tirade, threatening to freeze Su Wan out of the industry if she refused him, accusing her of feigning nobility, leaving her shocked and stumbling back. As the tension hung heavy, Jiang Cheng's voice cut through, calling out, "Miss Su," leaving Su Wan surprised and questioning if she was truly being addressed. Jiang Cheng introduced himself to Su Wan, confidently asserting that since her talks with her investor had collapsed, he would step in and invest instead. Su Wan's eyes widened, her voice trembling as she asked if his offer of investment was true, while internally she grappled with the realization of Jiang Cheng's superior financial power and the perilous consequences of defying CEO Huang. Jiang Cheng then postponed further investment discussions until the following day, and a blushing Su Wan eagerly agreed, asking if it would be convenient to exchange WeChat contacts. With a soft tap, their contact information was exchanged, and Su Wan bid young Master Jiang farewell until tomorrow. Jiang Cheng then inquired about his car's delivery, only for the manager to inform him it would take approximately a year. A sigh escaped Jiang Cheng's lips, the waiting period feeling unexpectedly long. The blonde-haired young man, slinging an arm around Jiang Cheng, suggested a car show on the Bund in a few days where he could pick up a car immediately, and Jiang Cheng readily agreed. From across the bustling hall, a female voice rang out, joyfully calling Jiang Cheng's name. Yu Xiao, holding his hand, excitedly urged Jiang Cheng to try the unique crab roe rice. She continued to list the array of exquisite dishes, from fish slices and fermented rice wine to roast duck and shredded bean curd sheets. Holding Yu Xiao close, Jiang Cheng leaned in, playfully asserting that he only wanted to eat her. Yu Xiao, her cheeks flushed, pleaded for a few more hours of rest, claiming exhaustion from the previous night. Jiang Cheng, his voice a suggestive whisper, playfully offered her reprieve, but only if she would give him a nicer name. With a soft moi, Yu Xiao affectionately called him husband, a term Jiang Cheng clearly liked, deciding to let her rest a little longer. In a moment of pure, unadulterated affection, Yu Xiao exclaimed how incredibly nice he was. Jiang Cheng abruptly shifted the topic, asking if she knew Su Wan, to which Yu Xiao, surprised, confirmed she was an artist at their company and wondered why he asked. A hint of concern in her voice, Yu Xiao directly confronted Jiang Cheng, asking if he liked Su Wan. Jiang Cheng thoughtfully denied liking Su Wan, dismissing their meeting as a mere chance encounter before immediately probing for Yu Xiao's professional assessment of Su Wan's potential. Yu Xiao, thoughtfully considering, affirmed that despite the company's current oversight, Su Wan possessed excellent qualities and significant development potential. Her eyes earnest, Yu Xiao offered to help Jiang Cheng if he liked Su Wan, assuring him that she would always be there for him, without objection to any other matters. Jiang Cheng gently reassured Yu Xiao that he would always treat her well, regardless of her status, prompting her to then ask if he intended to invest in Su Wan immediately. Jiang Cheng confirmed his intention to sign and invest in Su Wan, but Yu Xiao immediately highlighted the significant obstacles, unexpired contracts, millions in breach fees, and the necessity of establishing an entirely new company. Jiang Cheng dismissed her funding concerns, offering Yu Xiaoxiao the reins of the new company, along with shares, while privately calculating that with the right resources, Su Wan would become a massive hit within 2 years, bringing him considerable profit. Yu Xiaoxiao firmly refused the shares, stating she would only manage operations for a high salary, inwardly content with the significant promotion from department to company manager, knowing her influence would expand exponentially. Jiang Cheng gently teased Yu Xiaoxiao for her refusal, questioning why she needed to maintain such distance between them. A sudden touch made Jiang Cheng flinch in surprise. Tears streaming down her face, Yu Xiaoxiao confessed her deep feelings, telling Jiang Cheng that he made her feel truly alive, rescuing her from a meaningless life and the specter of a forced marriage. As soft beeps filled the air, Yu Xiaoxiao, still close to Jiang Cheng, thought it might be presumptuous but resolved to confirm the time and place for their meeting tomorrow. A sly smile played on Jiang Cheng's lips. It seemed someone was quite eager for their next encounter. Chen Liqui offered a bright, inviting greeting as Jiang Cheng settled into his sports car, anticipating their next move. She eagerly pressed him for their destination, and Jiang Cheng confidently named the Baiyue Hotel in Lujiazui. As their conversation turned to investment, Jiang Cheng's initial interest in her project swiftly dissolved upon hearing its modest budget, a 5 million yuan web drama that felt inconsequential to his vast wealth. Chen Liqui, however, hopeful and persuasive, insisted on the small production's potential, emphasizing its quick returns and offering Jiang Cheng the script. Jiang Cheng, unconcerned by the details, simply stated he only invested, surprising Chen Liqui with his casual dismissal of the script. He then offered to transfer the entire investment amount to her immediately, completely astounding Chen Liqui, who realized she had never encountered such an investor in all her years. Yet, Jiang Cheng presented a condition: she had to sign as an artist with his company, a demand that shocked Chen Liqui, who worried about her existing contract and breach penalties. Jiang Cheng's chibi avatar smirked confidently, indicating that such trivialities were of no concern to him. Chen Liqui, however, was no innocent girl and knew well that no one gave praise for free, making her wary of his overwhelming generosity. Torn between the allure of a handsome backer and the principles she had fought so hard to maintain, Chen Liqui found herself in an internal conflict. She cautiously asked if he even owned an entertainment company, to which Jiang Cheng replied that if she agreed, one would materialize without delay. Jiang Cheng reassured her, revealing he knew of her undervalued status at Tiancheng Entertainment and promising to handle all penalties and make her the company's sole focus for the next few years. With a coy smile, Chen Liqui probed, asking if he had any special requirements for this unprecedented investment, as her friendship value subtly increased. Jiang Cheng mused on her low friendship score, concluding that an actual intimate request would only lead to forced compliance, then confidently declared he would never ask her for shameful contact with anyone else, except perhaps himself. Chen Liqui quickly convinced herself that finding such an agency, willing to support her without demanding anything in return, was an opportunity not to be missed, promptly asking when she could sign and call him Boss Jiang. Jiang Cheng preferred a less formal address, suggesting brother instead, which prompted Chen Liqui to innocently inquire about his age. Chen Liqui playfully ribbed Jiang Cheng about being too young for his stated age, while he gave a suggestive answer that earned him an exasperated, but amused, inner label of little rascal. As their meal progressed, Chen Liqui expressed her gratitude for his help, promising that a hit movie would be the greatest return on his investment. A holographic message celebrated his success in securing Chen Liqui, unveiling a new investment company for him, a public source of funds that Jiang Cheng instantly recognized as his most valuable reward yet. Jiang Cheng contemplated calling his parents, hoping to gradually introduce them to the concept of his sudden wealth before returning home. When he finally connected with his father, the elder man immediately praised his investment acumen, noting how Hengqing Investment had rapidly become a large company. Jiang Cheng feigned modesty, downplaying his success by claiming a mere 600,000 yuan in monthly profits. His father, however, quickly calculated the significant annual income, sparking a playful squabble with Jiang Cheng's mother, who exposed her husband's earlier bragging. Jiang Cheng offered to bring his parents gifts, but his father, dispensing seasoned wisdom, urged him to remain humble and grounded, understanding that this was merely the beginning. Jiang Cheng then suggested a stroll, and Chen Liqui, playfully adopting the title, Boss Daddy, eagerly asked where he wished to go, to which he proposed a shopping mall. With a satisfied wipe of her mouth, Chen Liqui readily agreed to accompany him. Jiang Cheng mentally recited a luxury watch adage as they arrived at a Patek Philippe store, momentarily surprised by the starting prices, before a sales assistant courteously welcomed him, confirming his reservation. Inside the opulent watch shop, another actress, Lin Ru, unexpectedly spotted them, asking if they were also there to browse watches. Jiang Cheng initially fumbled, clarifying he was merely accompanying a friend, while Chen Liqui, her cheeks flushed, thought better of publicly calling him boss. Jiang Cheng silently critiqued the shallowness of the industry, where wealth superseded looks, as he observed Lin Ru clinging to an older, powerful man, a system profile instantly confirming her status. Jiang Cheng's chibi avatar gaped in surprise at the sheer influence wielded by Lin Ru's companion. Brother Wang, the older man, casually dismissed Chen Liqui as Lin Ru's former maid, tapping Lin Ru's hand in a gesture of intimate familiarity. Wang Hai, the film investor, then introduced himself to Chen Liqui, offering his business card for future projects. Lin Ru inwardly sneered at Chen Liqui, confident in her own superior status and implying that Chen Liqui's role was merely to pick watches and then entertain her boss. Chen Liqui, holding Wang Hai's business card, internally lamented the entertainment industry's superficiality before politely declining his offer, asserting her determination. After circling the store, Jiang Cheng confessed he hadn't found anything suitable, prompting a sales associate to present the available models, noting the popular Starry Sky watches were out of stock. Jiang Cheng inquired about the 7122 series, learning the women's watch cost 380,000 yuan at public price. Internally deeming 380,000 yuan too cheap for his mother, Jiang Cheng dismissively requested to see only women's watches starting from 500,000 yuan, leaving the sales associate scrambling to comply. Lin Ru and the older man stared in open-mouthed disbelief, utterly offended by Jiang Cheng's casual dismissal of such a substantial sum. Chen Liqui, secretly amused, pretended to read a magazine, savoring the rare sight of Lin Ru, who usually projected arrogance, being so thoroughly unsettled. Jiang Cheng humorously claimed he couldn't afford a watch shown by the sales associate, while Lin Ru, fuming, began to walk away. A new mission alerted Jiang Cheng to buy Chen Liqui a watch, an unexpected directive that he decided to embrace as an opportunity to solidify their budding relationship. Chen Liqui, however, with determined conviction, refused his offer, vowing to purchase her own watch once she earned enough. Lin Ru, observing their exchange, grew furious, convinced they were merely play-acting to show off and vowing to embarrass them if they dared to leave without a purchase. A sales associate diligently presented several watches, complimenting Jiang Cheng as he tried one on, while Chen Liqui watched attentively beside him. Jiang Cheng sought Chen Liqui's opinion on the watch, then found it a little loose, prompting her to offer to tighten it for him. Chen Liqui's inner thoughts whirled as she processed Jiang Cheng's suggestive remark, wondering if she was overthinking his playful teasing, which had now occurred twice in a single day, as her friendship value again rose. Jiang Cheng, misinterpreting her reaction, inwardly concluded that her "no" was merely a pretense and confidently instructed the sales associate to pack both watches. The sales associate's eyes widened in utter surprise, confirming if Jiang Cheng truly meant both expensive timepieces. Both the older man and Lin Ru exchanged looks of profound disbelief, utterly shocked by Jiang Cheng's apparent extravagance. Jiang Cheng, ever the confident host, sought Chen Liqui's esteemed opinion on the luxurious women's watches he was acquiring for his mother, asking if a particular noble and reserved piece suited her. The sales associate detailed the dazzling features of a diamond-encrusted watch, boasting 450 diamonds totaling 2.5 carats and a staggering price of 883,000, while hinting at an equally glamorous alternative for a mere 850,000. At Jiang Cheng's playful insistence, Chen Liqui, a slight blush dusting her cheeks, carefully tried on one of the opulent timepieces, the store's luxurious aura shimmering around her. The sales associate confirmed the watch's superiority over the lesser 7122 model, a casual declaration that only deepened the seething anger simmering within Lin Ru. Without a second thought, Jiang Cheng casually commanded the sales associate to prepare all 4 watches, presenting his payment card with an air of effortless luxury. As Chen Liqui began to remove the watch from her wrist, Jiang Cheng intervened, his playful tone underscoring his intention to gift it to her. Chen Liqui, flustered by the immense generosity, nervously protested that the watch was far too extravagant for her to accept. Jiang Cheng, with a sly smile, dismissed her concerns, playfully asserting that it was a trifle already paid for, making refunds impossible. He then cleverly rationalized that such a fairy-style watch would be wholly unsuitable for his octogenarian mother, framing the gift instead as a cordial welcome to Chen Liqui, his soon-to-be colleague. His gaze sharpened as Jiang Cheng, with a hint of playful challenge, pressed further, questioning if she dared to defy his generosity. Weighing the social awkwardness of repeated rejection against Jiang Cheng's growing status as her future boss, Chen Liqui finally relented, thanking her rich boss with a broad, beaming smile, as her friendship value surged. The sales associate meticulously itemized the grand total of 4,388,500 yuan, handing the receipt to Jiang Cheng, while a shop assistant graciously presented Chen Liqui with an additional brand gift. Lin Ru's mind seethed with bitter resentment, enraged that a shitty celebrity like Chen Liqui now flaunted a watch worth 850,000, dwarfing her own lesser accessories despite her perceived superior status. Indignantly, Lin Ru demanded a similar giveaway, only for the sales associate to politely but firmly state that no such promotions were available to her. The older man, his plans for a romantic evening utterly shattered, cursed their disruption and abruptly declared they would simply come and see next time as he turned to leave. Even as the sales associate made a final attempt, offering the watch to Lin Ru once more, she, flustered and embarrassed, could only vaguely defer the purchase to another day. Jiang Cheng's system interface glowed with a mission-complete notification, offering a random cashback based on Chen Lequi's escalating friendship, which he eagerly calculated could net him over 4 million, or even triple that amount. With a decisive mental hit, Jiang Cheng activated the reward, instantly receiving a staggering 13,165,000 yuan cashback transfer, prompting him to plan yet another significant gift for Chen Lequi to further strengthen their budding connection. Leading Chen Lequi into a high-end boutique, Jiang Cheng, ever the generous patron, inquired about her preferred style of bag, much to her flustered protests. Jiang Cheng then turned to the shop assistant, who, with an eager gesture, showcased the most coveted and popular designs of the season. With a confident snap of his fingers, Jiang Cheng simply instructed the assistant to process the payment. The shop assistant, gleaming with professional satisfaction, informed Jiang Cheng that his 120,000 yuan purchase had instantly elevated him to member status, promising notifications for all future exclusive activities. Chen Lequi, thoroughly overwhelmed, privately mused over her boss's extravagant and capricious spending, utterly impressed by his unbridled power. Half an hour later, the sleek yellow sports car carried them through the urban twilight. Chen Lequi, her cheeks subtly flushed, effusively thanked Jiang Cheng for the day's overwhelming gifts, then subtly extended an invitation for a drink back at her place, which he playfully pretended to misunderstand. Jiang Cheng, with a mischievous smirk, deflected her invitation by humorously suggesting that boys needed to protect themselves from predatory girls when out drinking, prompting Chen Lequi to playfully label him conceited. The scene dissolved, transitioning to another moment. As Jiang Cheng drove away, he lightheartedly advised Chen Lequi to get an early night, while she, laden with shopping bags, waved goodbye from the street. Watching his car disappear, Chen Lequi smiled, a genuine realization dawning on her that Jiang Cheng had no ulterior motives for coming upstairs, confirming his status as a good man in her eyes, as her friendship value further rose. Lying in the soft glow of her bedroom, Chen Lequi blushed as she reflected on her rapidly increasing friendship value, now at a secret crush level, playfully wondering how much further it could go. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng drove onward, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, confidently musing that his grand objective would soon be within his grasp. Arriving home half an hour later, Ding Yuan warmly greeted Jiang Cheng, offering him a ready bath, but he, ever the indulgent master, first requested a swim and champagne. Ding Yuan, reflecting on the rarity of such high-spending patrons in the exclusive courtyard villas, resolved to provide nothing less than exceptional service for a high-quality customer, like Jiang Cheng. Lounging in the opulent private pool, Jiang Cheng casually inquired about the hotel's most exclusive and expensive culinary offerings. Ding Yuan, kneeling by the poolside, listed the hotel's array of high-standard cuisines, highlighting the exceptional yellow croaker from their Italian restaurant and their specialty Alba white truffle. Jiang Cheng's thoughts drifted to the rumored $1 million cost of a large yellow croaker and the hundreds per gram for white truffles, realizing his system's food rebate card was poised for significant use. With a playful glint in his eye, Jiang Cheng then asked Ding Yuan if she could provide him with a massage. Ding Yuan, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, assented with a seductive smile, suggesting they retreat to the room for his massage. In the intimate glow of the bedroom, Ding Yuan began to subtly shed her attire as Jiang Cheng settled onto the bed. With soft, deliberate movements, Ding Yuan poured essential oil onto Jiang Cheng's back, initiating the promised massage. Jiang Cheng, slightly disoriented, internally mused that he had expected a simple, straightforward massage, not an essential oil back massage. Ding Yuan, her gaze intense and alluring, softly assured Jiang Cheng that the hotel spa was a truly unique experience, urging him to simply close his eyes and savor it. She then shifted, assuming a more intimate and suggestive position above him. Jiang Cheng's cheeks flushed as the massage swiftly transitioned into an unmistakably intimate encounter. Ding Yuan smiled down at him with a seductive intensity, her expression promising further delights. The scene intensified, focusing on Ding Yuan's body in a moment of escalating passion. Jiang Cheng's mind reeled with the unexpected turn of events, contemplating the special service and questioning if he was perhaps overthinking its implications. Ding Yuan offered to assist him further, but Jiang Cheng, still processing the recent intimacy, silently conceded he had simply misunderstood the scope of her services. The next day, at the bustling Shanghai Auto Show, Jiang Cheng found himself reflecting on Unfin's absence, even as the array of luxury cars and models presented a strange reality where all prices seemed impossibly low. Amidst the lively crowd, Jiang Cheng unexpectedly spotted several of his high school classmates, wondering aloud what brought them there. Then, a sudden realization struck Jiang Cheng: his classmate Zhou Ying was working at the event as a car model. With practiced grace, Zhou Ying posed by a luxury vehicle, effortlessly drawing the gaze of all who passed by. As a male classmate offered to pick Zhou Ying up, another student, simmering with resentment, pointedly noted how busy Zhou Ying was, implying she was a rich lady who had dismissed their graduation trip, and a heavy sigh escaped the group. Every word of the conversation echoed within Zhou Ying, leaving her in silent, flustered turmoil. Jiang Cheng felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, wondering why all his high school classmates were suddenly at the auto show, a question soon echoed by a surprised male student with green hair who called out his name. "Old Jiang," the male student with green hair questioned, "I didn't hear you were coming before." Jiang Cheng countered, sensing a hidden meaning, and asked if they were organizing an event he knew nothing about. Jiang Cheng remained in thoughtful silence, observing the bustling scene around him. A male student in a blue shirt internally winced at the sheer awkwardness of running into Jiang Cheng, whom he had deliberately excluded from their graduation trip. "Hey," the male student with green hair urged, "then you have to ask him yourself." A female student in a pink dress, captivated, asked Jiang Cheng why he looked so much more handsome, prompting him to jokingly ask if she had come to Shanghai for cosmetic surgery. The male student with green hair conceded Jiang Cheng's improved appearance, joking that even his vocal cords must have adjusted, but Jiang Cheng quickly changed the subject, asking if they were there to buy a car. The whirlwind of reunion continued as Jiang Cheng questioned their unannounced gathering. His classmates expressed surprise at his presence and noted his improved looks, and he playfully deflected their compliments by asking if they were car shopping. The male student with green hair, still a little confused, asked Jiang Cheng directly what he was doing there. The male student with green hair offered a melodramatic farewell, telling Jiang Cheng to take care, but Jiang Cheng, thoroughly annoyed, scoffed that he was talking nonsense. Jiang Cheng then greeted Zhou Ying with a charming smile, telling her she had become even more beautiful since he last saw her. The male student with green hair asked if Jiang Cheng was also there for the auto show, and Jiang Cheng casually replied that it was okay to just look around. With effortless grace, Zhou Ying resumed her role as a car model, her presence still captivating the surrounding crowd. Jiang Cheng playfully questioned if his classmates were genuinely considering buying the car next to Zhou Ying, prompting an annoyed male student in a blue shirt to retort sharply about the vehicle's extreme expense. Amidst a murmur of voices, the male student with green hair praised their class monitor's knowledge, as the male student in a blue shirt proudly declared the car a 5 to 8 million RMB, first-ever mid-engine, all-wheel drive Ferrari, packed with futuristic technology. The male student in blue shirt challenged Jiang Cheng, questioning how he could claim not to be there to buy a car given his extensive knowledge, leaving Jiang Cheng to merely smirk. Zhou Ying, attempting to regain control, politely asked her classmates to stop distracting her, suggesting they contact her later as their noisy gathering was inappropriate during her work hours. Zhou Ying, visibly flustered by the commotion, made a desperate gesture to her classmates, trying to manage the escalating situation. As the male student in a blue shirt internally fumed, vowing to prevent Jiang Cheng from embarrassing him before Zhou Ying, Jiang Cheng, with a straight face, declared his true intention to buy a car as a reward for his high exam scores and asked Zhou Ying to help him find a suitable one. Zhou Ying, clearly flustered, stammered that she didn't truly understand the cars and nervously redirected Jiang Cheng to a sales assistant for help. Jiang Cheng insisted that asking Zhou Ying was no different, given their familiarity, but the male student in a blue shirt sneered, accusing him of using a car purchase as a transparent excuse to flirt with Zhou Ying. The male student in blue shirt then directly challenged Jiang Cheng, scoffing at his simple approach to car buying and daring him to actually purchase a car himself. Jiang Cheng simply met his rival's challenge with a confident, knowing smirk. Jiang Cheng nonchalantly asked if buying the car came with a model as a gift, drawing a sarcastic remark from the male student in blue shirt, a frustrated exclamation from Zhou Ying, and a plea from the male student with green hair to let Zhou Ying work, before the male student in blue shirt again admonished Zhou Ying. From a distance, a manager observed the escalating commotion caused by the students gathered around Zhou Ying. The manager, having watched for a long time, publicly chastised Zhou Ying for chatting on the job, reminding her of her daily wage, to which a mortified Zhou Ying immediately apologized and promised to heed his words. The male student in blue shirt, feeling the sting of Zhou Ying's public scolding, bitterly blamed Jiang Cheng for the predicament, challenging him to actually purchase a car after all his grandstanding. Jiang Cheng, unfazed, then lightheartedly noted that while the car's price was average, Zhou Ying's presence made it classy, and humorously asked if buying it included the car model as a bonus. As the sales associate offered a complimentary car film for the purchase, the male student in a blue shirt was utterly stunned by a glimpse of Jiang Cheng's watch. Jiang Cheng, with an air of casual confidence, then declared he would pay for the car in full with his credit card. A stunned chorus of, "What?" erupted from the classmates as the male student in blue shirt blurted out the car's true price, over 8 million renminbi, leaving the female student in pink dress to mentally gasp at Jiang Cheng's ability to command such a sum instantly. The male student in blue shirt furiously accused Jiang Cheng of merely pretending and warned him not to jeopardize Zhou Ying's job, but Jiang Cheng, addressing him as Li Sudong, fiercely countered that his purchase was, in fact, a benefit because of her. The sales associate, with a confident smile, confirmed that Jiang Cheng was right, and Zhou Ying would indeed receive a commission from the car's sale. A vibrant system notification radiated, confirming a gratifying 5-point increase in friendship value. As his friendship value reached 80, Jiang Cheng playfully reminded the manager of their agreement, jokingly asking if buying the car truly included getting the car model, much to Zhou Ying's startled surprise. The male student in blue shirt's eyes burned with furious indignation as he internally vowed to hit Jiang Cheng if he dared to back out of the car purchase with some flimsy excuse about a frozen card. Jiang Cheng confirmed his decision to pay in full, then casually asked if the car was immediately available to drive away, prompting the sales associate to direct him to the VIP lounge for swift processing. As a wave of shocked chatter rippled through the onlookers, the sales associate announced the successful checkout, promising immediate formalities and pointedly instructing Zhou Ying to treat Mr. Jiang exceptionally well. The male student in blue shirt internally reeled, cursing the fact that Jiang Cheng could truly spend 8 million on a car, while the female student in pink dress was consumed by mortifying shame for her earlier, presumptuous remarks. A blonde-haired young man expressed disbelief at Jiang Cheng's hidden wealth, demanding to know why he had been so low-key in school, while Zhou Ying, with a blush, made a seductive request for a ride in the new car, securing a significant increase in their friendship value. A purple-haired woman, with a sly adjustment of her glasses, gossiped about Jiang Cheng's purchase, suggesting it was for Zhou Ying and implying Suya would be left out due to the car's limited seating. Zhou Ying, with a smug smirk, confidently asserted her claim to the passenger seat, dismissing the sales associate by suggesting her job as a car model meant she already interacted with many men daily. Jiang Cheng found himself contemplating the unexpected surge in Suya's friendship value, pondering the perplexing nature of individuals who reacted so strongly to his presence without direct interaction. Jiang Cheng internally conceded that the car truly came alive with Zhou Ying in it, a thought that passed just as Lin Ru, standing silently beside him, captured his attention. Zhou Ying directly questioned Jiang Cheng about his breakup with Zhao Jiao, subtly implying the sales associate was the cause, while internally vowing to make the other Zhou's life uncomfortable, regardless of her own gains. Lin Ru expressed genuine shock and disbelief upon hearing of Jiang Cheng's breakup, recalling how attentive he had seemed to Zhao Jia previously. Jiang Cheng confidently clarified that his breakup with Zhao Jia had nothing to do with anyone, then, as he stood, he added that Zhou Ying's beauty was undeniable, making her desirable to any man. The blonde man erupted in astonished exclamations, realizing Jiang Cheng's watch was worth over $1 million, accusing him of faking poverty in school while effectively wearing a house on his wrist. Jiang Cheng, with self-assured ease, explained his sudden affluence as an unrefusable family reward for his successful college entrance exam, a simple truth in his new reality. The blonde man abruptly declared it was time for dinner to avoid traffic, a transparent pretense Jiang Cheng inwardly acknowledged he could do nothing about. Zhou Ying, with a seductive glance and blush, extended an inviting dinner offer to Jiang Cheng, suggesting a shopping trip afterward as a tempting enticement. Jiang Cheng, with a polite but firm tone, declined the invitation, citing a prior appointment and suggesting they reconvene at a later, more convenient time. Zhou Ying, though clearly disappointed, composed herself and simply asked Jiang Cheng to contact her upon his return to Chengdu. Jiang Cheng bid Lin Ru to return to her duties, stating he would look around elsewhere, to which she cordially offered her thanks. Jiang Cheng, with a friendly smile, reminded Lin Ru they were classmates, dismissing her politeness and suggesting they make plans for another time. A sales associate eagerly presented a pink Lamborghini, detailing its customized features for female customers, including advanced safety and navigation functions, hoping to entice her current client. As Jiang Cheng reflected, a tender vision of Yu Xiaoxiao kissing him inside the vehicle flashed, solidifying his thought that this elegant car was perfectly suited for her. Jiang Cheng directly inquired about the car's price, and the sales associate promptly informed him that its high configuration brought the total to 9.5 million. Before the sales associate could finish her upsell, Jiang Cheng decisively declared his intent to purchase with a card swipe, prompting her eager and surprised agreement. Jiang Cheng casually inquired about arranging a car handover ceremony, to which the sales associate enthusiastically promised a perfect, ceremonial delivery. Jiang Cheng clarified that the car was a gift, requesting swift delivery to the recipient's address, and the sales associate promptly agreed to expedite the process. A purple-haired woman enthusiastically live-streamed about the unique pink sports car, highlighting its irresistible girlishness and appealing to her audience about its features and potential buyers. The woman energetically continued her live stream, defending the pink car's color and boldly promising any man who gifted it to a girl would instantly find love. The live-streaming woman, spotting Jiang Cheng, excitedly announced her intention to interview him about the pink car, urging her audience for likes as chat comments scrolled rapidly across her screen. A sales associate sternly interrupted the live streamer, questioning her intentions, to which the woman nervously admitted she was merely viewing the car. The sales associate's demand for capital verification was broadcast live, generating a flurry of online comments from the streamer's audience as they reacted to the confrontational situation. The purple-haired woman argued furiously against the capital verification, pointing out Jiang Cheng's seemingly unhindered access, but the sales associate firmly reiterated that it was company procedure. A wave of embarrassment washed over the silent live streamer as her audience's scrolling comments openly acknowledged her predicament and the high seven-figure capital verification required for the car. Lin Ru, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold from close range, sat in astonished awe as she realized Jiang Cheng had effortlessly spent 20 million in less than half an hour. Lin Ru reflected wistfully that even before her own family's troubles, she could never have squandered money with the same effortless abandon as Jiang Cheng. 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng stretched contentedly, noting that all the paperwork was complete and the car was en route to Xiaoxiao, now ready to collect the keys from Ferrara. An older man handed Jiang Cheng the keys and inquired about his plans for a license plate, prompting Jiang Cheng to silently ponder how he might secure a special Shanghai plate despite his non-resident status. A futuristic interface glowed, announcing a randomly awarded, personalized Shanghai license plate, A.JC111, instantly drawn from the vehicle management office, leaving Jiang Cheng pleasantly surprised by the system's extraordinary consideration. A sales associate promptly informed Jiang Cheng that his license plate had been processed and offered immediate assistance with the registration, which he calmly accepted. The older man stared in profound astonishment at the personalized Shanghai license plate, A.JC111, realizing JC stood for Jiang Cheng, a display of power unlike anything he had witnessed in years. Jiang Cheng, with a smug smile, casually dismissed his personalized plate as a simple reservation, yet the older man internally seethed, feeling Jiang Cheng was condescendingly treating him like an idiot. The older man inwardly marveled with a mix of disbelief and grudging admiration, unable to fathom how Jiang Cheng could secure such a bespoke license plate so effortlessly, admitting his profound respect. A sales associate, bending over the car, eagerly informed Jiang Cheng that the installation was now complete. The sales associate, observing Jiang Cheng with speculative awe, pondered his mysterious origins, concluding that such immense power could only belong to the beloved grandson of a provincial magnate or a high-ranking official's relative. A few minutes later, Lin Ru approached Jiang Cheng with a pleasant smile, sincerely thanking him for the day. Lin Ru, with a suggestive and inviting gaze, proposed treating Jiang Cheng to dinner, emphasizing the perfect timing as she was about to finish work. Jiang Cheng was about to respond when the sharp ring of his phone abruptly cut him off. Jiang Cheng answered his phone to the distressed voice of the blond man, who tearfully pleaded for him to come quickly for a drink, threatening to jump into the Huangpu River if he refused. Jiang Cheng reacted with a single, shocked exclamation, the abrupt news from the phone call leaving both him and Lin Ru equally stunned. Jiang Cheng offered his apologies to the young woman, explaining his abrupt departure was due to Zhou Xian's heartbreak and asking to reschedule their dinner, which prompted her to wonder if the forlorn man harbored feelings for Suya. Jiang Cheng admitted he was unsure of the situation but felt compelled to investigate, and the young woman, though slightly disappointed, agreed to postpone their plans. Jiang Cheng approached the male student, teasing him about his earlier dramatic threat before insisting he cut the nonsense and join him for a drink. The green-haired student, his emotions raw, confessed his utter misery to Jiang Cheng, feeling like nothing more than a backup option after being constantly bossed around by Suya. He tearfully continued to detail the agonizing moment Suya had followed Li Sudong, vividly illustrating the betrayal that had shattered his heart. Jiang Cheng, his patience wearing thin, curtly demanded he get straight to the point. As the student recounted the devastating sight of Suya and Li Sudong intimately embracing, his world seemed to shatter around him. Jiang Cheng calmly dismissed the idea of heartbreak since no relationship had truly begun, earning him a frustrated, tearful retort from the green-haired student. Jiang Cheng, suddenly serious, advised his friend to let Suya ensnare Li Sudong, hinting darkly at her true nature and making the student wonder if he held some deeper knowledge. Jiang Cheng confirmed his suspicions, revealing that a friend had shared details of Suya's messy private life, information he had tried to subtly convey before, only to be ignored. Embarrassed by his past naivety, the student declared his brain must have been faulty, then called for a toast to drown their sorrows and forget the whole affair. An hour later, as Jiang Cheng helped his unsteady friend into a taxi, they exchanged parting jabs about future heartbreaks before Jiang Cheng dismissively told him to go to sleep. A woman named Chen Liqui, her profile data flashing in Jiang Cheng's mind, provocatively warned him to keep his distance from her boyfriend's car, implying he couldn't afford the damages. A bright flash of light punctuated the night as Jiang Cheng observed her. Chen Liqui coyly claimed she was drunk, yet noticed his striking resemblance to her boyfriend, only for Jiang Cheng to coolly retort that she bore no resemblance to his girlfriend. She praised his humor and voice, then suggestively challenged his driving prowess, but Jiang Cheng sharply dismissed her, explaining the technical impossibility of driving such a powerful car with one hand. Chen Liqui persisted with her aggressive overtures, flattering his knowledge before provocatively inviting him to play, hinting at her myriad ways of eating chicken. Jiang Cheng, completely unfazed, simply stated he only engaged with King of Glory games. As Jiang Cheng mused about having no classmates, a female student with purple hair abruptly interjected, declaring she was the one who had called. The purple-haired student introduced herself as Qiao Yinin, his designated driver, but then paused, finding his face strikingly familiar, as live stream comments scrolled across her screen. Jiang Cheng playfully asserted that he was so handsome, she would need to pay merely to take his picture. Mortified, she quickly apologized before her phone camera audibly flipped away from him. Jiang Cheng questioned her dual life as both streamer and designated driver, to which she explained her main job as an outdoor anchor, then hesitantly asked if she could photograph his car, a request he met with blunt indifference. Xiao Yining gushed with excitement to her live stream audience about the Farera SF90, detailing its incredible speed, as her viewers simultaneously expressed skepticism about whether an ordinary family could own such a car, especially with its distinctive license plate. Xiao Yining offered an ambiguous sound as her live stream comments erupted with speculation, ranging from the car's privileged license plate to suggestions of her potentially leveraging the situation to leap across social classes, with a tycoon. With a seductive smile, Chen Liqui then offered to drive Jiang Cheng for free. Jiang Cheng decisively rejected her offer, stating his wariness of anything free that might only complicate things. Jiang Cheng then directly asked the purple-haired student if she could handle a supercar. Xiao Yining, her profile data appearing for Jiang Cheng, confidently assured him of her experience, having driven many sports cars as a former car blogger. She then asked if she could live stream while driving, reassuring him the camera would only face her, to which Jiang Cheng, uncaring, inquired if this was her daily routine, prompting her to explain it was a temporary gig after an auto show. Jiang Cheng gave the casual command to proceed, and she happily agreed. Inside her mind, Xiao Yining exclaimed to her unseen family that she was actually driving a Farera, a car that ignited her entire being, not in that way, but with sheer nervous excitement, demanding her utmost concentration. Jiang Cheng observed her live stream, questioning her alias, Xiao Mei, and mused that without the system's zero privacy value, he might have mistakenly perceived her as genuinely easygoing, given her seemingly experienced demeanor. He noted her decent popularity but lamented her meager donations, finding it truly sad that her top donor had only contributed 300 yuan. He meticulously calculated that despite her weekly growth value exceeding 8,000, her actual income after platform cuts amounted to a mere 60 yuan daily from about 800 yuan in donations. Jiang Cheng critically questioned her low earnings despite thousands of viewers, concluding she should abandon streaming to focus entirely on designated driving for potentially higher income. The streamer defended herself, admitting she wasn't good at charming big donors and resorted to showcasing novelty and modus traffic jams by driving 4 big shots, prompting viewers to both pity her and immediately offer donations. Her live stream community immediately rallied, urging each other to show the tycoon their collective power by showering the streamer with free gifts and flowers. Xiao Yining, still perplexed, asked why the Lamborghini client manager had been so attentive, allowing him entry without an asset check, to which Jiang Cheng casually explained they had likely seen him at the Ferrari dealership. Xiao Yining gasped, utterly shocked that he had bought the powerful supercar just today, as the engine whirred and a viewer thanked the big shot for proving smart people existed. Xiao Yining respectfully returned his keys, complimenting his unexpectedly smooth driving and jokingly offering to hire him as her designated driver in the future. She thanked him with a shy blush, grateful for his unspoken approval. Xiao Yining, with a sly smile, asked him about his preferred type of live streams, to which Jiang Cheng coyly replied, "Beautiful women, of course." Blushing, she clasped her hands and asked if she qualified as a beautiful streamer, pleading for the big shot to support her tragic channel by boosting her on the charts. Jiang Cheng, with a smug smile, simply countered by asking if she had ever heard of a freeloading account. With a seductive glint in her eye, she then suggested he invite her inside for a glass of water, implying that level of support should be acceptable. Jiang Cheng's thoughts raced, recognizing her ploy to gain stream content and freeload off him, yet he wondered if she feared entering the tiger's den. He then playfully asked what kind of water she had in mind. In her mind, Xiao Yining, now a blushing chibi figure, reacted with utter embarrassment to his suggestive comment, wondering how such a line would play out in a movie or novel. Her face flushed hot as she nervously licked her lips, her mind racing with only 2 possible, highly suggestive outcomes to his words. Jiang Cheng casually dismissed the hotel's amenities, promising a future treat of milk tea, as his words resonated with live stream commenters who were both shocked by his flex and questioned his freeloading status. The female streamer's mind spun with frustration and self-doubt, labeling him a scumbag for his sudden hostility, while her viewers were left grappling with the idea of a high-level freeloader and his suggestive comments. As the female streamer offered a hopeful wave goodbye, Jiang Cheng observed a surprising increase in her friendliness value, already contemplating a future, casual outing. Receiving a message from Wang Zheng about dinner arrangements at the Aminyanjian, Jiang Cheng considered these social activities an unavoidable part of his upcoming university life, a chance to practice his new persona. Jiang Cheng greeted the hotel staff, manager Wang, and confidently instructed her to prepare a lavish meal for 5, specifying rare ingredients like Chinese bahaba fish, Alba white truffles, and a mirage sundae, leaving the rest to her discretion. Manager Wang subtly blushed as she informed Jiang Cheng of the bahaba fish's immense price, prompting him to internally debate whether ordering more would make him appear tactless and like a newly rich country bumpkin. With a confident smile, Jiang Cheng delegated the final decisions to manager Wang, trusting her judgment for the extravagant meal. Young Master Zhang's increasingly extravagant gestures were becoming a grand spectacle, a testament to his burgeoning wealth and influence. The sheer cost of the dishes astonished the guests, one exclaiming that 2 fish alone could buy a car, while another wondered if seafood truly commanded such exorbitant prices. The hotel staff gracefully explained the Chinese bahaba's extreme rarity and its status as one of the world's most expensive seafoods, noting that the 2 fish served were of a moderate size. She continued to elaborate on the meal's opulence, mentioning the equally precious Italian Alba white truffles, revealing that Jiang Cheng had prepared a dinner totaling over 3 million yuan. The staggering cost of the single meal left a female guest reeling, mentally comparing it to the price of a huge mansion in her hometown. Jiang Cheng, with a welcoming smile, urged everyone to relax and eat, as his guests collectively expressed their sincere gratitude for his unparalleled hospitality. A guest suggested they continue their evening at the Bund, but Jiang Cheng politely declined, explaining he had already been drinking and proposed rescheduling their next session. Undeterred, a guest enthusiastically offered to book a large booth at TXX for the following night, promising a proper party then. Manager Wang informed Jiang Cheng that a special hotel discount had reduced his bill to 2.98 million, to which he simply offered a word of thanks. A vibrant system notification celebrated the successful use of his food rebate card, awarding Jiang Cheng a massive 10x rebate multiplied by the number of diners, totaling 149 million yuan instantly deposited into his account. Jiang Cheng internally marveled at the sheer value of the meal, realizing he had received a rebate exceeding 100 million yuan just for treating a few friends to dinner. Manager Wang confirmed the payment, returned his card, and offered her continued assistance before respectfully excusing herself. Jiang Cheng casually announced his return home, settling comfortably with his phone in hand. He decided to listen to music, but his attention was drawn to the live stream, where he observed Xiaomei's surprising 94-point attractiveness score, a detail he hadn't fully appreciated when she was nervous. Jiang Cheng continued to marvel at the divine tycoon system, which consistently provided him with wealth, noting that his freeloading account had now leveled up to 65. He pondered a new name for his main account, ultimately deciding on Dinghai Shenzhen with a thoughtful hum. Live stream commenters announced the arrival of Dinghai Shenzhen, and the female streamer, stunned by the sight of an unprecedented level 65 account, gasped in surprise and pleasure. The streamer warmly welcomed Big Bro Dinghai Shenzhen, explaining she wouldn't be going out tonight due to an upcoming guild PK mission. As the competitive live stream unfolded, viewers filled the chat with various comments, from disparaging remarks about opponents to suggestions for gifting the streamer. A system profile revealed the opposing streamer, Huang Ling, to be 28 years old with an attractiveness score of 69 and a friendliness value indicating she was a complete stranger. Observing the stream, Jiang Cheng was perplexed by Huang Ling's low attractiveness score despite her heavy makeup, wondering how Xiaomei, with her 94 score, could possibly struggle against her. The purple-haired streamer expressed her feigned delight at being matched with Xiaomei, slyly hinting that Xiaomei should ensure her easy victory in the first round. Xiaomei internally despaired over her consistently poor PK record, acknowledging that other streamers now eagerly sought her out as an assured win, yet she knew her guild required at least 2 wins to avoid losing her attendance bonus, a sum crucial for her rent. The pink-haired streamer greeted her opponent, subtly asking her to go easy, to which the purple-haired streamer, with a wink, agreed to take it easy in the first round and save their strength. A system notification presented a mission to help Xiao Yinin win the PK Tournament Championship, offering a massive donation rebate multiplier of up to 50x, which prompted Jiang Cheng to decide he would play along. The female streamer, pulling up her dress and giving a seductive look, provocatively asked Jiang Cheng if he had any requests, as he watched her stream with a smirk. Jiang Cheng mused on his unexpected connection with Xiaomei, realizing that becoming her number 1 big brother could significantly alter their dynamic. The streamer appealed to her audience for medical fees, prompting an eye roll that instantly ignited a barrage of critical comments from her viewers, who felt slighted and challenged. When a commenter accused her of being disdainful, the female streamer, holding her head in distress, defensively flattered her audience, praising their verbal talents. With a decisive smile, Jiang Cheng internally declared the game on, initiating his play by donating 5 weak chickens. The streamer, with effusive gratitude, thanked Big Bro Dinghai Shenzhen for the medical fees. Internally, the streamer was aghast, questioning if her channel possessed some anti-streamer sacred body after receiving such a paltry donation from a level 65 big brother. A live stream commenter urged the sighing pink-haired streamer to compose herself, while her confident opponent flexed in anticipation. As Dinghai Shenzhen proposed a deal to the streamer, offering to help her win the guild war in exchange for her designated driving services, Jiang Cheng was then momentarily surprised by the simultaneous appearance of 3 expensive super rockets. The streamer gasped with overwhelming shock and excitement as the 3 costly super rockets appeared on her screen. Overjoyed, the pink-haired streamer showered Big Bro Dinghai Shenzhen with profuse thanks for the 3 super rockets, eagerly offering to perform any requested act, while her opponent was left utterly speechless. Jiang Cheng wondered if a tower-sniping big shot had unexpectedly appeared on Xiaomei's side just as the first PK round was about to begin, while the purple-haired streamer looked visibly enraged. As comments flooded the screen, viewers erupted in a competitive fervor, showering brother Ding Haishen's with praise and eager attempts to claim his attention. Amidst the flurry, one viewer cynically wondered aloud if the big shot found it equally nice to get it for free. The pink-haired streamer, attempting to sing a song for the audience, was met with a barrage of brutal honesty from commenters begging her to stop her off-key performance. Observing the chaos, Jiang Cheng, as Ding Haishen's, found her attempts silly and cute, sending a supportive message that allowed her to do whatever you want. Meanwhile, the purple-haired streamer tearfully pleaded with her own benefactor, Dazhu, for help to avoid elimination, receiving immediate reassurance. The tension mounted as the PK event officially began. The purple-haired streamer, overjoyed, lavishly thanked brother Dazhu for his generous support, her triumph clear. Jiang Cheng, amused by the unfolding drama, decided to casually throw 3 more gifts into the arena, escalating the stakes. The purple-haired streamer, catching sight of brother Ding Haishen's escalating gifts, excitedly rallied her viewers to praise her own supporter, brother Dazhu. A narration reflected on how easily people gravitated towards the top donor, as a viewer expressed shock at the sheer scale of the first PK round. Jiang Cheng, having unleashed a formidable combo of rockets, savored the naive look of his chosen streamer, wondering how she would possibly react next. The pink-haired streamer blinked in confusion, momentarily believing her live stream had frozen as another digital rocket streaked past her screen. A gasp caught in her throat, leaving the pink-haired streamer utterly shell-shocked by the sudden deluge of gifts. Her rival, the purple-haired streamer, watched the screen with a knowing smile, expectantly calling out to Brother Dash. The pink-haired streamer, Xiao Yinin, gasped in astonishment, marveling at the 20 rockets from Ding Haishen's that amounted to 40,000 yuan, wondering if this meant she had secured victory. With triumphant zeal, the purple-haired streamer declared Xiao Mei incredibly lucky for having Ding Haishen Big Brother's support, offering her own services to him, from dancing to designated driving. Driven by the escalating donations, the live broadcast room's viewer count surged dramatically, quickly surpassing 10,000. Xiao Yinin, blushing and humbled, expressed overwhelming gratitude to brother Ding Haishen's for the unprecedented 20 super fires and the sudden popularity, asking what she could possibly do to repay him. Jiang Cheng, smirking, noted that the camera beautification actually diminished Xiao Yinin's natural beauty, and boldly requested she turn off her beauty filter, drawing awe from a commenter. Xiao Yinin's internal anguish was palpable, caught between the fear of a filterless broadcast and the immense obligation to her wealthy benefactor, while viewers debated the audacity of the request. Despite her initial trepidation, Xiao Yinin contemplated disabling the beauty filter, as viewers unexpectedly praised her natural appearance, predicting her true beauty would shine. To her utter surprise, turning off the filter not only avoided disaster but garnered a wave of new fans and glowing reviews, prompting viewers to advocate for a filter-free future. Xiao Yinin's voice, laced with desperation, pleaded with brother Ding Haishen to help her secure another win, which was essential for her to continue broadcasting next month. The second round of connections began, marked by the familiar tension of a new PK. A new streamer, Sweet Xiaotian, introduced herself with a bright smile, acknowledging the fierce big brothers on Xiao Yinin's list. Sweet Xiaotian then explicitly flirted with Ding Haishen, inviting him to her stream with promises of satisfying singing and dancing. The pink-haired streamer encouraged the new challenger to begin, while a concerned voice worried for Xiaotian as the PK commenced. Sweet Xiaotian's face lit up with excitement as she profusely thanked brother Yazihua for sending 5 digital planes. Jiang Cheng scoffed at the relatively stingy gifts, casually launching 5 rockets himself, wondering if the other donor would dare to follow his lead. The pink-haired streamer, with a wink and a heart gesture, enthusiastically declared her gratitude to Ding Haishen's brother for the 5 super fires. Sweet Xiaotian nervously fumbled, attempting to address a flower brother, but her words trailed off in uncertainty. Meanwhile, other streamers descended into exaggerated and bizarre reactions, their performances punctuated by chaotic sounds. Through Jiang Cheng's strategic support, Xiao Yinin unexpectedly advanced to the final round. In the final match, Dai Xiaomei, a prominent streamer, greeted Sister Xiao with a confident smile, offering to either start the PK directly or perform a talent show first. Xiao Yinin, overwhelmed, could barely comprehend facing Dai Xiaomei, one of the platform's top 3 mainstays, in the final round. Xiao Yinin, claiming to have no talent, suggested they start immediately, prompting Dai Xiaomei to confidently offer a dance for the older brothers and fathers, including the older brother opposite. Dai Xiaomei's smirk revealed her cunning assessment of the situation, appreciating the wild big brother, who had spent nearly 800,000 yuan to support the little anchor. With alluring confidence, Dai Xiaomei launched into a sensual dance, captivating her viewers. Her performance continued, every movement designed to mesmerize the live stream audience. After 2 minutes, the dance concluded, with Dai Xiaomei blowing a final, charming kiss to her viewers. Jiang Cheng commented that Dai Xiaomei's dance was very good, reminding him of the Dai Xiaomei, while viewers debated Xiao Yinin's merits and Jiang Cheng's fickle support. Xiao Yinin, her eyes welling with tears, confronted brother Ding Haishenzhen, her voice raw with the fear of abandonment just as they were on the cusp of victory. Jiang Cheng, with a cold smirk, dismissed her plea, suggesting she only knew how to call him big brother and proposing group sex as his condition for helping her become queen. In a disorienting flash, the two female streamers found themselves impossibly entangled on a bed, their expressions frozen in shock. Amidst the surreal entanglement, one of the female streamers uttered a bewildered question about multi-person sports. As live stream comments about the outrageous spending and her panic flashed, the female streamer knew her only path to victory was to plead for Big Brother's aid. Amidst the swirling comments warning of the formidable opposition, the female streamer clasped her hands, desperately pleading with her sponsor to save the final round, promising to learn any dance he desired. Her voice trembled with surprise as 3 super emperors unleashed a barrage of rocket gifts, each cascading onto her screen, quickly followed by Batiano's arrival with additional, small medical expenses. A bitter thought of mockery crossed her mind, then a sudden idea sparked, leading her to sarcastically thank Brother Batian for his medical expenses, without which she claimed she couldn't continue broadcasting. Jiang Cheng, pensive, scrolled through the flood of confused and amused comments, noting the surprise at Xiao Mei's sarcastic jab at a super emperor. Jiang Cheng mused on his substantial balance from the system, confident that his 2 million could secure victory, bringing hundreds of millions more, until a fresh torrent of super hot rounds from Ding Haishenzhen startled him. A surge of pure, unadulterated excitement bubbled within the female streamer, her fists clenching in disbelief. The female streamer gasped in astonishment as Ding Haishenzhen unleashed 200 rockets, leaving commenters wondering if the medical expenses would make her cry from excitement. This was truly a fight between gods, the narrator declared, as the female streamer dramatically thanked Ding Haishenzhen father for his generous medical expenses. As the internet spectacle unfolded with non-stop, super hot gifts, commenters debated if it was real or mere animation, while others angrily reported Dai Xiaomei's 3 emperors had already spent 900,000. Dai Xiaomei exhaled a breath of relief, the tension easing from her shoulders as she believed victory was finally hers. Her surprise quickly turned to alarm as she realized that while her own team's rockets had ceased, Xiaomei's gifts continued to pour in unabated. Dai Xiaomei looked up, utterly overwhelmed, comprehending the astronomical sums, 1.5 million, being spent on her live stream, an amount beyond her wildest lifetime dreams. With a desperate eagerness, Dai Xiaomei leaned into the camera, urging her viewers not to stop, to give even more, to keep the momentum going. Dai Xiaomei stared in stunned disbelief, her face aghast as Batiano's comment appeared, coldly telling her to forget it today and talk about it next time. As Jiang Cheng sent a final, decisive surge of gifts, a comment from Ding Haishenzhen vibrated across the screen, confidently declaring their victory with these last 2 super hot shots. The female streamer's triumphant screams echoed as she realized she had not only defeated Dai Xiaomei to become the Guild War champion and gained 500,000 followers, but more importantly, the 2.3 million in gifts meant she would receive 70% of it. Utterly spent but radiating contentment, the female streamer collapsed face down onto her bed, the adrenaline of battle finally giving way to exhaustion. Still basking in her victory, the female streamer looked directly into the camera, offering sincere gratitude and asking to add Brother Ding Haishenzhen on WeChat, promising to learn anything to satisfy him. When Ding Haishenzhen curtly declined her WeChat request, stating he was just passing by, the female streamer eagerly offered to be his designated driver, to which he replied, "If you really want to drive me to Aminyanjian, that would be fine." As live stream comments buzzed with the revelation that Ding Haishenzhen was none other than the Ferrari guy from earlier, the female streamer's eyes widened in astonished realization. A wave of confusion washed over the female streamer, questioning why him, but then a small smile bloomed on her face as she noted her friendly value had reached 85, meaning she could finally add him on WeChat. Jiang Cheng, a faint blush touching his cheeks, decided he had to pass it then, as the friendship value was merely 5 points short. A Stark system notification proclaimed Jiang Cheng's triumph in the Guild War, rewarding him with a 1000x super critical hit and a staggering 2.3 billion cashback, leaving him utterly stunned. Jiang Cheng enthusiastically confirmed the withdrawal, then smirked, reflecting on the outrageous ease of making 2 billion while simply enjoying the joy of throwing money around online. While Jiang Cheng snored softly in his sleep, a text message from the female streamer flashed on his phone, eagerly offering her 24-hour designated driver services. Jiang Cheng stirred awake, glancing at his phone and thinking the little girl had messaged him rather early. Her thoughts raced as she confessed she couldn't sleep at all after realizing he was Brother Ding Haishenzhen, anxiously wondering when he would finally reply to her message. Jiang Cheng calmly informed her that he truly needed a designated driver for his appointment with Wang Zheng at TXX, prompting the female streamer to erupt in excited realization that Big Brother had replied. The female streamer resolved to catch up on sleep, determined to be in the best possible condition to serve Big Brother that night. Yet, the thought of serving her elder brother kept her mind racing, prompting her to chide herself, "Don't get so excited anymore, Xiao Yinin, go to bed quickly." At 8 p.m., Jiang Cheng arrived surprisingly early, and when the female streamer questioned his haste, he insisted he had to be her driver all night as thanks for her considerable help. The female streamer informed Jiang Cheng that TXX was Shanghai's largest and most lively bar, frequented by celebrities, to which he simply replied, "You know a lot, so take me to see it." Two curious women discussed the handsome stranger, one wondering who he was, having never seen him before, while the other admired his expensive outfit and clearly not cheap watch. As Jiang Cheng stood amidst a crowd of admiring women, their thoughts buzzed with his undeniable handsomeness and branded clothes, quickly concluding he must be a rich, second generation, they all wanted to pursue. Three women vied for Jiang Cheng's attention, one introducing herself as Hailey and asking to add him on WeChat, another declaring her constant availability, and a third, Lin Ru, offering to show him around and eat chicken for his first time there. A woman in a bunny outfit suddenly cried out, stumbling into Jiang Cheng with a startled exclamation of pain. The woman in the bunny outfit sweetly thanked Jiang Cheng for catching her, while he internally noted her surprising energy even before they had entered the bar. Two women, taking charge, politely but firmly requested that the others allow their brother into the store first, emphasizing he needed to go to the booth so they could play together. As the female streamer approached, her breath caught in her throat, a soft, escaping her lips as she took in Jiang Cheng, utterly surrounded by a throng of women. The urgent cries of a female student with purple hair to get out of the way, mingled with another's insistence that they find a more convenient booth inside to play. A stifling, sour blockage had settled in her heart, and the female student with purple hair, unable to bear it any longer, suddenly erupted, demanding everyone make way. Caught between an insistent push from behind and a surprising, gentle hold on her hand, the female student with purple hair found herself in a sudden predicament. A male student with green hair announced that Jiang Cheng already had a lover, a revelation that caught the female student with purple hair off guard, leaving her to silently question why he hadn't said so earlier. With a wave, the male student with green hair urged the other women to seek a new target, leaving the female student with purple hair to simply dismiss the turn of events as boring. A soft light seemed to envelop them as Jiang Cheng pulled her into a seductive embrace, prompting the female student with purple hair to blushingly ask if she really had a lover. Jiang Cheng, a smirk playing on his lips, tried to downplay the moment, telling the flustered female student with purple hair not to overthink his help, even as her hand slightly pushed against him. Jiang Cheng, with a mischievous glint in his eye, politely dismissed any future help, assuring her that he found the attention quite acceptable, prompting a silent, indignant snort of frustration from the female student with purple hair. As the male student with green hair playfully prodded Jiang Cheng about a recent success and asked if he was afraid, Jiang Cheng simply acknowledged the lively, enthusiastic atmosphere as pretty good. The male student with green hair chuckled, musing about how he wasn't as exaggerated when he first came, claiming the girls ignored him now, as Chen Hao, a young man with short blonde hair and earrings, then asked about the beautiful young lady beside Jiang Cheng. The young man with short blonde hair confidently announced a designated driver would handle their departure later, allowing them to fully enjoy the night, and the male student with green hair enthusiastically declared all arrangements were made for the three of them to have fun, while the female student with purple hair remained uncharacteristically silent. The club pulsed with energetic rhythms as a woman in a bunny outfit captivatingly performed a pole dance. A woman's voice cut through the club's hum, enthusiastically calling out to Jiang Cheng, "Call me Jiang Shao." A collective murmur of, "Hello, Mr. Jiang," rose from the women surrounding him, their voices laced with flirtatious invitation. Jiang Cheng offered a relaxed smile, expressing his deep satisfaction that everything had been arranged perfectly. The male student with green hair casually instructed Manager Li to arrange 2 sets of big dragons to amplify the evening's energy, to which the manager quickly confirmed he would be right there with an array of snacks, fruit, and ice-cold beer. The female student with purple hair gazed in innocent wonder, admitting she had only ever witnessed such a huge dragon in videos, never experiencing it firsthand. The young man with short blonde hair and earrings lavishly praised Wang Ji's generosity, but the male student with green hair playfully scoffed, noting that 2 sets of big dragons for 200,000 yuan paled in comparison to the yellow croaker Jiang Cheng had secured the previous night. The male student with green hair grandly announced that young Master Jiang had treated him to yellow croaker the previous night, an extravagant meal that had come with a staggering 3 million yuan price tag. A wave of collective gasps swept through the women, followed by shouts of utter disbelief. 3 million? With a bright announcement that the wine was coming, women in bunny outfits gracefully brought forth their bottles to the three brothers. With quiet precision, a shop assistant gracefully poured the wine into each waiting glass, a subtle symbol of the evening's luxury. As a woman named Xiaoqing introduced herself to Jiang Cheng, her voice imbued with suggestive charm, offering a toast in her company for the night, a phantom data stream flickered, marking her with an astonishing 98 body score and a mere 5 for privacy. Jiang Cheng's mind whirred, meticulously assessing the woman's statistics, an appearance of 85 points with makeup, a predictably low privacy score for a nightclub regular, and most crucially, a rare and excellent figure boasting a 98. The crisp clink of glasses between Jiang Cheng and the woman resonated deeply, reigniting that familiar, sour, blocked feeling within the female student with purple hair. Her mind raced in a tumultuous internal monologue, struggling to reconcile her top brother's immense generosity, his recent embrace, and now his attention to another woman. What, she agonized, did any of it mean? Determined to redirect his attention, the female student with purple hair offered a toast, calling out, "Big brother, I also toast to you." Jiang Cheng, with an attentive smile, asked about her drink, then offered her something different, suggesting it would replenish her energy. The female student with purple hair, slightly flustered, gently declined, reminding him she had to drive soon and was still fine without any touch-ups, which made Jiang Cheng feign surprise and ask if she was truly all right. A frustrated challenge escaped her lips, "You can't even see that? Why don't you take a closer look?" Jiang Cheng, with a calculating glint in his eye, internally conceded Xiao Qing's admirable qualities, yet strategically concluded that his primary objective for the night remained Xiao Yinin, and so, Xiao Qing would have to be temporarily set aside. With a knowing glance, the woman promised to go dance first, but assured Jiang Cheng she would return later to toast him, an unspoken understanding passing between them in seconds. Jiang Cheng drew the female student with purple hair closer, his voice dropping to a suggestive murmur, wondering aloud how difficult it was to truly see her like this and proposing she let him take a good look tonight. Her thoughts were a whirlwind, wrestling with the live broadcast room's constant mantra for girls to be reserved, before she indignantly retorted, challenging if he truly believed her to be such a casual woman. Jiang Cheng's sudden reach caused the female student with purple hair to instinctively recoil, a defensive arm raising in startled alarm. Internally, Jiang Cheng's frustration hardened. After spending over 2 million, he wondered why she had even come if she didn't want this, or if she was merely feigning shyness, treating him like some mere backup or bootlicker. As Jiang Cheng loomed over her, the female student with purple hair could only sit, pointing a stunned finger in silent, crimson-faced indignation. A woman, her dance complete, leaned into the booth, her gaze fixed on Jiang Cheng as she asked for his opinion on her performance. With a confident, seductive pose, another woman with short purple hair boldly interjected, asking, "What about me?" The woman in the red dress lauded the performance as exciting, claiming all her brothers applauded, prompting Jiang Cheng to flirtatiously reply that he hadn't met her brother yet. Amidst the lively and seductive nightclub, an eager woman clapped playfully, telling Jiang Cheng how excited he made her and how she couldn't wait for his promised introduction. In the intimate glow, another woman seductively leaned in, reminding Jiang Cheng not to play favorites and expressing her intense desire to meet his brother as well. As two women vied for Jiang Cheng's attention, one with dark short hair expressing happiness to meet him and asking about his life, and the other, with long dark hair, suggesting cozy nights at home watching movies, Jiang Cheng internally perceived the swirling digital hearts as a sign of the war among women, unsure how long his rationality could hold out against the rising tide. The long-haired woman excitedly declared her love for the idea, playfully suggesting they all watch the movie together, convinced that the more people, the livelier and better the experience would be. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, the group raised their drinks, praising Jiang Cheng's superior sense of humor and proposing a toast in his honor. As Jiang Cheng clinked glasses, a male student in a blue shirt excitedly called out to him, prompting the purple-haired woman to try and speak, only to be cut off as the moment of interruption equals failure descended. The short-haired woman and the long-haired woman eagerly vied for his attention, both insisting they also wished to toast Jiang Cheng. The purple-haired woman, upset and partially obscured, internally questioned how Jiang Cheng could misunderstand her, reminding herself that she had already stated she was not a casual person and had then stopped engaging with others. With tears welling in her eyes, the purple-haired woman silently affirmed her non-casual nature, yet admitted that if Jiang Cheng were to genuinely pursue it, she would consider his advances. Frustrated and upset, the purple-haired woman wrestled with her internal turmoil, lamenting that despite coming mentally prepared, her inexperience left her clueless on how to proceed, wishing only for more time. Jiang Cheng, with a confident smirk, internally celebrated his strategic success, noting that the situation had reached 90 points, perfectly hitting his hee-hee mark and affirming his plan was entirely right. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Cheng drank and joked with the long-haired and blonde women, completely ignoring Xiao Yinin, the purple-haired woman, who watched sadly from the background. As the night drew to a close, Jiang Cheng bid a casual farewell, preparing to leave with the long-haired and blonde women, while the purple-haired woman wistfully suggested another time for drinks and the male student in blue shirt echoed the sentiment. On the bustling night street, Jiang Cheng held open the door of a yellow taxi for the long-haired and blonde women as another woman called out to him. Inside the taxi, a wave of chaotic surprise and fear washed over the long-haired and blonde women as an unexpected hand pressed against one of them, leaving them utterly shocked. With a transactional smile, Jiang Cheng paid the driver generously, entrusting him to take his 2 younger sisters home safely, a request the driver reassuringly promised to fulfill, advising Jiang Cheng to remember his license plate number. As the taxi drove off into the night, Jiang Cheng uttered a quiet exclamation and walked away, enveloped in the solitary glow of the streetlights. As the taxi sped away, the long-haired woman cried out in alarm, demanding to know what was happening, while the blonde woman desperately called out Jiang Cheng's name. Jiang Cheng, standing sternly beside a sleek sports car, confronted the purple-haired woman, asking what she was waiting for as her designated driver, to which she responded with a nervous, drawn-out, "Oh." Half an hour later, in the cool, clean light of the hallway, Jiang Cheng sternly confronted the nervous purple-haired woman, questioning why she was lingering in his room. The purple-haired woman, attempting a seductive plea, cited the late hour and unsafe taxis as reasons to persuade Jiang Cheng to let her stay for the night. As Jiang Cheng questioned Xiao Mayadian, the purple-haired woman, about her previous assertion that she wasn't promiscuous, he made a point of transferring her taxi fare, signaling his clear dismissal. Flustered by his directness, Xiao Mayadian stammered that she was just saying that, but Jiang Cheng firmly instructed her to take a taxi home herself. Xiao Mayadian adamantly refused to leave, clinging to Jiang Cheng's arm and defiantly declaring she wasn't going back. With confident dismissiveness, Jiang Cheng told her it was fine if she didn't want to go back, suggesting she simply pick one of the plenty of other rooms available. Xiao Mayadian nervously wondered if they could sleep together in his big bed, only for Jiang Cheng to coolly reject her, stating he wasn't used to sleeping with strangers. Jiang Cheng, observing Xiao Mayadian sitting on the bed with a subtly smirking innocence, internally mused that his plan was only one step away, questioning whether she was genuinely clueless or merely pretending, and why she hadn't just sat down earlier. Suddenly halting, Xiao Mayadian burst into loud sobs, sinking to the floor and covering her face in distress. Jiang Cheng stared in shocked disbelief as Xiao Mayadian, amidst her tears, demanded to know if he truly hated her, articulating her hurt and confusion over his sudden change from embracing her to refusing to sleep with her. Looking down at the distressed Xiao Mayadian kneeling before him, Jiang Cheng internally sighed, thinking how the lack of privacy in his life sometimes left him completely bewildered by the complexities of relationships between men and women, before uttering a soft, "eh." Sitting on the floor beside her, Jiang Cheng offered comfort, telling Xiao Mayadian to come to him and instructing her not to cry, at least not yet. In a soft and intimate moment, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Mayadian shared a passionate kiss. Half a minute later, Xiao Mayadian's flushed cheeks and slightly parted lips revealed the intimate aftermath of their shared kiss. Xiao Mayadian, holding Jiang Cheng's hand, declared her genuine affection, her thoughts reflecting on how her heart had already belonged to him, like a Prince Charming rescuing her, the moment she realized he was her fiancé's brother. As Jiang Cheng looked at the tearful Xiao Mayadian with concern, she internally longed for a Prince Charming to come to her rescue in her most desperate moment. Leaning back into Jiang Cheng's embrace, Xiao Mayadian softly whispered her true feelings, confessing she genuinely liked him. With a soft smile, Jiang Cheng tenderly carried Xiao Mayadian in his arms, assuring her he wouldn't kick her out and that she could finally sleep there tonight. Xiao Mayadian lay on the bed, her flushed face and hand resting gently on her stomach, speaking to the soft, suggestive intimacy of the moment. As Jiang Cheng kissed her neck, Xiao Mayadian closed her eyes, her flushed expression and a soft, hushed breath reflecting the intimate passion of the moment. As rose petals drifted down in the soft, angelic light, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Mayadian slept peacefully together, surrounded by floating cherubs, marking a serene end to the romantic night. The next day at 9:30 a.m., a woman deferentially called out to Manager Yu as she entered the office. Manager Yu, a blonde woman, calmly invited Su Wan to sit, inquiring about her needs. Su Wan then asked Manager Yu if she knew Jiang Cheng, to which Yu calmly confirmed their meeting during a business trip. Su Wan eagerly inquired if Jiang Cheng planned to sign her, and Manager Yu reassured her that preparations were underway, asking for a few days of patience until the company handover was complete. Su Wan's surprise was palpable as she gasped, "Are you resigning?" With a sly smile, Manager Yu revealed her plan to join Jiang Cheng's company as well, promising to terminate Su Wan's current contract and make her the first artist in Jiang Cheng's new venture. Su Wan, clearly concerned, questioned Manager Yu's immense trust in Jiang Cheng's new company, but Yu calmly affirmed her 100% faith, promising Su Wan would understand later and suggesting they become like sisters in the new company. Su Wan was left to ponder, utterly frustrated, why Manager Yu placed such unwavering trust in Jiang Cheng. A nervous man in a blue checkered shirt interrupted them, announcing that the front desk had received a surprise delivery for Manager Yu downstairs. Manager Yu, annoyed, immediately dismissed the delivery, assuming it was more unwanted gifts like flowers or necklaces. The man urgently clarified that it was not a typical gift but a car, fully paid for, and therefore, could not be refused. Su Wan's shock quickly transformed into pure excitement upon hearing it was a car, urging Manager Yu to go downstairs and witness the amazing spectacle. Confetti burst into the air as Manager Yu and Su Wan approached the covered car, with a woman in a gray suit inviting Yu to unveil the surprise. The cover was dramatically pulled back, revealing a sparkling, glossy pink sports car beneath. Su Wan's excitement verged on envy as she recognized the stunning pink Lanbao bull, exclaiming her jealousy and admiration for its beauty. The surrounding crowd buzzed with gossip, wondering if Manager Yu's awesome new boyfriend, who gifted her a 10 million yuan manbao, was the reason she broke up with her fiancé. The woman in the grey business suit presented Manager Yu with the car keys, sealing the grand gesture. Holding the keys, Manager Yu asked the sender's identity, and the woman confirmed it was Mr. Jiang Cheng, who hoped she would like it. Manager Yu gasped, utterly overwhelmed by Jiang Cheng's gesture, realizing no man had ever treated her so wonderfully, as her friendliness score dramatically soared to 99. A surge of energy announced that Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness had reached 99 points, unlocking the inseparable in life and death account and a special reward gift pack, prompting Jiang Cheng to excitedly command the system to open it. The system rewarded Jiang Cheng with a consumption cashback card and an offspring devouring card, a bizarre prize that left him utterly surprised by its nature. Jiang Cheng, surrounded by alluring women, pondered the new reward card's implications, wondering if its unlimited use with multiple partners meant double the rewards. Jiang Cheng prudently realized that devouring card required careful consideration of partner satisfaction. Before another system reward informed him he'd acquired a stable investment company, prompting him to ponder the necessity of smart investment for maintaining wealth. A thought sparked in Jiang Cheng's mind as he concluded that the investment company's 10 million yuan minimum and 10% annual return meant greater investment would naturally yield greater returns. Jiang Cheng decisively declared his intent to invest 500 million to start an investment company, and the system immediately prompted him for the location, amount, and company name for the new land use venture. With a confident smile, Jiang Cheng confirmed his 500 million investment in Shanghai's new Star Investment Company, as his system profile detailed his rising status and abundant funds. Jiang Cheng gently inquired if Song Haikyo was awake, and as she stirringly responded, he slyly considered using his newly acquired devouring card on the beautiful girl with a beauty score above 90. Song Haikyo leaned into Jiang Cheng's embrace, uttering a soft, intimate sound as a partial system screen glowed nearby. Jiang Cheng decided to postpone understanding the card's rules, proclaiming they would clear their minds and do some morning exercise first. An hour later, Song Haikyo asked Jiang Cheng to stop tipping her during live streams, to which he playfully teased if she wanted him to go see that silly girl instead. Song Haikyo clarified her request, explaining the platform's 70% cut on his 2 million yuan tip was a waste, prompting an amused Jiang Cheng to offer a direct money transfer instead. Song Haikyo's shock rippled through her as she flustered, unable to comprehend Jiang Cheng's casual 2 million yuan spending on a live stream, lamenting the extravagance. Another female streamer, observing the interaction, was left utterly shocked by Jiang Cheng's outrageous spending of over 2 million yuan on virtual gifts for a live stream, wondering if this was truly how the rich behaved. Jiang Cheng casually dismissed the vast sum as a small amount, prompting Song Haikyo to cautiously ask if he minded her identity as a female streamer, prepared to stop if he disapproved. Their hands converged over a plate of shrimp, an ordinary gesture in an otherwise extraordinary morning. Jiang Cheng smiled reassuringly, telling her to stream as she wished because he trusted she was not a disreputable streamer. With a bright smile, Song Haikyo excitedly outlined her plan to start live streams focusing on food and unusual topics. Jiang Cheng, touching her face possessively, assured her he wouldn't interfere with her streaming, but warned her to immediately tell him if any big streamer dared to bully her again, before casually asking manager Wang about his room fee. After confirming his room fee was due tomorrow, Jiang Cheng, finding the frequent payments a hassle, casually asked manager Wang if she could extend his stay for another 2 months. Manager Wang was taken aback, questioning Jiang Cheng's request for a 2-month extension when he had previously stated he was only visiting the school and would return to Chengdu soon. Song Haikyo, exasperated, reminded Jiang Cheng that the room rate was 80,000 won per day, not a mere 80, highlighting his obliviousness to the exorbitant cost. Jiang Cheng playfully smirked, warning manager Wang that if he were her boss, he would be quite unhappy with such an endless extension. While manager Wang cautiously suggested that Jiang Cheng's casual 4.8 million yuan room fee for 2 months was a waste, Song Haikyo, eating a strawberry, wondered why the manager was so unusually considerate towards him. Jiang Cheng, a mischievous chibi appearing, noted manager Wang's exceptional care and promptly accessed her system profile, revealing her name as Wang, an appearance score of 90, and a surprising friendliness of 80 with a 0 privacy status. Jiang Cheng's surprise was evident as he processed the stats, a beautiful woman with a 90 in looks and 0 privacy, yet her friendliness towards him was already a whopping 80. Manager Wang contemplated Jiang Cheng's gaze, wondering if she had been too revealing in their interaction. Jiang Cheng leaned in provocatively towards a shocked woman with blonde hair, capturing her attention completely. The narrator revealed Jiang Cheng already had 2 female confidants, yet the more manager Wang learned about him, the more she found herself drawn in. Manager Wang, determined to personally attend to Jiang Cheng's needs, dismissed the hotel staff, believing her willingness would further endear her to him. She pondered deeply, wondering if she would have conceded to any demands Jiang Cheng had made back then. Jiang Cheng's thoughts turned to manager Wang, realizing she harbored deeper feelings, finding it quite interesting, but with Jiao Yining present, it was not the time to say more. He simply stated his unpredictable schedule and dislike for trouble. Manager Wang confidently assured Jiang Cheng she would process his request immediately. Her colleague, concerned by Manager Wang's demeanor, asked if the guest was difficult, but Manager Wang reassuringly replied that he was very easy to please. The colleague complained about her lack of business, envying Manager Wang's success, while Manager Wang offered encouragement. Frustrated, her colleague expressed doubts about securing lucrative, long-term client orders like Manager Wang, knowing everyone in their department envied her. Manager Wang gently reassured her colleague not to be discouraged, suggesting a big order could come any day. Manager Wang invited her colleague to rest after a busy week, noting her guest's room bill was due, and suggested they go back to the dorm together, but her colleague remained silently thoughtful. Manager Wang explained she needed to see the general manager to apply for a discount for Jiang Cheng, who wished to extend his stay for 2 months. Her colleague reacted with extreme shock, barely able to process the news of a 2-month extension. Yu Yan's colleague incredulously questioned why a discount was needed for such a wealthy client, given the potential 240,000 yuan commission. Manager Wang subtly explained her reasoning, feeling it would be wrong not to offer a discount given Jiang Cheng's temporary stay. Yu Yan's colleague playfully offered to take over the guest service, openly teasing her about his appearance and physique. Her colleague excitedly pointed out Yu Yan's blush, pressing her for details on the guest's handsomeness and wealth, suggesting the man in question was undeniably alluring. Yu Yan's colleague then made a sly offer to serve the guest herself, suggesting Yu Yan could keep all the commission. Manager Wang tried to temper her colleague's frivolous ideas about the wealthy guest, but her colleague insisted on holding on to her dreams, asking, just in case, right? As her colleague mused optimistically, Manager Wang secretly wondered what Jiang Cheng truly thought of her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Manager Wang purposefully informed her colleague that she needed to speak with the general manager. The older man, shocked by the 2-month extension, enthusiastically ordered Manager Wang to process it immediately and prepared to inform the CEO. Jiang Cheng, bewildered by the 3.8 million yuan deduction instead of 4.8 million for his 2-month stay, discovered his cashback card had multiplied his return by 100x, granting him an astounding 383 million yuan. The older man with light gray hair, along with CEO Wang and Manager Wang, sternly inquired after Jiang Cheng from outside his room. Manager Wang introduced CEO Wang of Aman Resorts, who thanked Jiang Cheng for renewing his stay and offered his business card, inviting him to contact him if he needed anything. CEO Wang announced Jiang Cheng would receive super VIP treatment and a 20% discount on all stays, acknowledging butler Wang's efforts on his behalf. Jiang Cheng, realizing the discount had cost him hundreds of millions through his system, internally chided Manager Wang for her well-intentioned mess. Despite the financial setback for him, Jiang Cheng acknowledged Manager Wang's good intentions and felt she possessed the qualities of a good woman. The CEO, mistakenly believing he had granted a 1 million yuan discount, proposed friendship with Jiang Cheng, who readily accepted. CEO Wang sternly instructed Manager Wang to serve Jiang Cheng with utmost care, taking all his needs seriously, to which she shyly agreed. CEO Wang then bid Jiang Cheng farewell, wishing him a pleasant stay before departing with Manager Wang. Jiang Cheng thanked CEO Wang as the two left, with Manager Wang casting a gentle glance back at him. Jiao Yining clung to Jiang Cheng, pouting as she expressed her desire to stay with him rather than return. Jiang Cheng smirked, telling Jiao Yining he had obligations but she was welcome to stay by herself. Jiao Yining pouted, expressing her disappointment at being left alone, revealing she had cancelled plans with girlfriends just to be with him. Jiang Cheng promised to contact her after his work was done, and Jiao Yining, though resigned, accepted his words. An hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao called out to Jiang Cheng, who turned to greet her. Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiaoxiao shared a kiss, which was abruptly interrupted by a furious Zhang Yu screaming at Yu Xiaoxiao. Zhang Yu, consumed by anger and desperation, threatened Yu Xiaoxiao, demanding she marry him or he would jump into the Huangpu River. Jiang Cheng, surprised by the outburst, questioned Yu Xiaoxiao, recalling her assurances that the situation was sorted. Yu Xiaoxiao explained that Zhang Yu had persistently harassed her company, and she had kept it from Jiang Cheng to spare him trouble from the scoundrel. Zhang Yu, enraged, pointedly accused Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiaoxiao of being adulterers. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm, urging him to ignore Zhang Yu's nonsense and leave immediately. Zhang Yu, desperate and furious, threatened to expose everything and jump into the river, emotionally blackmailing them with his inability to swim. Zhang Yu suddenly grabbed Yu Xiaoxiao's arm, startling her with the unexpected force. Jiang Cheng stepped forward, angrily telling Zhang Yu to stop his actions. Jiang Cheng, with a confident air, declared he would put an end to the nonsense, offering his help to a visibly confused and pained Zhang Yu. He then turned to the security guards, outlining a shocking proposal, 5 million yuan each to pretend to intervene when Zhang Yu jumped, prompting one guard to question the unsettling instruction. Jiang Cheng continued, his smile sinister, instructing them to let Zhang Yu accidentally fall during the struggle and then to feign a slow rescue, effectively ensuring his demise, leaving the guards shocked and Zhang Yu terrified. Zhang Yu recoiled in disbelief, his grimace reflecting the outrage that someone would openly conspire to commit murder in a society governed by law. The security guards, caught between shock and bewilderment, could only stammer a question, hoping Jiang Cheng's words were nothing more than a dark jest. Jiang Cheng, holding his phone, pressed his case with unwavering confidence, offering upfront payment, legal protection, and even additional millions for any family whose member might face jail time. The raw temptation of wealth sparked a desperate internal debate among the guards, as one grimly noted their meager salaries, while another declared 10 million a worthy price for imprisonment, all under Zhang Yu's terrified gaze. Zhang Yu, his face beaded with sweat, furiously confronted Jiang Cheng, demanding to know if he truly intended murder for hire in broad daylight and reminding him of the ultimate penalty. Jiang Cheng's smug taunt for Zhang Yu to jump and finish work early ignited Zhang Yu's fury, sending him charging forward in a desperate outburst. Zhang Yu's enraged defiance was met with Jiang Cheng's chilling smirk, as he dismissed Zhang Yu's threats and promised him a silent, rotting end in the Huangpu River. Jiang Cheng, swift and decisive, pivoted to a lesser but immediate offer of 100,000 to beat him to a pulp, and as the guards confirmed instant receipt of the funds, the deal was sealed, leaving Zhang Yu desperate. A security guard's foot connected forcefully, delivering a brutal kick to Zhang Yu. As the guards rained blows and kicks down upon Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiaoxiao remained unsettlingly calm, observing the escalating violence. Yu Xiaoxiao, her concern palpable, gently urged Jiang Cheng to let the matter rest, deeming Zhang Yu unworthy of further attention. With a soft smile and quiet confidence, Jiang Cheng reassured Yu Xiaoxiao, easing her worries. The security guards, having subdued Zhang Yu, reported back to Jiang Cheng, assuring him of their discretion in soliciting future jobs, to which he gave his approving nod. Jiang Cheng gently instructed Yu Xiaoxiao to always be open with him to prevent future incidents, promising to handle Zhang Yu's predicament, as the defeated man was dragged away by the security guards. Jiang Cheng smirked, internally acknowledging the system's intuitive power, realizing that with such professional assistance, dealing with individuals like Zhang Yu would never again be a chore. With a playful wink and a bright smile, Jiang Cheng enthusiastically reminded Yu Xiaoxiao of their plan to scout company locations. Yu Xiaoxiao, still thoughtful, expressed surprise at his immediate readiness, having assumed the recent unpleasantness would have dampened his spirits. Jiang Cheng emphatically dismissed the previous incident, declaring that no piece of trash would derail their business ambitions, and urged Yu Xiaoxiao to proceed. Their destination was the magnificent Shanghai World Financial Center, a symbol of bustling urban ambition. Yu Xiaoxiao marveled at the sleek, sophisticated office space, affirming it was perfectly suited for their startup entertainment company. Jiang Cheng, settled into an office chair, confidently stated that with minimal adjustments to the layout, he could immediately begin working. Jiang Cheng, with a sly smile, extended an invitation for Yu Xiaoxiao to join him, his hand reaching out playfully. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately closed the blinds and locked the door, creating an undeniable sense of privacy within the office. On the dimmed floor, Yu Xiaoxiao knelt provocatively, her stance radiating anticipation. Yu Xiaoxiao, blushing, feigned playful indignation, claiming her intentions were merely to sit, despite her suggestive actions. With a pout and a blush, Yu Xiaoxiao playfully threatened to ignore him if he dared to laugh at her. Leaning intimately over him, Yu Xiaoxiao suggestively posed the question of whether she should sit upon his lap. Jiang Cheng, his smile sly, responded with a suggestive approval, leaving the choice to her happiness. Surrounded by glittering light and blossoming roses, Yu Xiaoxiao surrendered to a moment of intense passion. Ding Yuan greeted Jiang Cheng at the luxurious apartment, offering him a warm welcome and choices for his evening, radiating attentive service. A blush crept across Ding Yuan's cheeks as she harbored a shy, suggestive thought about the intimate care she planned to give Jiang Cheng later. Jiang Cheng instructed her to eat first, which initially surprised Ding Yuan, but she quickly retreated into suggestive thoughts about delivering 100-fold better service with new tricks she'd learned online. As Ding Yuan served Jiang Cheng his meal, she privately mused about the ill-timed initiative of a manager Wang, hoping for a more opportune moment in the future. The next day, at a bustling auto show, Jiang Cheng exchanged pleasantries with an older man, playfully acknowledging his persistent invitation before being asked where he wished to begin his visit. The older man greeted other prominent young masters, including Jiang Cheng, as they arrived to admire the cars, all while a strikingly beautiful woman named Zhou posed alluringly beside a luxury vehicle. An unseen observer marveled at the sheer star-level quality of Ferrari's hired models, captivated by Zhou Ying's incredible presence. Jiang Cheng recognized Zhou Ying in the crowd, a pang of curiosity stirring as he noticed her subtle unhappiness. Zhou Ying, blushing with distress, implored those around her to stop taking inappropriate pictures. Unbeknownst to her, a man crouched low, his phone aimed to capture an invasive upskirt photo. The man, with a smug grin, dismissed Zhou Ying's protests, asserting his right to photograph her as he pleased, given her attire and presence at the event. Jiang Cheng's expression hardened, his jaw clenching in a clear sign of displeasure and mounting determination. With a fierce and resolute motion, Jiang Cheng delivered a powerful kick to the man, sending him reeling backward as Zhou Ying looked on in shock. The young man, kneeling in frustration, bellowed about his ruined photo, lamenting the culmination of days of hard work. His foot had slipped, the young man stammered, apologizing for his broken phone and offering to repay the damage. In a surge of uncontrolled rage, the young man lunged forward, launching a punch. Jiang Cheng calmly intercepted the aggressive blow, his composure unwavering. With a cold smirk, Jiang Cheng delivered his chilling pronouncement: the initial strike had now legally entitled him to legitimate self-defense. Jiang Cheng's fist connected forcefully, impacting the young man's face. Jiang Cheng stood tall and triumphant over the young man, now defeated on the unforgiving ground. Jiang Cheng sternly demanded manager Huang call the police and preserve all surveillance footage, to which the manager profusely apologized for the unprecedented oversight. The manager, his face etched with urgency, quickly barked orders for security and then the police. The male student with green hair admired Jiang Cheng's impressive skill, but lamented how the incident had soured his impression of Shanghai, questioning the presence of such a pervert. The young man with short blonde hair nervously clarified that their group were decent people who didn't share such fetishes. Zhou Ying, eyes wide with concern, asked if Jiang Cheng was all right, expressing her unexpected gratitude, but he reassured her that her well-being was all that mattered. Jiang Cheng's friends, with curious smiles, began to piece together the truth: the commotion had stemmed from his protective feelings for his lover. Jiang Cheng, smiling warmly, introduced Zhou Ying as his high school classmate. Jiang Cheng then introduced his friends, Wang Zheng and Chen Hao, to Zhou Ying, who politely offered her greetings. Zhou Ying, surprised, wondered if they were back at the showroom to look at cars yet again. Jiang Cheng explained he was browsing for a car for his father on this last day, prompting Zhou Ying to ask when he would return to Chengdu, as she still owed him a meal. Jiang Cheng, still unsure of his return date, extended an invitation for dinner that very night, asking Zhou Ying to join them after work, to which she agreed to contact him later. A sales associate, eager to assist, inquired if young Master Jiang was eyeing the sleek four-door supercar. The sales associate meticulously detailed the supercar's impressive features, but Jiang Cheng cut to the chase, demanding to know the price. The sales associate began to detail the 2.2 million price tag and generous giveaways, but Jiang Cheng swiftly interrupted, his only concern being delivery to Chengdu. The sales associate clapped his hands with enthusiasm, assuring Jiang Cheng that nationwide delivery and local vehicle registration were entirely taken care of. Jiang Cheng, with effortless confidence, simply instructed them to swipe his black card. Jiang Cheng requested a surprise handover ceremony for his father in Chengdu, and the sales associate eagerly guaranteed a perfect and ceremonious delivery. The male student with green hair was astonished to learn the supercar was for Jiang Cheng's father, then expressed disbelief when Jiang Cheng casually deemed it low-key. In just over a week, Jiang Cheng had acquired 4 luxury cars, each worth a small fortune, a level of excessive extravagance that prompted his friend to simply declare that with money, he could do whatever he pleased. The male student with green hair, green with envy, confessed how eye-opening it was that Jiang Cheng could buy his father a supercar outright, contrasting it with his own past, where he had to beg for ages just to get his first. After completing the purchase, Jiang Cheng suggested they leave, but Zhou Ying hesitated, while the narrator noted that she truly deserved her reputation as the school's most beautiful girl. Jiang Cheng asked about her imminent return to school, prompting Zhou Ying to reveal the painful truth of her family's bankruptcy and her current need to earn a living. Zhou Ying, looking straight ahead with quiet determination, confessed she no longer cared about school gossip, finding a newfound reality and satisfaction in earning money with her own hands. Jiang Cheng remarked that her beauty and attributes would ensure she never had trouble making money, but Zhou Ying countered that no one ever offered practical details on how. Jiang Cheng laughed, surprised by her down-to-earth nature after perceiving her as an aloof school beauty, while Zhou Ying, denying the title, apologized for imposing on him once more. As the white sports car sped away through the city, a casual thought hung in the air: it was all about eating, and there wasn't much difference. At the farmhouse, the male student with green hair warmly invited young Master Jiang and his beautiful classmate to join them at the table. Jiang Cheng's friends immediately reacted with surprise and annoyance at the unexpected arrival of Wang Chang, wondering who could have possibly invited him. Jiang Cheng inquired about the tension, and his friends explained Wang Chang was a rival with a grudge, but urged each other to maintain appearances and treat him well as hosts. The male student with green hair sarcastically greeted Wang Chang as Brother Xiaoqiang, a nickname he detested, noting that he and Chen Hao found it impossible to shake the habit of using it. The young man with short blonde hair quickly intervened, attempting to calm Wang Chang and reminding him they were there to make friends and get things done. The friends eagerly gathered around the laden table, praising the pork stew and declaring the atmosphere perfect for drinks. Half an hour later, Wang Chang smugly revealed he had recently acquired another insider stock tip, guaranteed to yield a profit. The young man with short blonde hair eagerly sought Wang Chang's stock market wisdom, but instead received a condescending lecture on discerning true friends and the necessity of connections. Wang Chang's subtle sarcasm and mockery began to grate on the two friends, their irritation clearly visible. Wang Chang, with a smirk, confronted the male student with green hair about a 2 million yuan debt from 2 years ago, igniting a furious outburst. The young man with short blonde hair, now standing and incensed, challenged Wang Chang, asserting that calling him Brother Xiaoqiang was already being polite. Jiang Cheng, calm and reassuring, placed a hand on his friend's arm, urging him not to let the unpleasantness ruin the day he had orchestrated for fun. Wang Chang, fuming with rage, lashed out, demanding to know where this country bumpkin came from and who gave him the right to speak, as he aggressively spilled his drink across the table. Zhou Ying cried out in startled distress as the purple drink splashed across her. Jiang Cheng's gaze settled on Zhou Ying, now shocked and distressed, after she had been unfairly caught in the volatile outburst. The young man with reddish-brown hair erupted in anger, demanding to know Wang Chang's true intentions. Chen Hao questioned if Wang Chang was there to cause trouble for everyone. Zhang Yu, observing the shifting loyalties, realized Jiang Cheng's profound influence on Chen Hao and Wang Zheng, prompting him to consider switching allegiances. Zhang Yu, asserting his presence at Chen Hao's gathering, firmly warned Wang Chang against causing any further disturbance. Wang Chang, enraged by the praise for Jiang Cheng, slammed his hand onto the table, vehemently refusing to tolerate any more talk of the country bumpkin. Jiang Cheng's voice was firm, demanding an apology from Wang Chang for soiling his classmate Zhou Ying's clothes. Zhou Ying, distressed by the escalating conflict, tried to de-escalate the situation, telling Jiang Cheng she was fine. Jiang Cheng reiterated his demand for an apology, but Wang Chang defiantly scoffed, refusing to listen and challenging Jiang Cheng to do something about it. A sharp smack echoed as Jiang Cheng struck Wang Chang. The impact was brutal, distorting Wang Chang's face with a powerful blow. Jiang Cheng, his voice filled with intensity, challenged Wang Chang, asking if he truly believed he was made of mud for constantly calling him a country bumpkin. Wang Chang, clutching his bruised cheek, reacted with indignant shock, unable to believe he had been struck. Jiang Cheng, with a smug air, suggested Wang Chang consult a neurologist, even offering to cover the costs himself. Enraged, Wang Chang grabbed a chair and lunged, prompting Chen Hao to urgently warn Jiang Cheng to be careful. Jiang Cheng decisively kicked the attacking chair, deflecting Wang Chang's assault. Wang Zheng challenged the defeated Wang Chang, while Jiang Cheng calmly dismissed him, stating he had caused enough trouble and should leave. Bruised and seething, Wang Chang, supported by the woman with long dark hair, glared back, vowing that he would not let Jiang Cheng get away with it. As Jiang Cheng smirked, Chen Hao and Wang Zheng discussed Wang Chang's background, revealing his family's significant and arrogant presence in the food industry. Jiang Cheng's gaze hardened, his determination clear as he vowed to personally assess their capabilities. Zhou Ying, concerned and apologetic for the trouble, was reassured by Jiang Cheng, who decided it was best to send her home as her appetite was ruined. Jiang Cheng politely bid farewell to Chen Hao and Wang Zheng, indicating he and Zhou Ying were leaving. Chen Hao apologized profusely for the incident, while Wang Zheng brushed it off with a friendly wave, reminding them they were brothers and would see each other again. Jiang Cheng, with a confident smile, handed Zhou Ying the keys to the sports car, recalling her past experience driving supercars. Jiang Cheng playfully teased Zhou Ying about her former status as a Chengdu heiress, and she, with a reassuring smile, promised to get him to his destination safely. Zhou Ying, exhilarated by the feel of the supercar, lamented the city's speed limits, wishing she could drive even faster. Jiang Cheng expressed his surprise and slight awe at Zhou Ying's hidden passion for racing as the car roared to life, surging forward. Zhou Ying reflected on her strict family, who had never allowed her the opportunity to indulge her desire for racing. Jiang Cheng, a smirk playing on his lips, confidently promised to take her racing the next chance he got. Zhou Ying expressed her profound gratitude for Jiang Cheng's help, holding his hand, leaving him puzzled by her sudden sentiment. Visibly embarrassed, Zhou Ying quickly withdrew her hand, urging Jiang Cheng to rest while she made her hasty departure. Jiang Cheng was left pondering Zhou Ying's sudden, shy exit. Shifting his focus from personal thoughts to pressing matters, Jiang Cheng resolved to check on the security team the system had provided, eager to assess their performance for his future endeavors in Shanghai. As Jiang Cheng slept peacefully, Yu Xiao, next to him, suddenly realized with a shock that trending news exposed severe food safety issues linked to Wang Chang's family. Jiang Cheng urgently informed Wang Zheng about the trending scandal concerning Wang Chang's family, detailing the exposed food safety violations. Wang Zheng confirmed the breaking news, adding that beyond Jiang Cheng's initial findings, issues with rotten and expired raw materials for noodles had also surfaced. Wang Zheng gravely explained that major suppliers were already withdrawing their products, with official intervention beginning that morning, leading to an incalculable loss and complete collapse of Wang's Food's reputation. A sudden jolt of realization struck Chen Hao and Wang Zheng as they simultaneously recalled Jiang Cheng's ominous words from the previous day. Chen Hao's eye sharpened with determined realization, eager to witness the full extent of Jiang Cheng's capabilities. Chen Hao expressed his astonishment at Jiang Cheng's immense influence, predicting not just the collapse, but a great loss for the Wang family. Wang Zheng, nodding thoughtfully, affirmed his early perception that Jiang Cheng was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Wang's father, overwhelmed by frantic calls, desperately pleaded for time to address the sudden crisis engulfing the Wang family business, but his calls went unanswered. Wang's father, enraged and bewildered, furiously wondered who was orchestrating this attack against him. Wang Chang, concerned by his father's distress, inquired about the unfolding situation. Wang's father, his anger rising, chastised his bruised son, demanding to know what trouble he had caused this time. Wang Chang, still resentful, recounted being beaten by a country bumpkin and admitted he was plotting his revenge. Exasperated, Wang's father slapped his son, accusing him of constant troublemaking. A sudden, terrifying realization dawned on Wang's father. He frantically demanded to know every detail of what happened last night, suspecting his son's actions were linked to the company's downfall. Distraught that his decades of hard work had resulted in a 40% market share loss overnight, Wang's father gripped his son, desperately needing to uncover the true power behind those targeting his family. As the recounting of the incident concluded, Wang's father roared in frustration, demanding to know how such swift ruin had befallen their family, then savagely threatened his son, Wang Chang, with divorce from his mother if he didn't resolve the crisis immediately. But Wang Chang, defiant in his shame, refused to grovel before the person he had vowed revenge against, declaring that divorce was preferable to such humiliation. Wang's mother gasped, her disbelief echoing in the tense air as she confronted her stubborn son. Her anger flared, and Wang's mother pointed an accusing finger at her husband, demanding he realize this small matter could simply be bought away. Wang's father, exasperated, retorted that his wife was foolish for dismissing the catastrophe, angrily declaring that the potential financial loss from a divorce today was far greater than yesterday, and that he had endured enough from both of them. Wang Chang huddled in despair, questioning his mother if this overwhelming disaster could truly be orchestrated by someone he barely knew. His mother, desperate, clutched his leg, imploring him to beg for forgiveness, painting a bleak picture of their financial ruin and his own bleak future if his father were to truly divorce her. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, calm and calculating, affirmed on the phone that their plan was steadily progressing, noting in his thoughts that the Wang family's raw material issues had completely crippled their daily operations and would soon result in a catastrophic loss of 400 million from their 500 million total assets. Ding Yuan, ever solicitous, gently offered Jiang Cheng a choice of vegetable and lean pork porridge, ready to arrange anything else he desired. Jiang Cheng, a relaxed smile playing on his lips, approved of the thoughtful arrangements, then playfully inquired if his pajamas had been changed for him. Ding Yuan observed Jiang Cheng depart with yet another beautiful woman she had never seen before, resolving in her mind that she, Wang Yuan, truly needed to work harder to keep pace. Later, Ding Yuan approached Jiang Cheng with hangover soup, only to find him already deeply asleep, flushed from drink. Thinking to herself that the sofa would be uncomfortable, Ding Yuan gently lifted the unconscious Jiang Cheng, carrying him back to bed. Noticing the pervasive scent of alcohol, Ding Yuan decided that Jiang Cheng's clothes must be changed. She knelt by the bed, dedicating herself to his comfort. A sly thought crossed Ding Yuan's mind. She also took this opportune moment to practice the knowledge points she had gleaned from a movie. A soft, contented hum escaped Ding Yuan's lips as she lay upon Jiang Cheng. Ding Yuan, a coy expression gracing her features, insisted she had only helped Jiang Cheng change his clothes and nothing more. Jiang Cheng, still playful, recalled a vivid dream about manager Wang, a dream in which they seemed to be together, lamenting the pity that it was merely a dream as her heart quickened its beat. Ding Yuan, blushing but seductive, offered to try a new massage technique she had learned, and Jiang Cheng readily agreed. Then, with a sly smile, Ding Yuan directly proposed they move to the bed. Jiang Cheng, confident and agreeable, accepted her invitation, playfully burdening manager Wang with the task. Ding Yuan, straddling Jiang Cheng, playfully mused to herself if this particular massage technique wasn't a bit too formal. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in utter shock as he realized she was wearing a thong. He silently struggled to maintain his composure, noting Ding Yuan's daring lack of safety shorts and praising his own willpower for having calmed down. Ding Yuan leaned in tenderly, her gaze solicitous as she asked Jiang Cheng how he was feeling. Jiang Cheng smugly declared in his thoughts that it had been a perfect score, praising manager Wang's professionalism. Ding Yuan, a seductive smile on her face, explicitly announced she was about to change positions. "WC!" Ding Yuan exclaimed as she moved. Ding Yuan's face registered surprise and a touch of fluster. Jiang Cheng playfully asked if their current intimacy felt a bit like his dream from the previous night. Ding Yuan, looking both seductive and hopeful, asked Jiang Cheng if he would be willing to be with her. Jiang Cheng assented passionately, leaving the decision to her as their lips met. Mr. Jiang, you're so mean. Ding Yuan playfully exclaimed, mid-kiss. A soft, sensual hum escaped Ding Yuan as pleasure coursed through her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chang, feeling a wave of relief just to be away from home, checked into a boutique hotel room, refusing to consider apologizing to that bastard. A sharp electronic beep signaled a transaction failure. The hotel staff, apologetic, informed Wang Chang that his card could not be used. Wang Chang, annoyed, questioned if their device was broken, demanding they try again. The hotel staff calmly explained that his card limit was insufficient, asking if he had another, which left Wang Chang utterly shocked and confused. Wang Chang's mind raced, realizing he was completely broke after buying a sports car, and suspected his father was deliberately messing with him by disabling his credit and supplementary cards. His companion clung to him, sweetly suggesting he pay for the room and she would transfer the money later. But the woman's sweet facade shattered, she angrily shoved Wang Chang away, verbally abusing him as a piece of trash, who was broke yet still tried to act like a big shot, wasting her time. Wang Chang reacted with a humiliated gasp, utterly shocked by her harsh rejection and insults. The hotel staff politely offered assistance, asking if a guest still needed to check in. Wang Chang lamented that his companion was gone, angrily asking the puzzled staff if she would accompany him instead. Wang Chang furiously demanded to know why his father suspended his card, while his father sternly warned him to clean up his mess or face personal and family bankruptcy, threatening to cut him off completely. Wang Chang realized with a heavy sigh that his father was truly serious, and decided his only recourse was to seek out his friends, Wang Zheng and Chen Hao. Despair enveloped Wang Chang as he walked away, his face buried in his hand, a quiet whimper escaping him. A jovial older man greeted his friends Hao Ge and Jingge with a laugh, while Wang Chang, surprised by their presence, inquired about the reason for their call. Wang Chang pleaded with his friends for help contacting Jiang Cheng, only to be met with a pointed question about their actual closeness from the older man. Desperate, Wang Chang confessed his past wrongs to his friends, pleading that he had no other choice and truly realized his mistakes. The older man expressed sarcastic surprise at Wang Chang's apology, who then humbly invoked their long-standing acquaintance and the man's supposed generosity to ask for help contacting Jiang Cheng. The older man agreed to inquire on Wang Chang's behalf, offering no guarantees, which still elicited a burst of grateful thanks from Wang Chang. A woman questioned the older man's intent to help Wang Chang, but he retorted with a cunning grin, suggesting that by helping Wang Chang approach Jiang Cheng, they were actually aiding their true ally. The older man laughed, acknowledging a jest, while the other casually predicted the Wang family's bleak future and impending bankruptcy, even if Jiang Cheng spared Wang Chang. The older man called Jiang Cheng, hinting mischievously that someone wanted to play tricks at TXX tonight, to which Jiang Cheng confidently agreed. From the luxury of his bubble bath, Jiang Cheng casually invited Zhou to TXX for the night, and she readily accepted. As Jiang Cheng and Zhou entered the bustling, brightly lit nightclub, they were immediately greeted with deference by the others. Zhou reflected with a blush that after 2 days together, everyone mistook her for Jiang Cheng's girlfriend, a misconception she saw no need to correct. In the vibrant nightclub, a chorus of voices inquired about the night schedule, deferring all decisions to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng confidently placed an extravagant order for 3 giant dragons, imported liquor, snacks, fruit, and a few cans of Wangzi milk. A jovial man in a white suit eagerly offered to arrange a mood-building team for young Master Jiang. Another young man angrily grabbed the one in the white suit, questioning his cluelessness and accusing him of causing trouble by suggesting an atmosphere-creating team when Jiang Cheng had brought his wife. The man in the white suit profusely apologized for his foolish, loose tongue, bowing deeply and promising to correct his mistake for Jiang Cheng's sister-in-law immediately. Zhou blushed, a subtle smile playing on her lips, taking in the dramatic scene unfolding around her. The vibrant nightclub glowed as bottle service was presented to young Master Jiang, amidst wishes for his continued success. Zhou leaned into Jiang Cheng, wistfully admitting she longed to try the wine but couldn't, as she would be driving him later. Jiang Cheng, with a gentle smile, suggested she shouldn't drink too much outside and offered to bring her bottles to enjoy at home instead. A blush bloomed on Zhou Ying's face as she realized Jiang Cheng had brought her here solely for her apology, deeply touched by his care for her feelings, further increasing her friendliness. A collective gasp rippled through the club as Wang Chang approached Jiang Cheng, someone questioning his unexpected presence after yesterday's events. Jiang Cheng calmly assured a confused Zhou Ying that the situation would soon reveal itself. Wang Chang, bowing deeply in the vibrant neon-lit club, desperately apologized to young Master Jiang for his drunken words, begging for mercy for himself and his family. Jiang Cheng, with a serious expression, subtly challenged Wang Chang, suggesting he owed an apology to someone else entirely. A confused Wang Chang looked up, while Jiang Cheng, sitting calmly, simply urged him to think carefully about his words. Jiang Cheng, standing protectively beside Zhou Ying, sternly declared he didn't care for empty words, only that Wang Chang apologized for dirtying his classmates' clothes. Wang Chang suddenly remembered the transgression, instantly dropping into a shocked and profusely apologetic bow towards sister-in-law, Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying gently reassured Jiang Cheng, telling him not to worry, as she was fine. A blush bloomed on Zhou Ying's face as she realized Jiang Cheng had brought her here solely for her apology, deeply touched by his care for her feelings, further increasing her friendliness. Wang Chang looked up, begging Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying to be magnanimous and no longer hold a grudge against him. Jiang Cheng, with an air of mock humility, recalled Wang Chang's arrogant bottle smashing from last night, prompting Wang Chang to declare he could smash anything he wanted against him. With a sly smile, Jiang Cheng declared that educated people don't resort to violence, but perhaps Wang Chang, with his knack for smashing bottles, could perform a humiliating show for everyone after 3 bottles of Ace of Spades. A wave of dread washed over Wang Chang as he realized that Country Bumpkin had devised a truly humiliating public spectacle for him. Jiang Cheng, with a smug certainty, issued his challenge to Brother Xiaoqiang, awaiting his response. Driven by desperation to regain his father's favor, Wang Chang reluctantly agreed, claiming his special skill to perform a show for Jiang Cheng and the others. With sickening force, Wang Chang brutally smashed 3 bottles against his own head, each shattering impact bringing more pain and blood. Gasps of horror erupted as Wang Chang collapsed amidst the broken glass and his own blood, a shocking spectacle for the stunned guests. Jiang Cheng clapped, his sarcastic thanks echoing through the stunned club, declaring Wang Chang's performance truly memorable. The older man clapped broadly, praising Wang Chang's amazing performance and remarking on his unexpected ruthlessness towards himself. Barely conscious and coughing weakly, Wang Chang wondered if his brutal sacrifice had finally allowed him to pass this cruel hurdle. The man in the white suit nervously asked if they should call an ambulance for the unconscious Wang Chang, but Jiang Cheng simply ordered him to ensure the man didn't die and to clean up the messy aftermath. A worried Zhou Ying pondered police involvement, but Jiang Cheng calmly reassured her that Wang Chang wouldn't dare report it, then casually asked her to pick up the milk. Jiang Cheng, triumphant, raised his glass and proposed a toast to all present, thanking them for coming. A woman in a bunny outfit regretted her ambition, realizing Jiang Cheng's handsome exterior hid a truly terrifying nature that could manipulate men into brutal acts. A young man with reddish-brown hair pondered how a bully like Wang Chang had become so submissive, concluding that Jiang Cheng's true power ran far deeper than anyone could have imagined as the gathering ended in a strange atmosphere. A blonde-haired woman, flustered, suggested to Jiang Cheng that they meet one-on-one next time, admitting her discomfort around strangers. Blushing, the woman confessed she knew he had orchestrated the entire spectacle just to force an apology for her. Jiang Cheng, with a confident smile, promised to shield her from any further disturbances or weirdos on their future outings. Dismissing the earlier incident, the woman advised Jiang Cheng to rest after his drinks, her parting words carrying a suggestive hint for their next encounter. Jiang Cheng, calm and focused, ordered his subordinate to cease attacks on the Wang family and then immediately inquired about Zhang Yu's activities. His subordinate reported that Zhang Yu was not only gathering information to sue Jiang Cheng but also relentlessly harassing Yu Xiaoxiao every day. The man with glasses sat in thoughtful silence, absorbing the disturbing details of the report on his phone. Angered by Zhang Yu's persistent defiance, Jiang Cheng determined that he needed to be taught a permanent lesson, ordering his subordinate to set a trap and ensure Zhang Yu was out of the country by tomorrow. Ding Yuan greeted Jiang Cheng with a seductive welcome home, her posture hinting at intimate anticipation. With a smirk, Jiang Cheng pulled Ding Yuan into a close embrace, playfully questioning her sudden formality after only half a day apart. Flustered, Ding Yuan worried about being seen, but Jiang Cheng teasingly reminded her of their morning's less formal interactions. As Ding Yuan reiterated their public location, Jiang Cheng countered with a proposition to quickly retreat inside. Jiang Cheng suggestively proposed trying the sofa, having already explored the bed, and Ding Yuan responded with a soft sound of pleasure. A young man at the vibrant bar casually ordered a Blue Demon cocktail, blending into the lively social scene. The young man with reddish-brown hair observed the Nature Bar to be a clear gay venue, musing mischievously about the roles of the men seeking partners. A WeChat notification heralded a crushing message for Li Minhang, telling him his past relationship was merely a fling, while Zhang Yu observed, assessing the heartbroken man's potential. A polite bartender with short blonde hair presented Li Minhang with his drink. Zhang Yu, leaning in with sympathetic intimacy, offered Li Minhang a drink and reassurance that he would find true love despite his current pain, receiving only silence in return. Li Minhang pondered with deep melancholy how true love could ever be possible for someone like him. Zhang Yu confidently reiterated his belief in true love, then introduced himself with a flirty charm, asking how he should address the handsome man. Li Minhang introduced himself, and Zhang Yu, reciprocating with a friendly clink of glasses, offered to buy him a drink and listen, claiming a similar past experience. Li Minhang, seeking genuine connection, questioned if Zhang Yu was truly willing to hear his story, receiving a heartfelt assurance that he would listen for as long as it took. Li Minhang expressed gratitude for their conversation but regretfully informed Zhang Yu of his impending 10 a.m. flight, prompting Zhang Yu to ask about his destination. Lee Min-hang revealed his destination was Thailand, a trip originally planned with his former partner, now a melancholic farewell to their fractured relationship. With a hopeful wave and a bittersweet farewell, Lee Min-hang departed, leaving Zhang Yu to watch him go. Zhang Yu cursed his own misguided consideration, regretting deeply that he had forgotten to add Lee Min-hang on WeChat despite all his efforts. Determined not to let such a top-tier heartbroken hunk escape, Zhang Yu swiftly checked and booked a ticket for the only 10 a.m. flight to Thailand, full of hopeful resolve. The stage was now set for a chance encounter on the plane, with Zhang Yu dreaming of comforting Lee Min-hang to the best of his abilities tomorrow. The following afternoon at Thailand airport, Jiang Cheng was greeted by his subordinate, Wang Sheng, as a system scan activated with a soft swoosh. Jiang Cheng immediately inquired about Zhang Yu's location, and Wang Sheng, running slightly, confirmed he was secured at the hotel and offered to take him there without delay. Upon arrival at the hotel, Jiang Cheng was greeted by his security team, including Guohang, Xiali, and Li Guohang, and he gravely commanded them to wake Zhang Yu. Water violently splashed onto Zhang Yu's face, a harsh and forceful awakening. Zhang Yu, rousing from unconsciousness, bizarrely misinterpreted his predicament, expressing perverse excitement to Guohang and eagerness to explore more positions. Jiang Cheng cleared his throat with deliberate menace, then confronted Zhang Yu, accusing him of hypocritically harassing Yu Xiaoxiao despite his self-proclaimed player persona. Disoriented and fearful, Zhang Yu stammered questions about Jiang Cheng's sudden presence and intentions. Jiang Cheng violently kicked Zhang Yu's chair, sending him crashing to the floor in a threatening display. Standing over the prone Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng menacingly reminded him of his previous vow to silence him forever. Terrified and desperate, Zhang Yu pleaded with Jiang Cheng, warning him that murder was against the law and urging him to remain calm. Jiang Cheng chillingly dismissed Zhang Yu's pleas, listing various accidental deaths common in Thailand, which sent Zhang Yu into a frantic fit of begging, vowing never to harass Yu Xiaoxiao again if only his miserable life were spared. With cold finality, Jiang Cheng instructed Wang Sheng to confiscate all of Zhang Yu's useful possessions, stripping him completely bare. Jiang Cheng dismissed Zhang Yu with a cruel smirk, declaring that if he could return from Thailand with nothing but the clothes on his back, it would be destiny, and he would not interfere. Jiang Cheng realized he still needed to sign for the shares from his last system reward, and with a triumphant smirk, he told Wang Sheng they were heading to Hengqin Company. A friendly man greeted Jiang Cheng, expressing his pleasure at their long-awaited meeting. Jiang Cheng reciprocated the greeting with Mario, who then urged him to dispense with formalities and join him at the company. Mario presented the share transfer contract, and Jiang Cheng, assured by the system's confirmation of their life-and-death friendship, declared his complete trust, knowing he could sign for the 20% share with peace of mind. With the contract signed, Mario welcomed Jiang Cheng into the family and offered to show him the local culture, but Jiang Cheng politely declined, privately musing that he was still a pure and innocent child. Mario then wished him well, encouraging him to make himself at home and call if he ever needed anything. Eager to explore Thailand for the first time, Jiang Cheng asked his driver for a tour, who suggested the lively local night market full of unique shops and snacks. Amidst the vibrant energy of the night market, a child's tearful pleas to her mother cut through the cheerful din. Jiang Cheng fixed his gaze on Wang Sheng, silently commanding him to intervene and save the distressed child. Wang Sheng swiftly launched a man into the air with a single punch, the sudden violence leaving a little girl stunned. Jiang Cheng gently knelt before the rescued girl, his concern evident as he asked her name and why she was alone. Through her tears, the little girl, Anne, revealed she had run off from her mother after being denied a taste of raw marinated cuttlefish. Jiang Cheng suppressed a smile, privately realizing the little girl was more of a mischievous brat than a victim. He then gently inquired if and remembered her mother's phone number, to which she confidently affirmed. Jiang Cheng extended his phone, encouraging Anne to call her mother. 10 minutes later, Anne's mother, an ex-IN, arrived, expressing profound gratitude to Jiang Cheng before turning her fury on and for running off, terrified of what might have happened. Anne wept profusely, promising her mother she was wrong and would never run away again. An ex-IN quickly moved to comfort her daughter, assuring her she would not be hit and asking her to stop crying. An ex-IN introduced herself and again thanked Jiang Cheng for saving her daughter, but he soberly warned her that she would not always be so lucky and must keep a closer eye on her child. An ex-IN accepted the criticism, acknowledging her oversight and promising to be more attentive in the future. The little girl, Anne, immediately jumped to her mother's defense, taking responsibility for her own naughtiness. Jiang Cheng gently reaffirmed his understanding, instructing Anne to always listen to her mother and never run off in a huff again. Jiang Cheng offered to drive them, but an ex-IN, already having summoned her bodyguards, insisted on treating him to a meal the next day. When asked where he was from, Jiang Cheng declined the meal, stating he would be back in his home country by tomorrow, revealing his home as Rong City. Stunned by the coincidence, an ex-IN revealed she was also from Rong City, quickly asked for his contact to add him on WeChat, and he agreed, as the system displayed her surprisingly low privacy value. A baffling question arose: how could a mother with a daughter this age have a privacy value of 0, did she give birth to and without ever having been intimate? An xin and bid Jiang Cheng farewell, promising to reunite in Rome City. A bodyguard offered to investigate Jiang Cheng, but an xin quickly declined. She concluded that Jiang Cheng was likely far from ordinary, and it would be unwise to investigate him carelessly. The next night, Jiang Cheng greeted his parents upon their return, and his mother teasingly asked about his latest purchases. Jiang Cheng presented his father with a watch he had bought especially for him, earning a playful accusation of showing off. He then turned to his mother, offering her a new handbag. His mother praised his excellent taste in gifts, playfully noting it surpassed his father's. His mother playfully claimed responsibility for his good taste, before casually inquiring about the watch's price. Jiang Cheng quickly fabricated a price of over 100,000, claiming an insider discount, privately musing that the truth of its $1,000,000 cost would terrify his father and displease his mother. His mother then urged him to save money and offered to set him up with colleagues' daughters, but Jiang Cheng swiftly declared his disinterest and announced he was off to Taikoo Li. Jiang Cheng's father grew sentimental about their son growing up, asking his wife if this was what it meant to raise children for old age, which immediately drew his mother's sharp irritation for ruining the atmosphere. At Taikoo Li, a man admired a striking woman, wondering if she was a newly discovered starlet. As Jiang Cheng observed the stunning beauties of Taikoo Li, his attention was abruptly drawn by a public proposal to a woman named Zhou Ying, a name that struck him with surprise. Wang Yuan passionately proposed to Zhou Ying, proclaiming his long-standing love and promising her happiness, as onlookers gushed over the romantic spectacle of a rich man's proposal. The crowd gasped at the sight of a Dijiao necklace, worth tens of thousands, with some confessing they would instantly accept such a lavish proposal. Zhou Ying tried to gently rebuff Wang Yuan, stating she only saw him as a friend and asking him to rise, but he arrogantly dismissed her reaction as shock and promised to customize a diamond ring later. Her patience wearing thin, Zhou Ying sternly warned Wang Yuan that she would leave if he continued his relentless pursuit. Wang Yuan, with a smug smile, told her not to rush, hinting that he had a backup plan he knew she would appreciate. With a decisive snap, Wang Yuan commanded someone to appear. Wang Yuan intensified his profession of love, offering Zhou Ying a lavish life with 50,000 a month in pocket money if she would be his girlfriend, as the crowd chanted for her to accept. As the chaotic scene unfolded, a special mission appeared before Jiang Cheng, offering him a choice between remaining a mere spectator for trivial rewards or intervening to help Zhou Ying for a consumption crit card and a bad luck card. Jiang Cheng's thoughts soared with the potential system payout from his spending multiplier card, remembering how his last rebate topped 200 million, as an anonymous voice from the crowd implored Zhou Ying to accept the proposal unfolding before them. Wang Yuan, misinterpreting Zhou Ying's pained silence as acceptance, declared it a yes, even as another voice from the crowd clamored for her to agree. Jiang Cheng, with a smug smile, dramatically interrupted the proposal, offering Zhou Ying a single white flower and brazenly asking her to be his girlfriend instead. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of disbelief, questioning Jiang Cheng's audacity and the sincerity of his wildflowers that paled in comparison to the grandeur of the original proposal. Wang Yuan, smirking with a confident air, derisively mocked Jiang Cheng's perceived lack of wealth, advising him to return home and dream of what he could never afford. The crowd openly discussed the blatant disparity, lamenting that any sane person would choose the wealthy suitor over the cheapskate with his meager wildflowers. Wang Yuan, undeterred, relentlessly pressured Zhou Ying to yield, promising an immediate trip to buy a diamond ring as he reached out eagerly. Zhou Ying, blushing and smiling, gently accepted the simple flowers, subtly revealing her preference and shifting the entire dynamic. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd as Zhou Ying's unexpected choice left them utterly bewildered, prompting accusations of masochism for preferring a bicycle over a supercar. Jiang Cheng, his arm around Zhou Ying, playfully complimented her discernment, while she, beaming, genuinely thanked him for his carefully chosen flowers. Wang Yuan, his face contorted in anger and denial, insisted Zhou Ying was merely jesting and offered her another chance, which she flatly refused, stating she didn't need it. Jiang Cheng, smugly grasping Wang Yuan's arm, calmly advised him to take a hint and accept rejection gracefully, reminding him that a true man should always move on. Wang Yuan's face flushed with rage, and he sweatily demanded Jiang Cheng's immediate departure, insisting that he could never provide Zhou Ying with happiness. Jiang Cheng sharply challenged Wang Yuan's bold assumption, which led Wang Yuan to retort with a probing question about Zhou Ying's past living expenses. Wang Yuan smugly boasted of his financial prowess, flaunting his ability to cover Zhou Ying's 50,000 monthly expenses, even if her family was struggling. Gesturing grandly, Wang Yuan continued his taunting, rattling off a list of extravagant gifts and luxuries, daring Jiang Cheng to match his offerings. Jiang Cheng, with a subtle smile, inquired if Zhou Ying truly coveted such material things, to which she intimately replied that her appreciation depended entirely on the giver. With a seductive blush and a glance over her shoulder, Zhou Ying made her feelings unmistakably clear: if the gifts came from Jiang Cheng, she would indeed like them. Wang Yuan, frustrated to his core, desperately attempted to bribe Jiang Cheng with 100,000, urging him to leave and stop acting like a character in an idle drama. Wang Yuan, his frustration mounting, scoffed at Jiang Cheng's smirk and then pompously gestured towards his luxury car, demanding to know if he understood its true value. Suddenly, a store employee named Xia approached Jiang Cheng, revealing his recent expensive purchases by returning a luxury belt he had apparently left behind. Jiang Cheng casually waved his hand, directing the employee to place his newly acquired luxury item into another, unseen car. The crowd gasped with a collective click of realization as Jiang Cheng's Porsche 918, a vehicle 10 times more expensive than Wang Yuan's, was unveiled, instantly shattering all their previous assumptions about the high society love triangle. Jiang Cheng, leaning in with a smug, triumphant smile, savored Wang Yuan's flustered and sweat-soaked admission that the Porsche was indeed pretty nice. As Wang Yuan walked away in utter defeat, tormented by his self-perceived foolishness, Jiang Cheng confidently led Zhou Ying from the scene, their hands intertwined. In the warm ambience of the cafe, Jiang Cheng playfully asked if he had caused her trouble, prompting Zhou Ying to clarify that she had never harbored romantic feelings for Wang Yuan, even since childhood. Zhou Ying, blushing softly, warmly thanked him for the day, noting his playful nature had remained unchanged since their school days. A wave of genuine surprise washed over Jiang Cheng, as he internally questioned if the goddess had truly noticed him during their school years. Zhou Ying reflectively shared her past, explaining how her strict upbringing made her feel like a transparent person, envying the freedom her classmates, including Jiang Cheng, had to simply mess around. Jiang Cheng gently dismissed her modesty, reassuring her that even back in school, her presence was always undeniably captivating. Zhou Ying expressed her past uncertainty about her popularity, but Jiang Cheng quickly reassured her, asserting that others were simply too young and insecure to pursue someone of her caliber. Zhou Ying's curiosity piqued, she turned the conversation, gently probing Jiang Cheng about his own romantic past. Jiang Cheng confidently claimed he was solely focused on academics in school, but Zhou Ying, with a pointed finger, immediately challenged him with a probing question about Zhao Jiao. Jiang Cheng, slightly flustered and smirking away, quickly downplayed his past connection with Zhao Jiao, casually stating they had already broken up. Zhou Ying wistfully mused, blushing, that if she could turn back time to her school days, she would love to have experienced the playful camaraderie with Jiang Cheng and his friends. Jiang Cheng internally observed Zhou Ying's slowly rising, friendly value, realizing that a woman like her was naturally resistant to being swayed by mere money, making her a greater challenge to win over. A triumphant click resounded in Jiang Cheng's mind as his system presented a limited-time mission, offering lucrative rebate cards for buying Zhou Ying a gift, confirming his next strategic move. Jiang Cheng, taking Zhou Ying's hand, charmingly suggested they browse a nearby luxury store together. Zhou Ying's heart fluttered, and she blushed shyly, a private thought blooming that Jiang Cheng was truly holding her hand. A beaming shop assistant greeted them warmly, and Jiang Cheng, without hesitation, pointed to an item on a poster, requesting to see it. The shop assistant, her voice sparkling with admiration, presented an exquisite panther-shaped necklace from the Panther collection, detailing its garnet and 75 brilliant cut diamonds as if conjuring a starlit dream. Jiang Cheng unexpectedly turned to Zhou Ying, asking if she liked the dazzling piece, prompting a startled question from her about his intention. With a confident smile and his arm around her, Jiang Cheng reminded Zhou Ying of her earlier playful promise, then gravely asserted that he was entirely serious about the gift. Zhou Ying hesitated, her internal thoughts betraying her discomfort with such an expensive gift given their relationship stage, but Jiang Cheng smoothly dismissed it as a mere token of friendship, akin to a keychain. Zhou Ying, blushing shyly, delicately adjusted the elegant panther necklace that now graced her neck. Both Jiang Cheng and the shop assistant agreed the necklace beautifully adorned Zhou Ying, who admired her own reflection with a pleased smile. With a broad gesture, Jiang Cheng commanded the assistant to wrap up all the jewelry, including the watch, completely shocking Zhou Ying as the shop assistant hesitantly revealed the staggering total price of 1 million. Jiang Cheng's single, unimpressed word instantly spurred the surprised shop assistant into a flurry of activity, bowing slightly as she affirmed the $1 million purchase. From behind the counter, two sales associates exchanged amazed and envious thoughts, wondering what kind of tycoon viewed $1 million as a mere keychain, while the girl seemed so reluctantly fortunate. Jiang Cheng internally celebrated, a smug smile spreading across his face, as the system confirmed a phenomenal 50x rebate on his purchases, effortlessly depositing 50 million into his account and making his extravagant trip to Taikoo Li profoundly worthwhile. Jiang Cheng casually inquired about her floor, a small practical detail that underscored the unexpected length of their evening together. As Zhou Ying revealed the long history of her family's struggling home, the weight of their past debts hung heavy in the evening air, though Jiang Cheng merely offered to walk her up. With a soft smile, Zhou Ying politely declined his assent, a quiet invitation lingering in Jiang Cheng's easy agreement for their next encounter. Inside, An's mother welcomed Zhou Ying home, playfully remarking on the apparent success of her date with Wang Yuan and the many gifts. Zhou Ying, however, quickly corrected her mother, making it clear that she held no affection for Wang Yuan and that these gifts were not from him. Anne's mother, her voice filled with a familiar weariness, reminded Zhou Ying of their crushing debt and the Wang family's promise to alleviate it through marriage. Despite her own reservations about Wang Yuan, Anne's mother confessed that the prospect of familial ties and financial security brought her a certain troubled peace regarding Zhou Ying's future. Zhou Ying, her voice laced with a defiant hope, tried to assure her mother that she could find a solution through her own efforts, hinting at Wang Yuan's questionable character. Her mother, however, dismissed Zhou Ying's optimism as naive, lamenting the insurmountable millions in debt and insisting that Wang Yuan promised to change, having already cut ties with another woman. A sudden surge of determination welled within Zhou Ying as she declared her unwavering refusal to be with Wang Yuan, momentarily stunning her mother before a new suspicion seized her. Anne's mother's gaze sharpened, fixing on the Cartier necklace, as she pressed Zhou Ying for the truth about this classmate and if he was the real reason for her rejection of Wang Yuan. Zhou Ying, caught off guard, nervously insisted they were simply old classmates who had coincidentally shared a meal. Her mother's disbelief deepened, unable to comprehend a casual meal leading to such a lavish gift, and a more scandalous possibility began to form in her mind. Zhou Ying frantically tried to explain that her classmate's immense wealth made such gifts insignificant to him, but her mother, ignoring her explanation, asked if her feelings were driven by his money. Flushed with indignation, Zhou Ying passionately affirmed that her love would never be for sale, declaring that genuine affection alone would dictate her choice of partner, regardless of his fortune. Her mother, however, saw her idealism as a youthful delusion, a tragic echo of her own past, and, with a sigh of resignation, explained her pragmatic approach was only to spare Zhou Ying further suffering. Overwhelmed by the argument, Zhou Ying exasperatedly told her mother to stop, seeking refuge in the quiet solitude of her room. As Zhou Ying retreated, her mother's mournful voice echoed, a stark warning against repeating her own life's perceived mistakes. The next day, Jiang Cheng, surprised by a call from Annie, greeted her on the phone, wondering if she had run off again. Annie cheerfully confirmed her brief escape, then passed the phone to her mother, who apologetically extended a birthday invitation to Jiang Cheng. A special system mission then presented Jiang Cheng with a choice: earn affectionate eyes by agreeing to Annie's birthday celebration, or receive 2 bad luck cards by refusing, a decision he quickly made in favor of the powerful romantic skill. On the eagerly awaited birthday, Anne's mother warmly welcomed Jiang Cheng, who, in turn, offered Annie a birthday present in exchange for a promise to be good. Annie delightedly agreed, but her mother, quick to interject, scolded her daughter for pushing Jiang Cheng to spend more money. Annie, clutching Jiang Cheng's leg, innocently asserted that she only desired his gifts because she liked him, then turned her innocent gaze upon her mother, asking if she, too, shared the sentiment. Annie further divulged that her mother often spoke of Jiang Cheng with her grandpa, prompting a mortified Anne's mother to quickly silence her. With a blush and averted gaze, Anne's mother hastened to clarify that her conversations with her father about Jiang Cheng were strictly limited to discussions involving Annie. Jiang Cheng, with a confident smile, casually dismissed her embarrassment, reassuring her with a familiar ease. With a burst of excitement, Annie pulled Jiang Cheng forward, eager to embark on her birthday present hunt. A flustered gasp escaped Anne's mother as Annie's earlier comments lingered in the air, her cheeks still burning with embarrassment. In the toy store, a cheerful domestic scene unfolded as Annie, Jiang Cheng, and Anne's mother happily chose toys, drawing admiring glances from onlookers. Civilian onlookers whispered amongst themselves, marveling at the picture-perfect family before them, the handsome man, the beautiful woman, and the adorable child, igniting wistful desires for a similar life. As Anne's mother thanked Jiang Cheng for Annie's memorable birthday and gifts, an unseen man, Jiang Cheng's father, observed them from a distance, his expression a mask of shock and bewilderment. The man with glasses, Jiang Cheng's father, watched the trio intently, subtly adjusting his spectacles as a surge of unsettling questions rose within him. He reeled at the child's age, a terrifying realization dawning that his son's past held a secret far more scandalous than he could have ever imagined. A vivid, fantasy-like vision of Jiang Cheng and a woman in an intimate embrace momentarily eclipsed his troubled thoughts, cherubs floating around them. Jiang Cheng's father vigorously rejected the unsettling image, convinced his son, whose childhood was filled with cartoons, could never be involved in such a predicament. His suspicions then turned to the woman, wondering if she had seduced his son, yet her dignified appearance left him utterly perplexed by the impossible situation. A familiar voice startled him from his troubled reverie as an older acquaintance inquired about his lingering presence and his focus. Startled, Jiang Cheng's father began to respond, but the older man's widening eyes suggested another surprising encounter was about to unfold. The older man, recognizing him as Mr. N, greeted Jiang Cheng's father, who then explained his presence by stating he was out with his daughter. Jiang Cheng, hearing the unexpected exchange, registered a flicker of surprise across his features. Annie, recognizing the man with glasses, called out to him as Dad, confirming a shocking family connection that left him utterly confused about her presence. Jiang Cheng, with an easy smile, simply stated he had been playing with them, further deepening the shock on the man with glasses' face. An Xin, with a polite smile, introduced herself to the bewildered father, mentioning Jiang Cheng had spoken of him often and promising a future visit with Annie. Jiang Cheng's father stood utterly perplexed, the woman's bold declarations about his son leaving him bewildered and suspicious. As Jiang Cheng and an Xin walked away, his father, consumed by a fierce internal resolve, vowed to thwart any perceived attempts by her to cling to his son, deeming such a relationship entirely unacceptable. The older man, Mr. N, assured Jiang Cheng's father that a significant project would now be awarded to his company, leaving Jiang Cheng's father stuttering in confusion. Jiang Cheng's father remained trapped in a swirling vortex of suspicion, the identity and intentions of this enigmatic woman still a troubling mystery that haunted his thoughts. After a full hour, his father greeted him with an eager query about the blind dates his good friend had introduced, asking when he would finally meet them for a meal. Jiang Cheng confidently brushed off his mother's inquiries, insisting that such traditional meetups were simply unnecessary in this day and age. His mother pressed him further, demanding the truth about a girlfriend, leaving Jiang Cheng to internally debate if confessing to many more would earn him a beating. This is a rather complicated issue, his mother admitted, promising to elaborate later, which only left Jiang Cheng with a lingering sense of unease. His father's frustration boiled over, making it clear that whatever had been on his mind all night had now become an urgent, undeniable truth. Jiang Cheng's father confronted him directly, demanding to know if the girl he was with earlier that night was the one with a child. Jiang Cheng reacted with a defensive surprise, questioning his father's focus on an Xin's family situation. His father, agitated, warned him vehemently against a path he believed would only lead to trouble, convinced his son didn't understand the complexities involved. A subtle suspicion clouded his father's eyes as he insinuated that Jiang Cheng might be pursuing the woman for her considerable wealth. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of frustration, realizing his father suspected he was being financially supported by an Xin, and he tried to deflect the accusation. Seeking to calm the rising tension, Jiang Cheng offered to explain everything that had transpired during his recent trip to Thailand. He concluded his detailed explanation with a casual shrug, as if the extraordinary events were merely a matter of fact. His mother sighed with profound relief, playfully accusing him of scaring her to death at the thought of becoming a grandma, while his father apologized for his earlier misunderstanding. Later, in the dim quiet of his bedroom, Jiang Cheng scrolled through his phone, a serious expression settling on his face as he read the breaking news about actresses Lin Ru and Su Wan. He observed the public spectacle of conflict between the two actresses, displayed vividly across his phone screen. Live-stream commenters fervently defended Lin Ru, showering her with praise for her dedication and dismissing her colleague as an obscure troublemaker. Jiang Cheng's anger flared as he critically analyzed the controversy, concluding that Lin Ru's actions were deliberately cruel and her social media team was manipulating public opinion. With a quiet resolve, Jiang Cheng gave an order over Bluetooth to Wang Sheng, no matter what, ruin Lin Ru. The unnamed woman with red-brown hair, leaning seductively against a white sports car, praised Jiang Cheng's striking good looks. The woman, with a knowing look, suggested escalating their flirtation when Jiang Cheng commented on the car's heat. With a slightly surprised expression, the woman proposed they go out for hot pot. Jiang Cheng and the woman settled into a private room at a hot pot restaurant, awaiting their meal. Tears streamed down the woman's flushed face as she gulped down drink after drink, lamenting her helplessness against the relentless online insults. Jiang Cheng casually dismissed her concerns, advising her to always retaliate in kind if anyone ever dared to strike her again. The woman, her voice thick with emotion, thanked Jiang Cheng for his intervention and shared that Sister Xiao Xiao was mobilizing a team for online public relations. Jiang Cheng, concerned, asked why she was still accepting minor roles, and she explained that she was merely fulfilling prior filming commitments. Jiang Cheng received urgent messages detailing a plan to gather damning evidence of Lin Ru's arrogant behavior, confirming the initial steps to expose her dirty secrets were already underway, but emphasizing the need for more devastating information. Jiang Cheng reached out, gently admonishing the woman to slow her drinking. The woman, tearful and flushed, pleaded with Jiang Cheng to let her drink her fill and forget her troubles, admitting she could only truly be herself in his presence. 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng wearily carried the heavily intoxicated woman, who continued to ask for more alcohol. From the bed, the woman reached out with a seductive plea, urging Jiang Cheng to stay with her. Jiang Cheng struggled to free his hand, held firmly by the woman who giggled suggestively, her flushed face radiating a seductive appeal. Jiang Cheng mentally reflected on the woman's physical attributes, particularly the elasticity he had almost been suffocated by. A wave of pity and anger washed over Jiang Cheng as the woman stirred beside him with a soft sigh. Jiang Cheng firmly decided against taking advantage of her vulnerability, understanding that such a path would lead to an unpleasant outcome, and resolved to approach things with patience. As Jiang Cheng attempted to leave, the sleeping woman instinctively pulled him back by his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Jiang Cheng found himself sitting on the bed, holding the woman's extended leg, a picture of quiet frustration. Internally, Jiang Cheng grumbled about her ceaseless restlessness even in sleep, deciding to simply deal with the unexpected intimacy later. His hand rested gently on the woman's leg in the dim light. In a dreamlike haze, Jiang Cheng and the woman shared an intimate kiss, their eyes closed in the soft glow. The woman's face was flushed, her head tilted back in a profound moment of pleasure. A gasp of pure ecstasy escaped the woman's lips, her eyes wide as she was consumed by the moment. "Boss, no. What are you doing?" the woman murmured in surprised delight as Jiang Cheng embraced her, even as he subtly tried to free his leg from her grasp. Jiang Cheng's breath caught in his throat, a wave of self-blame washing over him as he realized this tense, urgent situation was now somehow his fault, despite Yu Xiaoxiao initiating it. Still feigning unconsciousness, Jiang Cheng complained about his throbbing head, wondering aloud what Yu Xiaoxiao truly wanted, given her unrelenting hold. Yu Xiaoxiao, her voice barely a whisper, confessed her utter confusion, remembering only drinking at a hot pot restaurant with no recollection of their return to the intimate hotel room. A surprised Jiang Cheng hastily demanded Yu Xiaoxiao remove her hand, though his inner thoughts lingered on her surprisingly captivating figure. Blushing with embarrassment, Yu Xiaoxiao privately acknowledged that she had undeniably consumed too much alcohol and completely lost control. Complaining of a debilitating headache, Yu Xiaoxiao suggested an early night, but Jiang Cheng anxiously insisted she sleep alone, determined not to disturb her further. Yu Xiaoxiao, blushing deeply, observed her reflection and reflected on her unprecedented physical contact with a man, whimsically attributing her intense feelings to mere hunger. A startled gasp escaped Yu Xiaoxiao as something on her phone captured her full, surprised attention. Curiosity piqued, Yu Xiaoxiao turned to Jiang Cheng, questioning how such a vast amount of negative information about someone could have surfaced so rapidly overnight. With a mouthful of sandwich, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Cheng with sudden suspicion, directly asking if he was behind the widespread exposure. Jiang Cheng, a smug smile playing on his lips, affirmed his involvement, questioning if she truly believed Star City Entertainment lacked the necessary power. Yu Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with gratitude and a touch of overwhelmed happiness as she reflected on Jiang Cheng's unprecedented kindness, unsure how she could ever repay him for terminating her contract and instantly defending her. With a broad, determined smile, Yu Xiaoxiao thanked her boss, resolving internally to pour all her efforts into filming to regain popularity and honor his generous support. Jiang Cheng, with a focused intensity, declared that this was merely the beginning, and they needed to intensify their efforts since the current negative information was insufficient to truly ruin her career. Yu Xiaoxiao, a blush rising on her cheeks, silently acknowledged Jiang Cheng's immense wealth and selfless actions, touched by the significant cost he willingly incurred for her sake. A profound shock rippled through Yu Xiaoxiao as she mentally processed the sheer, terrifying scale of Jiang Cheng's financial power. Jiang Cheng playfully challenged Yu Xiaoxiao's anxiousness, but she cautioned him against careless talk, expressing her desire to avoid further trouble. Jiang Cheng smirked, noting with smug satisfaction the palpable anxiety of his opponents, who clearly underestimated him. An off-panel voice questioned Jiang Cheng's composure despite his lewd nature, while Yu Xiaoxiao cryptically remarked that the dough just needed to be thick enough, implying resilience or resources. At Shanghai King Entertainment, the old man expressed his profound frustration and disturbance over a celebrity's sudden loss of millions of followers and the eerie silence from their usually vocal supporters. A distressed Lin Ru tearfully denied any wrongdoing, blaming a competitor, while Lin Ru's agent confirmed her alibi, supporting the theory that the incident was orchestrated. Kai Song, the boss of Tianwang Entertainment, sternly questioned the reason for hitting a supporting character, suspecting it was directly connected to their current predicament. Lin Ru defensively dismissed the notion that the insignificant Su Wan, who had played trashy supporting roles for years, could possibly be behind such a serious situation. Both Lin Ru and her agent argued that the incident was merely a normal part of filming, and even negative publicity, they reasoned, served as a form of promotion for their new drama. Kai Song sternly warned Lin Ru about future conduct while agreeing to suppress the trending topics, prompting her grateful promise to work harder from then on. A hushed voice revealed that Star City Entertainment CEO had offered a staggering 20 million yuan reward to expose information that could destroy Lin Ru, sending a wave of shock through Kai Song. Kai Song angrily confronted Lin Ru about her connection to Xingqian's CEO, questioning if she had cheated on him again, which left her agent utterly surprised and confused. Lin Ru, her thoughts a jumble of confusion and a blush coloring her cheeks, wondered if she had indeed had an encounter with a Xingqian CEO, admitting she had absolutely no recollection of it despite her past. Kai Song gave Lin Ru one final, stern chance to speak truthfully, prompting her to nervously suggest the problem was related to Su Wan. The assistant revealed that Xingqian had recently terminated Su Wan's contract and arranged for her to play lead roles in hit dramas, surprising Kai Song, who had just dismissed her as a minor character. Lin Ru confessed, through tears and regret, that she hadn't known Su Wan changed companies, admitting she had merely intended to teach her a small lesson after being provoked, never imagining the situation would escalate so seriously. Lin Ru desperately pleaded with CEO Kai for help, as he worried internally about the hundreds of millions in breach of contract fees if she were to become a flop. Kai Song, with decisive resolve, declared that Tianwang Entertainment would protect Lin Ru by outbidding any competitor, offering 25 million, and his assistant immediately affirmed he would handle it. As Lin Ru thanked CEO Kai, he angrily scolded her, calling her actions utterly foolish and warning that this was her last chance, as her carelessness would cost the company over 20 million. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a surprised gasp, initially thinking Jiang Cheng was asking her out, but then swiftly shifted to business, relaying the news that Tianwang Entertainment had offered 25 million to protect Lin Ru. Jiang Cheng confidently declared that the system support made things easier, then instructed Yu Xiaoxiao to raise the price, setting an initial budget of 100 million, vowing to keep escalating until Lin Ru was ruined. Yu Xiaoxiao reacted with utter shock, her mouth agape at the mention of 100 million, her thoughts reeling at the idea of such an astronomical sum being continuously increased, while Lin Ru also looked surprised. Yu Xiaoxiao voiced her extreme concern, questioning if 100 million was excessive, especially for a newly established Xingchen Entertainment that needed funds, contrasting it with Tianwang's mere 5 million increment. Jiang Cheng confidently dismissed Yu Xiaoxiao's concern, explaining that the 100 million investment was a strategic move to demonstrate Xingchen's undeniable strength and establish his formidable presence in the business world. With a confident smile and a raised glass, Jiang Cheng internally resolved to go all the way, ensuring everyone in the industry would remember Xingchen Entertainment and his name. Yu Xiaoxiao confirmed she would immediately release the message, secretly admitting a touch of envy for Su Wan, who was receiving such a generous gesture from Jiang Cheng. An unseen speaker expressed shock at Xingchen Entertainment's 100 million yuan expenditure, prompting a young man with blonde hair to reveal it was a new company led by a very young boss named Jiang Cheng. Brother Qin exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Jiang Cheng's name, as Wang Xing recalled their airport encounter, and then Brother Qin criticized Jiang Cheng for pretending to be poor despite his immense spending to support Yu Xiaoxiao and suppress Lin Ru. Brother Qin was utterly shocked by Jiang Cheng's youth and incredible cash flow, realizing that the young man he once dismissed as an inexperienced master was, in fact, a ruthless and formidable character. The group discussed whether the celebrity was Jiang Cheng's girlfriend, but Brother Qin clarified they were just signed artists. Then, an unnamed speaker jokingly suggested that Lin Ru should just take the 100 million and retire. Intrigued by Jiang Cheng's reputation, the young man with spiky blonde hair decided he would invite him to socialize sometime. In a tense late-night meeting, a young man declared to CEO Kai that securing 100 million was impossible, while an older man insisted the priority was to cut losses on Lin Ru, and a woman demanded a serious solution to their financial woes. The older man then laid out a harsh ultimatum for Lin Ru, detailing how she would personally cover breach of contract fees, and if she couldn't secure domestic work, she would be forced into filming Japanese action romance movies, which sent Lin Ru into a despairing sob. A man with glasses, looking down at Lin Ru, coldly chastised her tears, asking why she hadn't cried when she was hitting him. Lin Ru desperately pleaded with CEO Kai, begging him not to send her to film in Japan and offering instead to humiliate herself by kneeling before Su Wan and her boss for help. The man with glasses agreed that kneeling and begging was now her only option, but an unnamed man then interjected, taking charge to find a way to contact Xingchen's CEO personally for negotiations. The next day, Jiang Cheng's father celebrated a successful amusement park project, crediting Jiang Cheng's friend Anxin, and eagerly offered to buy him any gift he desired, while Jiang Cheng's mother suggested that even an expensive car would be reasonable given the project's 50 million profit. As Jiang Cheng and his father arrived, a shop assistant greeted them warmly, declaring everything ready for their selection. Jiang Cheng responded with a questioning sound, while his father internally fumed at the thought of those blind fools not recognizing who held the true financial power. With an affectionate smile, Jiang Cheng clarified that the expensive gift was an early birthday surprise for his father, as he would be away at school when the actual day arrived. The shop assistant, with an expectant smile, then invited Jiang Cheng to unveil his purchase. As Jiang Cheng dramatically pulled back the car cover, his father's eyes widened in profound shock, as if celestial cherubs were celebrating the grand reveal around them. Jiang Cheng's mother, pleased with the gesture, teasingly remarked that he only remembered his father and bought him such an expensive car. Jiang Cheng explained his choice, stating he had hesitated on a Porsche for being too flashy, instead choosing this supercar after seeing it at a Shanghai show, and his father, excited by its speed, eagerly anticipated taking it for a spin. Jiang Cheng mused about his father's excitement over the car, wondering how he would react to his concealed Porsche 918, but decided against revealing his full investment background just yet, while also pondering the logistics of transporting his own car to Shanghai for school. Sensing the celebratory atmosphere, the shop assistant offered to capture the joyful moment with a family photo. The Jiang family beamed with joy as a cherished photograph captured their happiness in the festive car showroom. Jiang Cheng's father and mother looked on in surprise as he announced he had to leave for Shanghai tomorrow, having just received a message from Zhou Ying about a sudden change in her work situation. Jiang Cheng's father expressed his mild disappointment, reminding his son of their plans to go for a run together tomorrow. Jiang Cheng's mother playfully asserted her son's independence and then, with a warm smile, beckoned her husband to join her if he wanted to run away, too, to which he humorously conceded her guidance. Jiang Cheng smiled subtly, observing his parents' warm exchange and affectionately noting his mother's unwavering influence over his father. The next day, Zhou Ying made her way through the bustling airport security checkpoint. Zhou Ying cried out in surprise as she struggled with her heavy luggage, feeling a sudden support from behind. Turning with a startled expression, Zhou Ying exclaimed Jiang Cheng's name, utterly shocked by his unexpected presence. Jiang Cheng, with a playful smile, declared that he simply couldn't bear to leave her and wanted to accompany her. Surprised, Zhou Ying questioned if he was embarking on another vacation, as their friendship level glowed at 88. Jiang Cheng vaguely cited work-related matters as his reason for being there, while inwardly plotting how reaching the children and grandchildren reward card would solidify their romance. Zhou Ying, with a slight blush, asked why he was staring, and Jiang Cheng smoothly replied that he was simply admiring her good looks. Flustered but amused, Zhou Ying told Jiang Cheng it was time to go. On the plane, Jiang Cheng expressed concern as Zhou Ying appeared distressed, gripping her seat and looking down. Zhou Ying confessed her childhood fear of flying, assuring him it was an old, occasional problem that would pass, but admitting she was still a little scared, prompting Jiang Cheng to offer her gentle comfort. Blushing shyly, Zhou Ying thanked Jiang Cheng for his comforting presence. Jiang Cheng leaned in, intently calling Zhou Ying's name before surprising her with a kiss. A soft sound of shared intimacy filled the air as Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying embraced in a passionate kiss. Suddenly, a flight attendant appeared, startling them with an offer of a hot towel, leaving Jiang Cheng embarrassed and Zhou Ying hiding her flushed face. Zhou Ying, mortified, questioned Jiang Cheng about kissing on a plane where they could be seen, but he confidently dismissed her concerns, stating that it wasn't illegal. Feeling dizzy and flustered, Zhou Ying declared she would nap on his shoulder, and Jiang Cheng gently encouraged her to rest. 2 hours later, outside Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport, Jiang Cheng offered Zhou Ying a ride, but she politely declined, saying it would be too much of a time waste for him to drive back to Aminyanjian. Zhou Ying inwardly reflected that their relationship simply wasn't ready for such steps yet. Zhou Ying bid Jiang Cheng goodbye, suggesting they have dinner another day, and he asked her to send him a WeChat message upon her arrival. Jiang Cheng, hands in his pockets, thoughtfully surmised that Zhou Ying's behavior might stem from her fear of flying, resolving to take their relationship slowly. At his luxurious residence, Ding Yuan welcomed Jiang Cheng home, offering him dinner or a bath, and he replied that he was too tired and would shower first. Ding Yuan professionally assented, but Jiang Cheng, noticing her businesslike demeanor after their few days apart, playfully asked her for a back rub. Ding Yuan inwardly reeled, recalling the 100,000 yuan Jiang Cheng had transferred before he left, and how she'd been the one to check on him since his return, believing their connection was over, yet despite knowing he was not a devoted man, she remained inexplicably infatuated. She continued her internal monologue, deciding that even a fleeting moment of pampering from him would be gladly accepted. Jiang Cheng addressed Ding Yuan, who blushed, as he inwardly reflected on the recent, tough, days he had endured at home. Ding Yuan closed her eyes, her lips parted in a visible state of intense emotion. A tremor ran through the young woman as she found herself pressed against the wall, her breath catching in the suddenly tense air. As Jiang Cheng held her close, the young woman pleaded for him to rest and eat after his long flight, her words laced with a desperate undertone despite the intimate setting. Jiang Cheng, smirking, challenged her concern, asking if his performance had truly seemed tired, causing the young woman to flush deeply as he lifted her. Carried in his arms, the young woman stumbled over her words, trying to retract her earlier statement and amend her perceived mistake. The young woman gasped, her breath catching as Jiang Cheng let out a short, triumphant laugh, sealing the intense intimacy of the moment. The next day at noon, the young woman woke with a start, deeply worried about explaining her prolonged absence to her colleagues. Buttoning her shirt, she let out a small gasp as the memory of Jiang Cheng's energetic night flooded her thoughts. As she tried to leave to arrange lunch, Jiang Cheng stopped her, reminding her pointedly that her client was still beside her. Jiang Cheng insisted she stay, reminding her that her service was to him, and what he truly desired at that moment was more time together in bed. When she worried about being seen, Jiang Cheng dismissed her fears, declaring her his woman and their shared bed a normal state of affairs. The young woman's heart pounded with a fragile hope, prompting her to ask Jiang Cheng directly if she was now his girlfriend. Jiang Cheng's conditional answer, "If you want to be my girlfriend, then you are," left the young woman utterly bewildered by his meaning. Jiang Cheng bluntly laid out his scumbag's philosophy on relationships, crushing the young woman's hopes even as she yearned for a glimmer of genuine affection from him. He offered a simple reassurance, embracing her fully, explaining that his physical presence was proof enough of his feelings. She made one request, acknowledging his many women, that he not bring others when he summoned her, a promise Jiang Cheng readily made. A tender kiss to her forehead was swiftly followed by the jarring signal of a pager, announcing an unwelcome return to reality. The young woman abruptly shifted into her professional role, informing Jiang Cheng that his car had arrived and suggested they go unload it. Jiang Cheng signed the document, officially taking possession of his new, high-end vehicle from the delivery men. Bystanders gawked and admired the Porsche 918, instantly recognizing its rarity and the owner's immense wealth, speculating on the thrill of even sitting inside it. From his car, Wang Mingyang, CEO of Amman Yunyang, grew increasingly agitated by the noise and congestion blocking his path. An apologetic hotel staff member quickly explained the blockage was due to Mr. Zhang's car being unloaded, promising swift resolution. The CEO angrily demanded the car be moved, questioning the hotel's professionalism, and the staff member nervously promised to address the client directly. The staff member's mind reeled, remembering the explicit directive to prioritize Mr. Zhang's experience above all else, creating a sudden and difficult dilemma. A small whimper escaped the staff member as he visibly recoiled under the CEO's intense scrutiny. From the comfort of his luxurious car, Jiang Cheng casually inquired about the commotion, addressing the manager by name. As the manager started to explain, the CEO had a sudden, furious realization: he had been antagonizing Jiang Cheng, the hotel's most valuable client. With a complete reversal of attitude, the CEO became excessively flattering, praising Jiang Cheng's grand presence and feigning admiration for his vehicle. Jiang Cheng cut to the chase, asking if there was a problem, which the CEO quickly deflected into an overly solicitous inquiry about his comfort. Jiang Cheng casually asked CEO Wang to use his connections for a rare model license plate, and the CEO eagerly promised to arrange it through a special auction. Relaxing in his car, Jiang Cheng confidently mused that an auctioned license plate would undoubtedly be of significant value. The CEO finalized Jiang Cheng's appointment at Rong Family Restaurant, and an hour later, Jiang Cheng was on his way. Upon his arrival, Jiang Cheng found CEO Wang alone, but the CEO promptly announced their guest had just confirmed her arrival. With a captivating grace, a strikingly beautiful woman commanded attention as she moved through the elegant restaurant. Stunned by her beauty, Jiang Cheng mentally summoned his system, revealing Chen Shuer's impressive stats, including an astonishing absolute loyalty. Jiang Cheng puzzled over the system's enigmatic absolute loyalty, wondering how it could exist without any romantic feelings. Before he could finish his greeting, the CEO was abruptly cut off by the arriving woman. The woman, Chen Shuer, immediately bypassed the CEO and addressed Jiang Cheng with surprising familiarity, calling him Chairman Jiang. Both Jiang Cheng and the CEO were equally taken aback, utterly baffled by Chen Shuer's unexpected intimacy. Chen Shuer then revealed their shared past, reminding Jiang Cheng of her Star River Investment Company, though his memory still felt incomplete. Jiang Cheng's memories clicked into place. Chen Shuer was his system-assigned manager for Star River Investment, a company he had previously neglected entirely. She chided him playfully, feigning annoyance at his apparent forgetfulness. As he started to compliment her management, Jiang Cheng playfully slapped Chen Shuer, startling her with the unexpected intimacy. The CEO's jaw dropped. Chen Shuer, renowned as a formidable ice queen and a genius in the investment world, had just been intimately touched by Jiang Cheng. This accomplished graduate, a prodigy of finance, had inexplicably abandoned a glittering career to join an obscure company, leaving everyone wondering what power compelled such a move. The CEO remained utterly flabbergasted by the revelation that Jiang Cheng, so young, was the actual head of Star River Investment, especially given his nonchalant treatment of its brilliant manager. The CEO pondered the implications. If this wasn't a quid pro quo of power and intimacy, then Jiang Cheng, the young man who could ignore such a brilliant beauty, was truly terrifying. Chen Shuer expressed disbelief that Jiang Cheng was the true power behind their company, to which Jiang Cheng cryptically replied that perhaps it was fate. Mr. Wang, lost in admiration, mused on Jiang Cheng's youth, his company's strength, and the promise of Chen Shuer as his assistant, imagining the extraordinary figure Jiang Cheng would become. Jiang Cheng, ever polite, urged Mr. Wang to dismiss formalities and make himself comfortable. Chen Shuer, confident and poised, inquired if Jiang Cheng had reviewed the promising investment materials she had sent the day before. Though he had spent the previous night engrossed in games, secretly impressed by Chen Shuer's $20 million profit, Jiang Cheng smoothly assured her he had briefly glanced at the materials and would study them more carefully later. Chen Shuer internally recognized Jiang Cheng's hands-off management approach, realizing he cared little for the company's daily operations, yet she agreed with a subtly alluring, "Okay then." With a knowing smile, Chen Shuer inquired if Jiang Cheng was the one interested in the coveted A8888 license plate, to which he simply affirmed. Mr. Wang chuckled, finding amusement in the unexpected revelation that Jiang Cheng and Chen Shuer were colleagues from the same company. Mr. Wang, conceding the valuable license plate, allowed Jiang Cheng to acquire it, who then instructed the fee be drawn directly from the company account, acknowledging Chen Shuer's tireless efforts. Blushing slightly, Chen Shuer expressed her eager anticipation for Jiang Cheng's eventual arrival and guidance at the company. On the phone, Mr. Wang inquired about Jiang Cheng's recent activities, learning of his fresh arrival in Shanghai, and then extended an invitation to a private collection, which Jiang Cheng readily accepted. Before a grand mansion on the Bund, Mr. Wang recognized Jiang Cheng by his impressive license plate as friends gathered for a casual greeting. Jiang Cheng, admiring the license plate, commented on its coolness and how well it matched Brother Qin's equally distinguished one. A moment of silence passed before Jiang Cheng, with a subtle wink, revealed that a beautiful woman had gifted him the plate, steadfastly refusing any payment. Jiang Cheng playfully challenged Jiang Cheng, known for his charm, to persuade the female collection owner to waive fees, to which Jiang Cheng humorously responded by asking about her age. Jiang Cheng casually informed Jiang Cheng that the collection owner, while not old, already had children. Exaggerating Jiang Cheng's flirting prowess, Jiang Cheng challenged him to prove his real skills on the collection owner, despite her having children. Jiang Cheng humorously deflected the teasing, claiming a doctor's orders for soft foods due to bad teeth, while Jiang Cheng playfully called out his feigned weakness. Brother Qin, ready to move on, suggested they cease their jokes, head inside, and reminded them of their usual spending competition. As Jiang Cheng spoke of the museum owner's esteemed expertise in watches and wondered about special models, Jiang Cheng remained thoughtfully silent. A smiling butler welcomed the guests, explaining that the hostess was delayed in traffic and politely directed them further inside. In the mansion's luxurious reception room, hotel staff kindly offered tea and snacks, which Jiang Cheng gratefully accepted. The butler, engrossed in his laptop, pointed out a stunning, starry sky watch to the group, admiring its beauty. Jiang Cheng, with a subtle smirk, internally appraised the display, recognizing an array of top-quality jadeite, diamond rings, necklaces, and watches. Brother Qin teased Jiang Cheng about his interest in a 1.5 million yuan watch, to which Jiang Cheng retorted that he couldn't compare to Brother Qin's own $8 million aspirations. Brother Qin laughingly wondered if Jiang Cheng's back would hurt from his nocturnal drives, prompting Jiang Cheng to declare him a mushroom harvester in nightclubs. Brother Qin playfully admonished his friends for their complicated desires, asserting he bought watches simply to tell time. Jiang Cheng, with confident flair, playfully offered to take on any challenge for Brother Qin, boasting of his allure to women and his willingness to conquer any obstacle, from Everest to the deepest valleys. Jiang Cheng teased Jiang Cheng about monopolizing the night's female company, while Brother Qin then shifted the conversation, expressing a specific interest in the unavailable 3-minute repeater astronomy model 5374. Jiang Cheng silently recoiled in shock, realizing his friend's discerning taste extended only to watches valued in the tens of millions. Brother Qin slyly teased that someone had been secretly eyeing an even more spectacular watch, intending to keep it all to themselves. Jiang Cheng inquired of the butler about the unavailable watch, and the butler confirmed that any unmarked items were currently held by the owner, advising him to try his luck again later. Jiang Cheng, captivated, declared his growing fondness for the watch, admiring its grand, mysterious, and luxurious presence. Jiang Cheng gently encouraged Jiang Cheng, assuring him that they could try to acquire the desired watch during a future visit. With a confident stride, the collection owner stepped down the grand hallway. The butler, bowing in surprise, addressed the arriving woman as "Master," questioning her unexpected presence. The woman, Sister Cheng, explained her tardiness was due to traffic, then asked if everyone had already seen the collection. Brother Qin, Jiang Cheng, and the other young man showered Sister Cheng with compliments, noting her enhanced beauty and amazing aura. Jiang Cheng's mind reeled in shock as he realized Sister Cheng was the master, the owner of this entire private collection. Sister Cheng, equally surprised, directly addressed Jiang Cheng, questioning his presence at her collection. Brother Qin, observing Sister Cheng's bewildered expression, found their unexpected acquaintance highly unusual and began to wonder what was truly happening. Jiang Cheng expressed his surprise at her ownership, while Sister Cheng, in turn, questioned his unexpected visit to Shanghai, remembering his recent presence in Chengdu. Jiang Cheng simply explained his boredom, prompting Sister Cheng to regret not knowing of his arrival sooner, adding that Annie often spoke of him and would certainly seek him out. A wave of shock washed over Jiang Cheng as he realized the depth of the long-standing friendship between Sister Cheng and Jiang Cheng. Sister Cheng remarked on Jiang Cheng's interest in a particular watch, and he acknowledged his liking for it but lamented its unavailability. With a seductive smile, Sister Cheng playfully questioned Jiang Cheng's hesitation, implying his mere liking should be enough reason to acquire the watch. Sister Cheng, with a commanding gesture, instructed Old He to retrieve the coveted astronomy 5374 for Jiang Cheng, leaving a soft hiss of surprise in the air. Jiang Cheng's mind reeled in utter shock. He couldn't comprehend how a watch worth over 10 million was simply being given away for free. Jiang Cheng, visibly upset, confronted Sister Cheng about her glaringly preferential treatment of Jiang Cheng, who was receiving models not even for sale, while others faced stringent conditions. Sister Cheng, her gaze fixed on Jiang Cheng, declared her devotion, proclaiming that anything he desired from her collection, even everything she owned, was his for the taking. An explosive wave of shock rippled through Jiang Cheng and Brother Qin, the sheer impossibility of giving away a collection worth over $1 billion left them utterly stunned, yet Jiang Cheng remained perfectly unbothered. The older man revealed Jiang Cheng's target watch, and Ding Yuan calmly processed this significant piece of information, understanding the weight of such a preference. Ding Yuan's grand gesture was met by Jiang Cheng's unwavering resolve to pay, a subtle declaration of his principles despite the enticing offer. His insistence on maintaining boundaries, even with Sister Xin, underscored Jiang Cheng's refusal to be indebted, a quiet strength in the face of her affections. Recognizing Jiang Cheng's principled stand, Ding Yuan inwardly shifted her strategy, deciding a deeper connection would serve her intentions better, before smoothly pivoting to an offer of her other esteemed collections, which he readily accepted. The blond young man, eager to participate, brazenly requested to join, a move he knew instinctively defied the unspoken etiquette of collectors, yet his curiosity prevailed. They descended towards the metallic maw of the vault, its secure entrance promising secrets and treasures, an almost otherworldly descent into luxury. The young man, awestruck, recognized the formidable security surrounding them, a fortification rivaling the most impenetrable banks, a testament to the immense value held within. He questioned the ever-present phalanx of bodyguards, only for Sister Xin to calmly explain it was simply the established rhythm of her highly secure existence, a detail to be overlooked. With a sweeping gesture, Ding Yuan unveiled her private kingdom of curated wonders, beckoning them to immerse themselves in the sheer scale of her accumulated opulence. Jiang Cheng mused on the rarity of the enamel watches, while his friend gasped at the sheer impossibility of Sister Xin possessing so many of these globally unique and priceless treasures. Waves of pure excitement washed over the friends as they recognized legendary timepieces, each watch imbued with the iconic spirit of its silver screen wearer. Sister Xin probed Jiang Cheng's desires, but he remained steadfast, refusing to covet possessions that held deep personal meaning for others, his integrity shining through. Sister Xin, blushing subtly, knew forcing the issue now would only embarrass him, so she resolved to await a more private, more opportune moment to bestow her gift, a quiet determination settling within her. Half an hour later, the young man with reddish-brown hair japed about his newfound knowledge, prompting Jiang Cheng to playfully retort, suggesting a different kind of lesson from a different kind of teacher. He recoiled in mock horror, vehemently denying any interest in Jiang Cheng's suggestive counsel. His friend, with a hint of concern, pried into the nature of Jiang Cheng's relationship with Bossin, to which Jiang Cheng calmly asserted their connection was purely coincidental and recent. Disbelief rippled through his friends, one speculating on Bossin's potential affections, while the other, consumed by envy, openly admired her formidable allure and taste. With an exasperated sigh, Jiang Cheng dismissed their overactive imaginations, attributing Bossin's favor solely to the innocent affections of her child, little Annie. Roaring with laughter, his friends jokingly accused him of being a beast for charming even a young child, to which Jiang Cheng playfully, yet firmly, told them to get lost. Sister Xin presented the coveted watch, detailing its provenance and offering it at a generous price point, a deal Jiang Cheng readily accepted, his only request being her personal touch in adorning his wrist. With a seductive smile, Sister Xin invited him closer, her words hinting at an intimacy beyond simply fastening a watch, a silent invitation in the subdued light. Jiang Cheng, appreciating her delicate touch, remarked on the perfect fit of the watch, the subtle comfort signaling a special connection when it was her hands that placed it. A shared sense of bewilderment rippled through his friends. Sister Xion's intimate demeanor was unlike the composed woman they knew, and they marveled at Jiang Cheng's seemingly effortless mastery of such social dynamics. Having concluded the transaction, Jiang Cheng confirmed the transfer and bid Sister Xion a casual farewell, as his friend declared their departure from the opulent setting. His friends, with mischievous grins, reminded everyone of their long-standing tradition, the highest spender treats, and today, it was unequivocally Jiang Cheng's turn to bear the delightful burden. A thought sparked within Jiang Cheng, a perfect opportunity to deploy his new cashback cards from the system. He then casually handed the decision of their next destination to his friends, citing his unfamiliarity with Modu. One friend enthusiastically proposed a new, high-end bathhouse, while the other, with a knowing arch of his brow, immediately questioned its legitimacy. The blond young man, with a wry smirk, highlighted the unspoken expectation of such an establishment, prompting Jiang Cheng, with a blush, to dramatically declare an urgent need for a restorative massage. His other friend chimed in with enthusiastic agreement, comically exaggerating his own aches and pains to join the collective desire. With a confident flourish, the blond young man declared an end to their playful theatrics and asserted himself as their guide, ready to lead the way. The manager, with a practiced smile, grandly welcomed them to his opulent establishment, presenting a shimmering lineup of specialty massage models, promising both skill and satisfaction. His friend, with an arm slung around Jiang Cheng, proudly introduced him as a newcomer and insisted upon the privilege of first choice for their guest. The manager prompted Jiang Cheng to make his selection, while unseen, a system interface overlaid their reality, revealing hidden data and stats about each potential companion. Jiang Cheng's gaze flickered across the holographic profiles, his mind processing the hidden metrics, instinctively drawn to the one named Xia Meng, whose privacy value of 0 signaled a rare, untainted path. With unwavering certainty, Jiang Cheng made his choice, his finger pointing directly towards Xia Meng. The manager's sharp command jolted the chosen woman into action, and she quickly affirmed her compliance, ready to attend to Jiang Cheng. His blonde friend, now accompanied, beckoned everyone to gather and feast, the formal selections having been made. The atmosphere softened into playful indulgence as the women doted on their companions, offering tempting morsels and teasing Jiang Cheng about his reserved demeanor. Jiang Cheng, mid-celebration, answered a call from the purple-haired student, their exchange laced with casual flirtation as she eagerly proposed a nighttime rendezvous. He deftly deflected the invitation, citing a business dinner, and promised to connect tomorrow, a moment his friend immediately seized to tease him about a sister-in-law calling. Moments later, another voice, laced with possessiveness, questioned his recent call, forcing Jiang Cheng to offer a smooth explanation and heartfelt assurances of his affection. From another sphere, Sister Xian's voice cut through, not asking, but declaring her intent, she would come to his company tomorrow morning, expecting him cleansed and ready. His friends, observing Jiang Cheng's continuous phone calls, realized with amusement that he was juggling yet another connection, sparking a playful challenge to see how many more would emerge. Jiang Cheng, immersed in the relaxed atmosphere of their gathering, decided to dismiss any further calls that might disrupt their camaraderie. In a private thought bubble, one man couldn't help but inwardly label Jiang Cheng a complete scumbag, a realization that seemed to catch him by surprise even as he ate. Another's thoughts, tinged with a smirk, went further, recognizing Jiang Cheng not just as a jerk, but as a true master of time management, a skill he clearly demonstrated. The spiky blonde man, embracing a companion, playfully warned against overexertion, hinting at Jiang Cheng's busy schedule and the future tolls of youth, lest he reach his own seasoned age. A cartoonish figure appeared, soliciting Brother Qin's wisdom, to which the spiky blonde man, now identified as Brother Qin, sagely declared that the passage of time would bring significant differences, making his companion laugh. The man eating his snack expressed genuine admiration for Brother Qin's consistent dedication, claiming he himself could hardly manage such feats anymore. With a hearty laugh, a reddish-brown-haired man offered encouragement and promised a truckload of potent herbal pills, assuring his friend that half a year of self-care would yield similar capabilities. The spiky blonde man leaned forward, his curiosity piqued, and directly questioned Jiang Cheng about the 100 million he'd spent to effectively ruin Lin Ru's career, wondering how she could have possibly cheated on him. Jiang Cheng, genuinely surprised, retorted that he had never even met Lin Ru, wondering how such a wild rumor could have spread. The reddish-brown-haired man, a sly smile playing on his lips, still questioned the massive expenditure, musing if Lin Ru had perhaps offended one of Jiang Cheng's sister-in-laws. Jiang Cheng, taking a sip from his glass, dismissed the notion with a concise, serious denial. The spiky blonde man, grinning, then lauded Jiang Cheng as a true ladies' man, playfully declaring the woman's time had come and encouraging her to consider how she would later serve the god of wealth, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, a young woman sat subtly smiling, her thoughts her own amidst the ambient glow of the bar. 20 minutes later, the young woman led a visibly nervous Jiang Cheng, urging him to first take a shower. As the water splashed, Jiang Cheng began to shed his shirt, revealing his physique while the young woman held the shower head, directing the flow. In the steamy confines of the shower, the young woman's thoughts raced, blushing as she privately wondered if the sheer magnificence before her would prove too overwhelming. Jiang Cheng, sensing her distraction, interrupted her thoughts with a surprised inquiry. The young woman, tears welling in her eyes, finally revealed the raw truth. She was there to earn money for her sick grandma's medical expenses, her words heavy with distress. Jiang Cheng gently embraced and kissed her, reassuring her that he would treat her well, acknowledging her filial devotion. The young woman looked up, her expression a mix of surprise and flushed delight, surrounded by a delicate sparkle of light as their intimate moment deepened. Waking later, the young woman, wrapped in a sheet, looked around the empty room, her soft question hanging in the air: had young Master Jiang already left? Discovering a card and a note, she read Jiang Cheng's anonymous gift of 100,000 yuan, accompanied by his sincere wish for her grandma's swift recovery. The young woman blushed, her hand rising to cover her mouth as she softly uttered Jiang Cheng's name, deeply touched by his unexpected generosity. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, speaking on the phone with a cough, exited an elevator with a woman, confirming his arrival with a smile for Xiao Xiao. The red-brown-haired woman, striking a confident pose with sunglasses, smiled brightly as she recognized Jiang Cheng, addressing him as her boss. Jiang Cheng playfully questioned Su Wan about her delayed greeting, to which she charmingly explained her concern about being photographed and causing a social media frenzy. Jiang Cheng chuckled, a genuine smile playing on his lips as he remarked on Su Wan's newfound popularity. Su Wan, her gratitude evident, thanked President Jiang, crediting his support entirely for her recent surge in popularity. A male student enthusiastically acknowledged Jiang Cheng's rare company visit, attributing it to Sister Xiao Xiao, prompting Jiang Cheng to confidently invite anyone to seek him out if they missed him. Xiao Xiao, holding a folder and blushing faintly, inquired why Jiang Cheng had arrived with Su Wan. Jiang Cheng casually explained their coincidental encounter in the elevator, after which Xiao Xiao smiled, offering to escort him to his office. Su Wan, now serious and wearing glasses, urged Sister Xiao Xiao and President Jiang to proceed with their work, promising her assistance should they need anything. Other students whispered excitedly, speculating if the handsome young man with General Manager Yu was a newly signed artist, imagining the incredible opportunity to follow him closely every day. Jiang Cheng complimented Xiao Xiao on the company's decor, noting the thoughtful design. Xiao Xiao, pleased by his compliment, smiled and eagerly invited him to try some tea she had prepared. Jiang Cheng acknowledged the tea's quality but thoughtfully added that young people often preferred milk tea. Xiao Xiao, eager to please, immediately offered to send someone downstairs to fetch whatever kind of milk tea he desired. Jiang Cheng, with a sly smile, pulled the blushing young woman into an embrace, suggesting there was no need for such trouble when refreshment was readily available right there. Half an hour later, the red-brown-haired woman, appearing in the doorway, smiled knowingly as she asked a disheveled Xiao Xiao about her communication with President Jiang. Flustered and blushing, the young woman quickly declared she needed more documents, attempting to make a swift exit. The red-brown-haired woman pointed out the young woman's smudged lipstick, to which the young woman quickly offered a flimsy excuse about the brand transferring easily to teacups. Leaning in with a sly grin, the red-brown-haired woman teased Xiao Xiao about some milky white stuff on her face, playfully offering to wipe it away. Mortified and blushing, the young woman quickly excused herself, citing the need to touch up her makeup. The red-brown-haired woman bent down to pick up a tissue, pondering the reason for Xiao Xiao's sudden panic. Her expression shifting to surprise, the red-brown-haired woman examined the tissue, remarking on its unexpected stickiness. Tasting the substance, the red-brown-haired woman's thoughts raced, blushing slightly as she suspiciously wondered what exactly Xiao Xiao and President Jiang had eaten. Ding Yuan politely inquired if she could enter and look around, her presence already filling the space with a welcoming energy. Jiang Cheng casually granted permission, and Ding Yuan, admiring the lavish decor, mused on how truly wealthy individuals knew how to save her life. When she playfully suggested experiencing such luxury with her, then offered a professional massage, Jiang Cheng internally challenged her to prove her worth without expecting anything in return. Though Jiang Cheng conceded her massage was skilled, he noted a slight lack of pressure, prompting Ding Yuan to intensify her efforts. Jiang Cheng settled further into his comfort, declaring his satisfaction, while Ding Yuan slyly pondered what steps might come next and if they could handle it. However, in the midst of his contentment, Jiang Cheng simply drifted into a deep sleep. Ding Yuan stared, a flicker of surprise and frustration crossing her face, realizing Jiang Cheng had actually fallen asleep, seemingly mistaking her for a mere masseuse. Yu Xiao Xiao, entering the office, questioned why Jiang Cheng was asleep and instructed Ding Yuan to wake him up, to which Ding Yuan gave a meek "oh." Ding Yuan gently attempted to rouse Jiang Cheng, informing him that Sister Xiao Xiao had returned. A groggy Jiang Cheng acknowledged his unexpected slumber, but Yu Xiao Xiao, in her professional demeanor, promptly reminded him that it was time for their business discussions. Ding Yuan, excusing herself from their professional engagement, internally chastised her narrow-minded assumption that something more personal was transpiring between President Jiang and Sister Xiao Xiao. 2 hours later, all necessary matters addressed, Jiang Cheng wondered if anything else remained, prompting Yu Xiao Xiao to playfully tease him about his nap, questioning if other women were keeping him awake. Jiang Cheng, with a teasing smile, called Yu Xiao Xiao a little rascal, but she pressed on, genuinely curious about how many other sisters she now had. Jiang Cheng coolly responded with 2, and Yu Xiao Xiao immediately asked if she knew them. He then revealed one was Manager Wang from Aminyanjian, whom Yu Xiao Xiao had met, and the other was a relatively unknown female anchor. When Yu Xiao Xiao innocently asked if she was prettier than the streamer, Jiang Cheng gently held her face, assuring her that while everyone had their own charm, she, his first woman, held a uniquely different significance. Yu Xiao Xiao found solace in the thought that she would always be special, no matter how many women came into his life, then playfully challenged Jiang Cheng on his ability to handle all 3 of them. Jiang Cheng responded with a suggestive grin, asking if she desired another performance from him, which elicited a soft gasp from Yu Xiao Xiao. Despite her exhaustion, Yu Xiao Xiao mused mischievously about draining him dry, before he left, preferring that to him not being by her side, and then audibly offered him even more. 4 hours passed, and a contemplative Jiang Cheng, now in his car, realized he was hungry again, despite his earlier indulgence at Xiao Xiao's place, as his car gently hissed to a stop. Jiang Cheng inquired about parking, and the casual grill boss waved him off, telling him to stop anywhere as long as no one was checking. Jiang Cheng placed a substantial order for kidneys, oysters, and coke, and the grill boss, smiling, welcomed him inside while promising to bring the food once it was ready. Two observing men exchanged knowing glances, one noting Jiang Cheng's specific order of kidneys and oysters, and the other surmising, based on his expensive attire, that he was wealthy and needed to replenish his energy daily. The second man boasted of his own youthful vitality, needing no supplements in his prime, but the first man quickly countered, reminding him that he had only been a groom once in a decade, unlike some who were grooms every day. Suddenly, the grill boss, his face contorted in shock and distress, frantically informed Jiang Cheng that his car had been hit, blaming himself for allowing him to park there. Jiang Cheng remained unfazed, calmly reassuring the panicked boss that it wasn't his fault and simply asked if his kidneys and oysters were ready, to which the relieved boss quickly assented. The two observing men watched in utter astonishment, one thinking Jiang Cheng valued his grilled kidneys more than his luxurious car, while the other speculated his wealth must rival that of a billionaire's son. The grill boss, clarifying the situation, identified Jiang Cheng as the owner of the damaged car to a newly arrived man. The man who hit the car apologized profusely, explaining that he swerved to avoid a dog that had darted into the road. Jiang Cheng, however, expressed more concern for the man's safety than his car, suggesting they go check on the damaged vehicle together. Jiang Cheng casually dismissed the damage, telling the man he could handle it as he saw fit, while the man decided to make a phone call. The man on the phone, Qi Yuan, reflected on Jiang Cheng's unfeigned calm, concluding that anyone so unconcerned about a multi-million-dollar supercar and its rare license plate must possess unimaginable wealth. Qi Yuan apologized again and expressed his envy for Jiang Cheng's car, wondering when he would acquire such luxury, but Jiang Cheng simply suggested they head inside to eat. A commotion arose as a voice called out, "Qi Yuan," and Qi Yuan, smiling, responded that he was already inside. Wang Tsongming, the son of the richest man, expressed his exasperation, questioning why Qi Yuan, who had managed to crash despite the wide road, had called him instead of his insurance. Qi Yuan explained his predicament. He had borrowed his sister's car and contacting insurance would mean losing future supercar privileges, as Jiang Cheng internally exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was Wang Tsongming. Qi Yuan then introduced Jiang Cheng to Wang Tsongming as the person whose car he had crashed. After Qi Yuan introduced them, Jiang Cheng greeted Principal Wang with a compliment of long-held admiration, and Wang Tsongming playfully remarked on Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor while lamenting Qi Yuan's lifelong tendency to kill supercars. Wang Tsongming dismissed the accident as long as no one was hurt and offered Jiang Cheng some food, but Qi Yuan respectfully declined, promising a proper apology at Master Bar tomorrow. Wang Tsongming then asked Jiang Cheng if he needed a ride home. Jiang Cheng politely declined, mentioning his own driver was en route, and Wang Tsongming praised his generosity, suggesting they spend more time together soon. Soon after, Ding Yuan approached Jiang Cheng, informing him that the car had been arranged, and Jiang Cheng asked why she hadn't gone inside. Ding Yuan explained that she had feared disturbing his meal, assuring him she hadn't been waiting long. Jiang Cheng complimented Ding Yuan on her fragrant perfume, and she revealed it was black opium, known for being addictive, though she feigned uncertainty about its truth. Jiang Cheng playfully pondered aloud what would happen if he became addicted, causing Ding Yuan to gasp softly. Ding Yuan, with a satisfied, seductive smile, confessed that becoming addicted would be even better, as that was precisely the effect she desired. As the two older men observed the lingering scene, one felt rejuvenated and ready for a new battle, while the other grew increasingly frustrated, lamenting how comparing himself to others stole his peace of mind. Chen Liqui, leaning intimately on Jiang Cheng, softly reminded him of their agreement, emphasizing Manager Wang's responsibility in the situation. As the intimate silence crackled around them, Chen Liqui sought his affirmation, to which Jiang Cheng replied with a casual acceptance. Meanwhile, the manager, flustered and blushing, continued to navigate the city streets, a subtle blush staining his cheeks. The next day, as Ding Yuan seductively fed him breakfast, Jiang Cheng reflected that his youth offered constant opportunities for systematic reform, convinced that any ordinary man would have long since been crippled by his experiences. The gentle ding of his phone signaled a message from Zhou Ying, inviting him to lunch, to which Jiang Cheng promptly agreed to pick her up. After their intimate breakfast, Jiang Cheng, embracing Ding Yuan, remarked that her loving care had quickly replenished his energy. At Hangliang Plaza, Zhou Ying suggested they head straight to the restaurant, but Jiang Cheng, holding her hand, gently insisted they browse the shops first, claiming it cost nothing just to look. As Jiang Cheng gestured towards the luxury bags, asking if any caught her eye, Zhou Ying shook her head, firmly stating she hadn't asked him out for gifts. With determined resolve, Jiang Cheng urged her not to overthink it, asserting that rejecting his gestures would only create distance between them. Zhou Ying privately wrestled with the weight of Jiang Cheng's generosity, the tens of thousands his gifts cost feeling far too extravagant. Then, Jiang Cheng, still smiling, suggested she try a specific item, and Zhou Ying, with a sigh, quietly agreed. With a confident resolve, Jiang Cheng loudly instructed the sales assistant to bring 2 more sets of the new clothes. Zhou Ying, clutching his hand, pleaded with him to stop, warning that she would leave if he insisted on continuing his lavish spending. A digital overlay of his cashback card instructions appeared, reminding Jiang Cheng that the bag's mere tens of thousands of yuan fell short of the 500,000 renminbi minimum, and with Zhou Ying's firm refusal, he decided against pushing the matter further. Confidently, Jiang Cheng instructed the shop assistant to process the bag, which she promptly acknowledged with a smile. As they ascended the escalator, Zhou Ying eagerly proposed the hot pot restaurant on the 4th floor, promising an authentic taste of home, and Jiang Cheng readily agreed. As a cheerful host welcomed them into the bustling hot pot restaurant, Jiang Cheng noticed Xiao Yinin, a famous streamer, dining alone and seemingly broadcasting her meal. Jiang Cheng almost spoke, but quickly swallowed his words, his thoughts captivated by the goddess-level beauty of Zhou Ying standing gracefully beside him. Zhou Ying, curious, asked if he knew the streamer, and Jiang Cheng internally debated the social implications of acknowledging her, assuming Xiao Yinin would likely play along. With an incredibly natural reaction, the female streamer exclaimed her surprise at their presence, which Zhou Ying reciprocated, calling it an unexpected coincidence. Jiang Cheng leaned in, playfully asking the streamer if she was currently broadcasting her hot pot meal. Flustered, the female streamer abruptly ended her broadcast, telling her audience that something unexpected had come up, while her digital fan group pulsed with activity. Xiao Yinin directly questioned Jiang Cheng about his companion, then, with a charming smile, introduced herself to Zhou Ying as Jiang Cheng's friend. Zhou Ying, her brows subtly furrowed, tried to rationalize Xiao Yinin's intense gaze at Jiang Cheng, battling the unsettling thought that she might be overthinking the situation. With polite smiles, Zhou Ying introduced herself to Xiao Yinin, and the two women formally shook hands, an exchange Jiang Cheng observed with quiet amusement. Jiang Cheng's lips curved into a smug smile as he found their formal handshake an unexpectedly interesting display. Xiao Yinin, smiling, invited them to join her since she was eating alone, but Jiang Cheng teasingly declined, claiming there wouldn't be enough food. Xiao Yinin insisted they eat together, flattering Zhou Ying by saying she rarely encountered such beauty, causing Zhou Ying to blush with embarrassment. Xiao Yinin, with a sincere smile, explained her lonely life as a streamer, expressing genuine happiness at meeting them and urging them to sit down. Taking the lead, Xiao Yinin energetically waved to a waiter to order more food. Xiao Yinin, blushing, sought Jiang Cheng's approval, to which he calmly replied it was fine and motioned for them to sit. Zhou Ying leaned closer, intrigued by Jiang Cheng's unique watch, asking about its brand and cost while Xiao Yinin subtly observed the intimate exchange. Jiang Cheng's subtle smile betrayed his inner thought that wherever many women gathered, palace dramas inevitably unfolded. Zhou Ying's expression shifted to one of subtle worry, processing the unfolding dynamics around her. With a smirk, Jiang Cheng casually dismissed his watch as a new children's model costing only 1,500 yuan, a claim Zhou Ying immediately found unbelievable. Xiao Yinin, observing the watch closely, noted its expensive appearance, prompting Jiang Cheng to reveal it was from a relatively new brand called Richard Lele. A flush rose to Xiao Yinin's cheeks as she inwardly realized Jiang Cheng's trick, knowing his watch was in fact worth millions. Xiao Yinin offered a recommendation for the authentic hot pot, but Zhou Ying politely demurred, assuring her she could manage on her own. Xiao Yinin then directly probed, asking Zhou Ying how she and Jiang Cheng had initially met. Zhou Ying gently explained they had been high school classmates, a fact Xiao Yinin simply acknowledged as she continued to eat. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng looked down in surprise, a silent question forming in his mind. Unaware of Jiang Cheng's surprise, the two women continued to eat, with Xiao Yinin subtly observing Zhou Ying. Jiang Cheng, a smirk spreading across his face, recognized Xiao Yinin's playful provocation beneath the table and decided he would gladly play along. Subtly, his hand grasped her foot under the table. A blush instantly bloomed across Xiao Yinin's cheeks, leaving her stunned and utterly flustered by his unexpected touch. Jiang Cheng, smirking, mused on Xiao Yinin's dual nature, one face for the table and one beneath it, keenly anticipating her next move in their silent game. The screen presented a vibrant banner, hinting at a tale of royalty, gold, and digital interfaces. The MGREAD.io team extended a warm welcome, promising the fastest and most updated manga chapters, along with high loading speeds and minimal ads for a superior reading experience. The purple-haired student expressed her delight at the amusing events of live streams, while he found himself forced to entertain Zhou Ying. Jiang Cheng decided he would push things a little harder, sensing their restraint. A burst of laughter cut the air, and the female student gasped in startled surprise. The purple-haired student laughed heartily, captivated by her own humor, while Jiang Cheng mused on her carefree nature, his hands never ceasing their subtle movements. Zhou Ying gently advised her to stop overthinking and eat, reminding her that overcooked meat would lose its flavor. The purple-haired student, still blushing, thanked Zhou Ying, promising not to be distracted by humor again. With their eyes locked, the purple-haired student pleaded for forgiveness, and Jiang Cheng, relishing the moment, declared he would let her off the hook for now. Jiang Cheng announced to Zhou Ying that he was heading to the restroom. Just 3 minutes later, as Zhou Ying and the purple-haired student eagerly exchanged contact information, Jiang Cheng silently wondered why WeChat was being added. The purple-haired student joyfully declared Zhou her best friend, promising future adventures of shopping and delicious food in Shanghai. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, acknowledging the remarkable turn of events. As a message about meeting at Master Bar came through, Jiang Cheng told the two women they didn't need to keep him company, subtly dismissing them. The purple-haired student confidently reassured Jiang Cheng that Zhou would be happy in her company. Jiang Cheng mused on the unexpected twist of fate that brought the two women together as best friends, then casually gave his assent. A young man with spiky blonde hair enthusiastically welcomed Jiang Cheng, urging him to come and sit down. He was introduced as young Master Jiang Cheng, the guest of honor, prompting a chorus of welcomes and flirtatious invitations from the surrounding women. Two onlookers remarked on Principal Wang's consistently impressive entourage, questioning if he could possibly accommodate all the women. A curious blonde woman wondered aloud about the central figure, deducing his importance since Principal Wang had ceded his usual position, while the spiky blonde man confirmed he was there to apologize to Brother Jiang as agreed. The spiky blonde man dismissed any concerns as minor, promising to handle them, while the reddish-brown-haired man playfully declared that neither Brother Tsong nor Brother Jiang would outdo him tonight. The reddish-brown-haired man confidently placed an order for 5 opulent golden dragon sets. Two women overheard the extravagant order, calculating the staggering cost of 5 golden dragon sets to be nearly 500,000. The spiky blonde man noted his friend's rare generosity, to which the reddish-brown-haired man jokingly lamented that he had spent all his money and would now be poor again. As the system displayed the unexpected friendliness ratings for Qi Yuan and Wang Tsongming, Jiang Cheng acknowledged his surprise at their warm reception. The reddish-brown-haired man thanked Jiang Cheng, who then instructed the man with glasses to ensure all additional orders for snacks and firework cannons were placed under his name, Jiang Cheng. A powerful vibration pulsed through the club as the DJ enthusiastically announced the massive order of 5 golden dragon sets, rousing the crowd to cheer for young Master Jiang. Other women expressed shock at the sheer number of expensive bottles, speculating about the unknown young Master Jiang, wondering if he was another hidden rich kid whose arrival was truly explosive. The two men invited Jiang Cheng to drink and have fun, and a blonde woman named Jenny introduced herself, offering him a toast that impressed Jiang Cheng with her excellent Chinese. Jenny explained her deep love for Chinese culture and her decade-long struggle to obtain permanent residency, prompting Jiang Cheng to directly ask about her profession. Jenny, with a seductive smile, confidently revealed that she was currently a model. Jiang Cheng suggested an online influencer career would be more promising for her, prompting Jenny to express doubts about foreign aesthetics and ask for his advice on the best influencer niche. Jiang Cheng passionately explained that the key to immense wealth as an influencer lay in simply professing what she truly liked to a vast online audience, assuring her that her looks would bring rapid fame, all while subtly touching her. Jenny confessed her vlogging struggles, citing a lack of followers and an uninteresting daily life, but Jiang Cheng countered that the daily routine was not the determining factor. As Jenny pressed him for the secret to soaring to new heights of wealth, Jiang Cheng revealed a cynical strategy: anyone, regardless of background, could achieve massive fame by simply declaring, "I love China," in their videos. Jenny reacted with wide-eyed shock and disbelief, her hand flying to her mouth. The spiky blonde man, a sly smile on his face, questioned Jiang Cheng's interest in internet celebrities, wondering if he intended to enter the industry himself. Jiang Cheng clarified his ambition, stating his interest lay not in the influencer industry itself, but in the broader influencer economy. The true wealth, Jiang Cheng knew, wasn't merely from the internet celebrities themselves, but from the MCN agencies cultivating them and the powerful companies behind those platforms. As their glasses clinked, the spiky blonde man urged Jiang Cheng to elaborate, prompting Jiang Cheng's internal narration about the fragmented influencer market awaiting unified development and immense market value. When the spiky blonde man suggested building an MCN agency, Jiang Cheng dismissed it as uninteresting, too small for his ambition, insisting on pursuing upstream money in the internet celebrity ecosystem. The spiky blonde man quickly deduced Jiang Cheng's true target was influencer platforms, and though he noted the saturated market and billion-dollar costs, Jiang Cheng silently praised his quick wit. What they couldn't possibly know was Jiang Cheng's secret: the impending, explosive popularity of short videos in the next 4 years. A complex infographic detailed the critical funding rounds of a company, its future trajectory clear in Jiang Cheng's mind. Knowing this company's valuation would soar to over $400 billion, Jiang Cheng realized he had mere months before its next financing round, vowing he absolutely could not miss the opportunity to secure a future fortune. An unseen voice cut through the intimate club atmosphere, chastising two men for their serious conversation while neglecting the eager company of women. The young man with short blonde hair, whose insights Jiang Cheng valued, curtly dismissed the interruption, signaling a desire to continue their significant discussion uninterrupted. Jiang Cheng, sensing the deeper implications, urged his companion to continue, who then summarized their pressing need for new platforms and opportunities in the evolving market. Jiang Cheng, ever the one to blend business with pleasure, suggested they momentarily set aside their strategic discussions, inviting Principal and Brother Qi to simply enjoy the drinks. Brother Qi embraced the sentiment, raising his glass in a toast with Jiang Cheng and their companions, declaring they would drink until morning. 2 hours later, the young man in the brown jacket, with a woman leaning intimately against him, extended an invitation for Jiang Cheng to join them at the bund, hinting at a pleasant environment awaiting them. As Jiang Cheng walked, accompanied by 2 women, his thoughts drifted, comparing Yu Xiaoxiao's appeal to others, finding her more captivating than those with singular, uncomplicated lives. Brother Qi declined the offer, explaining he had already called a designated driver, but not without imparting a cautionary tale of a previous encounter who demanded an exorbitant sum far beyond the 59 yuan fee after an alleged assault. With a knowing smirk, Jiang Cheng acknowledged Brother Qi's concern, accepting the warning without a hint of fear. A young woman with short brown hair, her touch lingering, expressed her gratitude for Jiang Cheng's earlier guidance and suggested their conversation would continue at another time. Jiang Cheng bid a casual farewell to Brother Wang as he departed, flanked by 2 beautiful women, ready for whatever the night held. From the confines of her car, the woman with short purple hair observed Jiang Cheng, a flicker of vexation crossing her face as she questioned why he was perpetually surrounded by beautiful women. The woman with short purple hair arrived, warmly claiming Jiang Cheng as her own, much to the surprise and unspoken warning of the dark-haired woman already by his side. With a note of resignation, the long dark-haired woman thanked Jiang Cheng for his evening's guidance, expressing hope for future advice as the purple-haired woman stood by, silent and observant. The purple-haired woman, her gaze suggestive, playfully inquired about their destination, to which Jiang Cheng responded with a confident assurance that they were headed to her home. When the woman with purple hair expressed surprise, proposing an alternative destination, Jiang Cheng internally resolved to curb what he perceived as a burgeoning tantrum, believing such behavior needed to be swiftly corrected. The purple-haired woman quickly retreated, playfully retracting her statement, but Jiang Cheng's gaze remained firm as he reminded her of her initial choice and the commitment it entailed, stating she was free to leave if she regretted it. Clinging to his arm, the purple-haired woman confessed her lack of regret, attributing her earlier behavior to a newfound greed stemming from her feelings for him, and simply wished for more affectionate treatment, which prompted Jiang Cheng to reflect on his past actions. Her worry evident, the purple-haired woman expressed her fear of being cast aside, to which Jiang Cheng offered a conditional reassurance: as long as she remained obedient, he would never forget her. Jiang Cheng playfully probed her feelings, and she, blushing coyly, reversed the question, then offered a suggestive invitation to stop the itching, which Jiang Cheng enthusiastically accepted, urging them to hurry home. Stepping into the dimly lit apartment, Jiang Cheng observed its small size with mild surprise, prompting the purple-haired woman to nervously invite him to sit, fearing his judgment. As Jiang Cheng's hand extended towards her, the purple-haired woman eagerly, almost breathlessly, urged him to take the lead. A soft gasp escaped the purple-haired woman's lips, a testament to the escalating intimacy of the moment. Bathed in an ethereal glow and surrounded by whimsical, floating hearts, Jiang Cheng and the purple-haired woman shared a tender, passionate embrace, lost in their own world. The next morning, Jiang Cheng, already awake and refreshed, playfully teased the purple-haired woman about her swift recovery, then offered to fetch her breakfast. Jiang Cheng suggested they dine out, noting the absence of a kitchen and asking about her usual post-live stream meals, to which the purple-haired woman confessed to relying on instant noodles or takeout. Jiang Cheng directly inquired about the apartment's rent, and the purple-haired woman promptly stated the cost was 1,600. While Jiang Cheng conceded the rent wasn't high, he still found the space too small, prompting the purple-haired woman to explain the difficulty of securing such an affordable place in Shanghai. When Jiang Cheng asked why she didn't live at school, the purple-haired woman revealed her frustration with sarcastic roommates who gossiped about her live streaming, compelling her to move out once she began earning her own money. Jiang Cheng mused inwardly, rationalizing that other girls' dislike stemmed from the purple-haired woman's inherent brilliance, which inevitably drew attention away from them. With a broad smile, Jiang Cheng offered a solution, moving her to a better neighborhood near her school, promising she wouldn't have to worry about rent and could choose any place she desired, leaving the purple-haired woman breathless with excitement. Embracing Jiang Cheng with a joyful heart, the purple-haired woman expressed her deep gratitude and promised to swiftly organize the move the very next day. Observing her sparse wardrobe, Jiang Cheng remarked that a girl's closet should be overflowing with clothes, then generously offered to take her out shopping to remedy the situation. The purple-haired woman, touched by his generosity, gently told Jiang Cheng that all she truly desired was a piece of his heart, to which he responded with a profound declaration of his ambition to conquer the stars and the sea, hoping for her understanding. Playfully accepting his ambitious nature, the purple-haired woman pledged her loyalty, asserting she would never leave him, which Jiang Cheng acknowledged with a knowing smile before instructing her to get dressed so they could depart. As Jiang Cheng and the purple-haired woman stepped into the opulent Hang Lung Plaza, a shop assistant bowed low, greeting them with practiced formality. The shop assistant, recognizing Jiang Cheng from before, inwardly speculated about his new companion and the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy, ultimately caring only that they would spend generously. When the shop assistant presented the total of 480,000, Jiang Cheng, unfazed by the sum, simply instructed her to process the card. Jiang Cheng inwardly affirmed the purchase was ideal for his cashback card, and with a thought, his system delivered an astounding 48 million in cashback, 100 times the original amount, solidifying his boundless wealth. Strolling through the bustling shopping street, laden with bags, Jiang Cheng casually offered the purple-haired woman some milk tea, a small gesture of contentment amidst their extravagant day. A young child knelt on the bustling street, a sign detailing his family's heart-wrenching plight, a disabled father, a critically ill mother, and a desperate plea for tens of thousands of yuan to save her. The purple-haired woman gasped, a wave of profound pity washing over her face as she took in the child's desperate plea. Kneeling, the purple-haired woman offered the child all the money she had, a gesture of pure compassion, to which the child responded with heartfelt thanks and a wish for her happiness. Amidst the street's murmurs, unseen onlookers debated the scene, one scoffing at the perceived gullibility of the woman, while another cynically suggested she was merely performing for the wealthy man by her side. Jiang Cheng, his gaze fixed on the child's face, thoughtfully dismissed the onlookers' cynicism, certain that genuine desperation, not deceit, resided in the boy's eyes. Jiang Cheng then knelt beside the child and, with quiet determination, offered him even more assistance. The child bowed deeply, his gratitude profound and sincere, showering Jiang Cheng with heartfelt thanks and earnest wishes for a long and healthy life. As a direct reward for his compassion, the system bestowed upon Jiang Cheng the mind perception skill, allowing him to instinctively discern truth from lies, a revelation that astonished him with its near mind-reading power. Amidst the lively street, onlookers gossiped about Jiang Cheng's generosity, one wondering if he was crazy for giving so much to a perceived scammer, while another recognized him as the viral sensation who was even more handsome in person. With the host's perception skill confirming the child's sincerity, Jiang Cheng understood the gratitude was genuine, just as real as the profound inner pain he now sensed within the boy. Jiang Cheng gently urged Ah to get up, asking how much more money was needed for his mother's surgery, and the child revealed they were still short 28,000 yuan, explaining that swindlers had eroded public trust, leaving genuine cases like his own without assistance. Jiang Cheng, certain of the child's truth, reassured Ah not to be afraid, urging him to come along. Jiang Cheng then placed 100,000 yuan into Ah's hand, instructing him to use it to pay for his mother's surgery. The child's eyes widened in shock, blurting out that 100,000 yuan was far more than his mother's surgery, which only cost 28,000, would require. The purple-haired woman watched Jiang Cheng, a contemplative question forming in her mind about his deeper motivations. The purple-haired woman realized the funds would secure ongoing treatments and improve the family's living conditions, while Jiang Cheng internally affirmed that the 100,000 yuan would resolve their immediate predicament without making them truly wealthy, adhering to his belief in moderate charity. Tears streamed down the child's face as he thanked Jiang Cheng repeatedly, pledging to repay him in the future, but Jiang Cheng simply urged him to focus on his studies, offering to take both him and his sister to the hospital immediately. As the system activated, it rewarded Jiang Cheng with the danger perception skill and a US stock information card for restoring a young heart's hope, a skill Jiang Cheng immediately recognized as a divine power, far surpassing the previous one, capable of allowing him to avoid any harm. An hour later, walking away from the hospital, the purple-haired woman reflected that their recent purchases felt extravagant after witnessing Ah's plight, but Jiang Cheng gently advised her not to overthink it, urging her to simply do what she could. Jiang Cheng answered his phone with a confident smile, casually addressing the caller as principal. A cheerful voice on the line informed Jiang Cheng that his car was now fixed and invited him to join a race later that day. Half an hour later, amidst the social buzz of the event, the dark-haired young man remarked on Jiang Cheng's undeniable influence, noting how brother Tsong had only attended because of him, though Jiang Cheng brushed it off, claiming little interest in supercars. The blonde-haired young man playfully questioned Jiang Cheng's professed dislike for supercars, given how many he owned, to which the reddish-brown-haired young man retorted, asking why he then bought so many clothes. "Are clothes and supercars even the same thing?" the blonde-haired young man asked. He then pressed further, asking if there was even a significant difference. The dark-haired young man threw up his hands in exasperation, playfully accusing Jiang Cheng of showing off and asking if they could have a normal conversation for once. The purple-haired woman, clearly impressed, marveled at the sheer number of car models she had never seen before, wondering if the collection was truly comprehensive. The reddish-brown-haired young man, calling her sister-in-law, informed her they had booked the entire place, inviting her to test drive any car and mentioning an upcoming girls' race, which left her utterly surprised. Jiang Cheng turned to her, seeking her thoughts, and the purple-haired woman, blushing deeply, gently suggested he go for a run later if he wished. Her face flushed with joy, the purple-haired woman readily agreed, as shimmering hearts seemed to bloom around her. Jiang Cheng then called out, directing Zhao Yan to take his sister-in-law over for a test drive. Zhao Yan, the dark-haired young woman, enthusiastically confirmed the instruction. The reddish-brown-haired young man sighed with wistful desire, wondering when he would finally be able to own a prestigious car like a 918, or at least a 718. Jiang Cheng looked slightly surprised, questioning how his friend, who never seemed short of money, still didn't own a car. A sad smile touched the reddish-brown-haired young man's lips as he admitted he was using his father's supplementary credit card. 2 previous accidents meant his father wouldn't let him buy a car, and his small savings would barely cover a 718 in installments, a truly difficult situation. Jiang Cheng, with a knowing smirk, suggested simply making money, which prompted the reddish-brown-haired young man to eagerly ask how, admitting his previous stock trading ventures had been too volatile and boring. The blonde-haired young man leaned in, a smirk playing on his lips as he challenged how such an inconsistent approach could ever lead to successful stock trading. Between them, a sleek, blue holographic projection of the U.S. stock information card shimmered into existence. Jiang Cheng's smirk deepened as he internally confirmed that the U.S. stock information card, a gift from the system, definitively pointed to a stock with immense upward momentum and an undeniably promising trend. Jiang Cheng casually stated that stock trading wasn't bad, as it made money quickly, a comment that surprised the reddish-brown-haired young man enough to ask if Jiang Cheng himself also traded. The system revealed its rewards for sharing this promising U.S. stock, shopping coupons, VIP status, and improved relations with Eric Wilson, but Jiang Cheng, amidst faint digital hearts, understood the true prize lay in building a network of influence and showcasing his abilities, far beyond the immediate gains. Jiang Cheng, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he looked at his phone, shared that he had exclusive insider information promising short-term returns exceeding 25%. The blonde-haired young man reacted with immediate skepticism, finding a 25% return from insider information too high to believe, stating he might trust a 3 or 4% return, but such a lofty figure sounded completely unreliable. The blonde-haired young man pressed Jiang Cheng on the news's source and reliability, admitting his personal best was only a 4% return, but Jiang Cheng, his arm around the man, assured him with absolute certainty that this stock carried virtually no risk, offered as a genuine token of gratitude for their time together. With burgeoning curiosity, the blonde-haired young man leaned in, asking for the stock's name. Jiang Cheng, still unwilling to reveal specifics, confidently offered his Starry Sky investment company to handle the investment, guaranteeing a profit, which immediately swayed the reddish-brown-haired young man, though he worried his few $100,000 in savings might be too little. Jiang Cheng smiled reassuringly, confirming that while his current funds were indeed a bit small, such an investment could still easily secure a desirable 718. The reddish-brown-haired young man, his interest piqued, eagerly asked Jiang Cheng how much he himself planned to invest. Jiang Cheng calmly announced he would invest all his available funds, causing the reddish-brown-haired young man to exclaim in disbelief, wondering aloud if Jiang Cheng had robbed a bank to possess such an immense cash flow. The blonde-haired young man, adjusting his hair with a smirk, declared that while people called him the son of the richest man, Jiang Cheng was clearly the true title holder. Jiang Cheng, his smirk unwavering, reinforced his offer, telling them to think about it and transfer money to Xingchen Investment Company only if they wished, assuring them that their decision would not affect their friendship, as he was just mentioning it casually. With a serious expression, the blonde-haired young man then decisively stated his intention to invest 100 million. Overwhelmed, the reddish-brown-haired young man buried his head in his hands, realizing his 700,000 was insignificant compared to Jiang Cheng's 600 million and brother Tsong's 100 million, and anxiously begged for time to quickly raise more funds. The purple-haired woman was utterly stunned, her mind reeling to process the revelation that Jiang Cheng had so casually invested 600 million in stocks. Sitting atop a sleek helmet, the purple-haired woman gazed up at Jiang Cheng, her mind reeling with a profound, almost desperate wonder about the true extent of his wealth and his mysterious family background. Jiang Cheng offered to allocate some funds, but the reddish-brown-haired man, determined, declined, insisting he would figure out a way himself rather than rely on the rare opportunity already given. The blonde-haired man, brother Tsong, then offered his own money, but the reddish-brown-haired man, too ashamed to accept, declared he would be unable to hang out with them anymore if he couldn't even scrape together a little money. Brother Tsong accepted the reddish-brown-haired man's decision, then asked Jiang Cheng for his account number so he could arrange a transfer, to which Jiang Cheng agreed. With a sly smile, Brother Tsong looked forward to their investment and offered his advance thanks. Yin, the purple-haired student, excitedly shared her thrilling experience as a designated driver, prompting Jiang Cheng to casually suggest she simply buy her own car. Jiang Cheng mentally calculated that despite his recent 5 shopping cashback cards, buying a car would still cost him tens of millions. Yin playfully declined the offer, confidently asserting she could buy a car herself with his previous tips, though she needed to carefully consider such a costly purchase. Jiang Cheng's thoughts drifted to Yin's modest room, realizing she wasn't extravagant and he shouldn't pressure her, even as a fleeting, intimate image of her crossed his mind. A man with a headset announced the track was ready, instructing everyone to prepare and familiarize themselves with the area. The reddish-brown-haired man asked what would be a good prize for the day's game, but Brother Tsong dismissively replied he was only there for the fun of it. The reddish-brown-haired man then turned to Jiang Cheng for suggestions, who simply asked how they usually played. He explained their usual game revolved around money, with each person contributing 10,000 yuan as a bonus, and the last-place finisher treating everyone to dinner. With a sly, confident smile, Jiang Cheng proposed a new condition: the 10,000 yuan stake would go to a nearby welfare home or private charity, with the winner designated as the philanthropist. Brother Tsong was genuinely impressed, feeling Jiang Cheng's brilliant idea had made the competition so much more interesting that he now felt compelled to run a few laps himself. The reddish-brown-haired man, smiling widely, eagerly offered to immediately send the new instructions to everyone else. Brother Tsong declared his gladness at coming, now feeling truly motivated, but Jiang Cheng simply urged him to stop standing around and get in the car. As the bald announcer declared the start of round 1, the race cars roared to life, shaking the track with their anticipation. Jiang Cheng quietly resolved to keep a low profile since it was his first time, careful not to steal the spotlight from the veteran players, as the car hummed around him. With a whoosh of speed, the winner of the first round was decided. The purple-haired student excitedly announced the winner, congratulating Han Anning. Han Anning, radiating confidence, posed suggestively on a race car, basking in her victory. Han Anning, with a confident smirk, provocatively questioned Qi Yuan's competence. Qi Yuan, flustered, pleaded for another lap, claiming he hadn't driven in a while and wasn't familiar with the car. Han Anning confidently challenged Qi Yuan to do a handstand and call her sister if she won again, leaving him speechless, while Jiang Cheng internally mused that her personality was truly like a rampaging loli. With a resounding bang, the cartoonish announcer declared the start of round 2. As her car sliced through the air, Han Anning, intensely focused, wondered who dared to get ahead of her, determined not to let anyone pass. Jiang Cheng, his resolve firm, silently acknowledged her challenge, not convinced. Good. 2 race cars executed a precise, synchronized drift, a blur of motion across the track. A silver race car squealed around a sharp turn, its tires protesting the impossible speed. The race car streaked past with impossible speed, a vertical blur against the night. The spectators erupted in awe, wondering who this unknown driver was and how only a professional could pull off such an amazing drifting cornering technique. As the silver car crossed the finish line with a triumphant whoosh, Jiang Cheng was announced the winner of the second round. Qi Yuan hailed Jiang Cheng's amazing driving skills, while Brother Tsong, with a knowing look, suggested he had deliberately kept a low profile in the first lap. Jiang Cheng, removing his helmet with a confident smile, simply confirmed that as a newcomer, he didn't want to steal the spotlight in the first round. Han Anning introduced herself, praising his amazing driving skills and immediately proposing they become friends. As Han Anning greeted him, Jiang Cheng was taken aback by the unexpected smoothness of her hand, having imagined it calloused from the steering wheel. Han Anning, a coy blush rising, believed her hand had captivated him. Han Anning playfully asked if he had a hand fetish, then confidently suggested they exchange WeChat contacts to share driving tips sometime. Qi Yuan wondered aloud and thought how Jiang Cheng managed to get Han Anning to add him on WeChat, while Brother Tsong mused with amusement whether she was looking for a deep discussion. With a confident smirk, Jiang Cheng decided to test his mind perception skill, asking his system to check Han Anning's true feelings. Jiang Cheng was bewildered by the vision of Han Anning passionately kissing him, her fervent thoughts revealing an intense romantic desire that left him utterly confused. Despite the intense vision, Jiang Cheng discerningly concluded that Han Anning also had a pond full of small fish, implying many other admirers. Jiang Cheng politely declined to add her on WeChat, citing his girlfriend's presence, though he left open the possibility of a more in-depth discussion at another time. Han Anning's expression turned intense, as she reacted with competitive curiosity, determined to see what Jiang Cheng's girlfriend was made of. Han Anning, with a sly smile, then gestured toward Yinin, playfully questioning if this girl was capable of going around the track. Yinin reacted with utter disbelief, her finger touching her lips in surprise as she realized the challenge was directed at her. A young woman with pink hair felt a wave of shyness, questioning if she should even respond to the challenge from the amazing Ningning, fearing she would only be a supporting player. Jiang Cheng encouraged her to sign up, assuring her that even if she lost, the experience was paramount, prompting her to nervously ask if he would sit in the passenger seat. Jiang Cheng, with a playful smirk, agreed to her request but declared there were conditions, to which she boldly replied, "Okay, I'll kneel down tonight, alright?" Meanwhile, Han Anning, observing the subtle flirtation, dismissed Jiang Cheng's presence in the car, fiercely declaring her unwavering determination to secure first place. Inside the car, Jiang Cheng teasingly asked his companion if Han Anning's provocation was due to her, but Yinin denied any knowledge, mentioning she had already refused Han Anning's WeChat request, making Jiang Cheng wonder if he was about to acquire another girlfriend. Jiang Cheng then made a suggestive comment about teaching her how to launch herself, but Yinin innocently misinterpreted it, asking how she could eject without the necessary organ. Jiang Cheng clarified that he was referring to cars, leaving Yinin utterly surprised by her own thoughts. Blushing profusely, Yinin pleaded with Jiang Cheng to cease his actions, reminding him that others were watching them. The female streamer's voice crackled with excitement, detailing how Han Anning remained unstoppable, charging ahead, while Qiao Yinin, though behind, was strong and chasing closely. In a thrilling rush, the competition ended as the cars zipped past, and the streamer joyfully announced Han Anning's swift victory, inviting everyone to celebrate her triumph. Afterward, Yinin embraced Jiang Cheng, exclaiming how exciting it had been, even though they lost, finding immense fun in the race, which prompted him to praise her unexpected potential. Han Anning congratulated Xiao Yinin on her second-place finish, and Yinin, despite it being her first race, expressed contentment at being only a fraction of a second behind. Han Anning suddenly looked down, her expression shifting to one of profound surprise. With a confident smile, Han Anning declared that she had been driving casually, asserting that if she had known Yinin was so strong, she would have gone all out, adding that she always got what she desired. Jiang Cheng, reviewing Han Anning's system profile, deduced from her zero privacy score that she didn't truly like him but merely sought to conquer him. Jiang Cheng offered to buy Yinin a car since she loved it so much, but she flustered, declining his generosity, wanting instead to savor the memory of her recent drift. Then, a young man with long reddish-brown hair winked playfully, offering himself as a potential girlfriend for brother Jiang, jesting about not being too strict on gender. Jiang Cheng, amused, playfully rejected the offer, stating his preference for women, then joked about asking Qi Yuan if he liked him, to which Qi Yuan chimed in, agreeing they shared the exact same hobbies. The young man with long reddish-brown hair decisively ended the joking, suggesting they move on to a party now that the event was over. Jiang Cheng asked Yinin if she was joining, but she coyly replied that she would be live-streaming and would be waiting for his return. Half an hour later at a luxurious restaurant, Wang Hao, a spoiled rich second generation, expressed mock surprise at meeting Qi Yuan. Wang Hao immediately began mocking Qi Yuan, questioning his timidity and suggesting he was afraid of his grandfather, while Qi Yuan pointedly ignored him. Brother Tsong, stepping forward, angrily told Wang Hao to get lost, chastising him for constantly getting into trouble and freeloading, expressing pity for his father. Wang Hao retorted, questioning Brother Tsong's identity and insulting his friends as untrustworthy newcomers and lowlifes, prompting Brother Tsong to sharply warn him to watch his mouth. Wang Hao merely smirked, approvingly noting that newbies' guts. Enraged by the defiance, Wang Hao lunged with a sudden slash of a knife, demanding to know how Jiang Cheng dared to talk to him like that. Jiang Cheng swiftly dodged the attack, moving low to avoid the blade. With a sharp smack, Jiang Cheng landed a powerful kick. Wang Hao, holding his injured cheek, stared in disbelief and anger, asking how Jiang Cheng dared to lay a hand on him. Jiang Cheng continued his relentless assault with a series of powerful kicks. Wang Hao cried out in pain as he collapsed, blood beginning to trickle from his nose. Still on the ground, Wang Hao clutched his knife, his face contorted in vengeful rage, threatening Jiang Cheng's life and invoking his powerful father's name. Jiang Cheng agilely dodged Wang Hao's renewed knife attack. With a decisive block, Jiang Cheng disarmed his assailant. His friends intervened, with Brother Tsong urging Jiang Cheng to calm down and ignore such scum, the young man with reddish-brown hair declaring it was enough, and Qi Yuan reminding him of the rule of law in their harmonious society. Qi Yuan silently pondered Wang Hao's influential family connections in Shanghai and the countless verbal battles he and Wang Hao had endured. The young man with long reddish-brown hair worried silently, recognizing Wang Hao's special status and the potential difficulties should the matter escalate. Jiang Cheng, agreeing to listen to his friends, stated he would leave, but Wang Hao defiantly declared he wouldn't let him get away with it, vowing to have him jailed. Jiang Cheng tried to reason with Wang Hao, suggesting they resolve their issues without involving their parents, but Wang Hao, now on the phone, demanded an apology and for someone to kneel. Brother Tsong urged Jiang Cheng to leave immediately, explaining that Wang Hao's father held a high position in Shanghai, making the situation difficult to resolve, promising to find another way. Wang Hao exploded with threats, forbidding Jiang Cheng to leave and swearing to kill him, while Brother Tsong furiously accused Wang Hao of starting the conflict with his foul mouth. Jiang Cheng challenged Wang Hao, asking if he would insult him again, to which Wang Hao immediately responded with another furious curse. Jiang Cheng declared he would teach Wang Hao a lesson for his foul mouth, delivering 2 sharp slaps. Jiang Cheng continued to slap Wang Hao repeatedly, his actions echoing with forceful impact. Jiang Cheng's friends watched in utter disbelief, with Qi Yuan silently recalling Wang Hao's influential father, and the young man with long reddish-brown hair marveling that Jiang Cheng had dared to deliver more than a dozen slaps. His friend urged calm, but Jiang Cheng, holding the unconscious young man, warned that not everyone possessed his patience when provoked. The young man worried, realizing that Jiang Cheng's actions, though decisive, might be reckless given Wang Hao's powerful, third-generation official background, far beyond Jiang Cheng's family construction company. Another friend quietly looked down, his serious expression a stark contrast to the glitzy surroundings. A system screen confirmed his reward, reinforcing Jiang Cheng's resolve that with his new power, timidity was a luxury he could no longer afford. As Jiang Cheng covered his mouth, the young man he held threatened him with powerful consequences, while Jiang Cheng's friend desperately tried to de-escalate the situation, proposing a truce. The bruised young man raged about his humiliation, questioning how he could possibly live in Shanghai after such a beating, but Jiang Cheng's friend countered, reminding him who had initiated the conflict with sarcastic remarks. Furious, the young man declared he would settle scores later, but vowed to show Jiang Cheng that Shanghai was not a place where just anyone could run wild. His worried friend urged Jiang Cheng to leave, offering to handle the fallout, but Jiang Cheng, smirking, insisted he would manage it himself, ready to reveal his own powerful connections. The concerned friend offered to call his influential father to resolve the escalating situation, but Jiang Cheng calmly declined, already preparing to make his own call home. With determined focus, Jiang Cheng internally commanded his system, demanding to activate the privilege card for a powerful display. The phone rang, and a voice asked for him, leaving Jiang Cheng to wonder who could be calling him at such a moment. A stern voice on the line identified himself as Jiang Cheng's second grandpa, chastising him for not involving the family sooner, leaving Jiang Cheng utterly baffled about this newly discovered relative. The older man expressed annoyance that Jiang Cheng's own father had kept their existence a secret, confirming Jiang Cheng's surprising realization that he indeed had two grandfathers. Jiang Cheng absorbed the older man's words, a strong instruction to always involve family in troubles, and understood the vast implications of his second grandpa's extensive power. The older man, citing his own special status preventing his direct presence, promised to send someone to handle the situation, empowering Jiang Cheng to continue retaliating against anyone who dared cross him. With a softer tone, the older man extended an invitation to visit him and his other grandpa in Kyoto, reminding Jiang Cheng that despite any conflicts, they remained a family. Jiang Cheng reassured his second grandpa that he would visit soon, but his friend worriedly questioned the appropriateness of such a visit amidst their current predicament. Police Captain Chen Qin and his officers arrived with stern authority, demanding to know who was behind the violence. Jiang Cheng attempted to dismiss the incident as a minor misunderstanding, but the bruised young man refused to back down, fiercely declaring his intent to demonstrate his absolute power. The bruised young man frantically pointed at Jiang Cheng, demanding his immediate arrest from Uncle Chen. A police officer questioned Jiang Cheng about the injuries, and he calmly admitted to causing them. The police officer sternly informed Jiang Cheng he was suspected of malicious harm and demanded he come with them, displaying handcuffs as a stark warning. Jiang Cheng challenged the officer directly, asking what would happen if he refused to comply. The police officer reacted with visible surprise and disbelief at Jiang Cheng's unexpected defiance. As a police officer questioned Jiang Cheng's identity, Director and Xian of the Morde police station arrived, immediately scolding her officers for their perceived incompetence in handling the situation. Director and Xian commanded the officer to arrest Jiang Cheng, whom she labeled a terrorist, and ordered surveillance footage to be checked immediately. The young man's mother, her face etched with concern, asked about his injuries, but he furiously demanded revenge against Jiang Cheng, wishing for his hand to be broken. He vowed internally to ensure Jiang Cheng suffered greatly once he was in custody, regardless of legal outcomes. Director and Xian sternly warned Director Kai and Captain Chen to handle her son's case fairly and promptly, threatening to use her extensive influence if they failed. His concerned friend urged him to involve his own powerful father, but Jiang Cheng calmly dismissed the suggestion, reassuring him that his second grandpa was already handling it. A powerful engine roared, signaling an important arrival. The two friends watched in awe as a fleet of luxury cars and a large group of serious men in suits arrived, speculating if this imposing entourage belonged to Jiang Cheng's family. A group of stern, professional men in suits and dark sunglasses advanced, led by a man in glasses. A confident man, Shen Chong, introduced himself as Jiang Cheng's second grandpa's private secretary, displaying his work ID as a testament to his authority. The police officer reacted with visible surprise, questioning the reason for Secretary Shen's unexpected arrival. Secretary Shen formally greeted Jiang Cheng as Young Master Jiang, explaining he was sent by his second grandpa to personally assist with his troubles. With a sly smile, Secretary Shen offered his deference, calling Jiang Cheng his boss as the future successor, and promised his full assistance for any future needs. Both friends were left in stunned shock, finally comprehending that the powerful new arrivals were indeed from Jiang Cheng's family, and pondered the true extent of his background. Enraged, Director and Xian furiously yelled at the police, accusing them of incompetence and threatening to call her husband, convinced they would not allow her son to be beaten with impunity. Jiang Cheng mocked the director's perceived ownership of Shanghai, to which she angrily retorted that dealing with an outsider bumpkin like him was well within her power. With a confident smirk, Jiang Cheng openly challenged her, eager to see how she planned to deal with him, as Secretary Shen watched calmly by his side. Director and Xian, her frustration simmering, cut him off, demanding to know who he was and when he had gained authority to speak on Shanghai's matters. Secretary Shen Chong calmly introduced himself as the private secretary to Jiang Qinghong, president of Mingxin Group, entrusted to handle the matter for their president's grandson, Jiang Cheng. Director and Xian uttered the name Mingxin Group with a sudden, dawning shock. Jiang Cheng's friend finally grasped the immense power behind Jiang Cheng, realizing he was the sole grandson of a national billionaire, explaining his unfazed confidence and even arrogance. The friend's thoughts deepened, revealing Jiang Chenghong's influence wasn't just corporate, but extended to a brother who held such a vital position within the system that a first-row seat at military parades was assured. Secretary Shin Chang's tone hardened as he challenged Director and Xin, demanding an explanation for today's events directly to young Master Jiang. Director and Xin's mind raced with dissatisfaction, bewildered by the sudden shift in narrative and questioning why she was now expected to explain herself. As Director and Xin angrily pointed at Jiang Cheng, demanding compensation for a supposed assault, Secretary Shin Chong countered, detailing her initial aggression and a knife attack that warranted a lawsuit for intentional assault. Wang Hao, enraged, pointed to his own injuries, protesting that the victim had been outrageously cast as the perpetrator. Director and Xin abruptly silenced Wang Hao, who internally reeled in shock, wondering if Jiang Cheng possessed powerful connections they dared not offend. Director and Xin, a nervous sweat drop appearing on her temple, unsatisfactorily tried to dismiss the entire incident as a mere misunderstanding between children. Secretary Shin Chong directly questioned Chief Kai, the police officer, feigning surprise that a simple conflict would necessitate his personal intervention. The police officer, smiling nervously, quickly pivoted, expressing admiration for Mr. Jiang Chenghong and hoping for a future invitation to his prestigious parties. Secretary Shin Chong adjusted his glasses, informing the officer he would pass on the message but subtly implying Mr. Jiang Chenghong would be displeased by his current actions. Director and Xin nervously answered a call from Secretary Du, who coldly questioned if her family now completely controlled Shanghai. Secretary Du sternly warned Lin Lan and Wang Gang, reminding them that as members of the system, they must never act in a way detrimental to unity, or he would be unable to protect them. A wave of worry washed over Director and Xin as she wondered if Secretary Du's call was entirely about Jiang Cheng. Director and Xin, now utterly submissive, assured Secretary Du she would take his teachings to heart and sincerely apologize to Jiang Cheng, while Wang Hao stood chastised beside her. The police officer's mind reeled with worry, realizing the reprimand from Old Master Jiang to Secretary Du Wei signified Jiang Cheng's impossibly powerful background. The police officer, now utterly relieved, politely excused himself, offering a future meal or tea invitation to young Master Jiang as a sign of deference. Jiang Cheng's friends exchanged a look of pure, unadulterated surprise. Director and Xin, bowing slightly and restraining a struggling Wang Hao, profusely apologized to Jiang Cheng, taking full responsibility for her son's behavior. Jiang Cheng, his gaze unwavering and voice intense, told Wang Hao that his connections meant nothing, declaring he wouldn't leave a way out for someone he had no intention of ever meeting again. When Wang Hao questioned what more Jiang Cheng wanted after their apology, Jiang Cheng chillingly suggested that if Wang Hao were to stab himself, as he almost did to him, they would be even. Director and Xin reacted with outrage, but Secretary Shin Chong swiftly cut her off, cautioning her words and implying catastrophic consequences if the sole Jiang grandson had been harmed. Wang Hao defiantly invoked his powerful father, Wang Gang, while Director and Xin, haunted by Secretary Du Wei's call, frantically tried to silence her son's reckless boasts. As Director and Xin and Wang Hao bowed their heads in formal apology, Jiang Cheng remained utterly unconcerned, engrossed in his phone. Wang Hao's frustration boiled into enraged demands for a straight answer, but Jiang Cheng calmly reiterated his condition, prompting Wang Hao to refuse, believing his apology should be sufficient. Jiang Cheng's other friend, usually despising Wang Hao, couldn't help but feel a pang of concern at the perceived cruelty of Jiang Cheng's demands. Jiang Cheng coldly stated Wang Hao could leave if he could bear the consequences, prompting Wang Hao to accuse him of abusing his power for personal gain. Jiang Cheng countered sharply, reminding Wang Hao that a few slaps did not make him a victim, especially given his history of potentially lethal violence against ordinary people and his own past abuses of power. Jiang Cheng's friend internally agreed, acknowledging the harsh social hierarchy and how easily Wang Hao's past actions could have destroyed an ordinary person's life and family. Jiang Cheng declared his ample money and time would ensure that someone like Wang Hao would not continue to bully and humiliate innocent people in society. Wang Hao, bruised and distraught, cried out in disbelief to his father on the phone. Wang Hao's father sternly lectured him on the phone, emphasizing that their family's position demanded careful words and actions, and questioning if Wang Hao intended to ruin everything they had built. Wang Hao trembled, his hand tightly gripping the phone, his body language a testament to extreme fear and agitation. Holding a knife, Wang Hao, desperate and determined, questioned if stabbing himself would finally settle the score. With a pained grimace, Wang Hao held the knife to his chest, spurred by Jiang Cheng's chilling reminder to keep his word. Jiang Cheng, utterly calm and composed, affirmed his own honesty, implicitly demanding Wang Hao uphold his end of the morbid bargain. A sudden, sharp pain caused Wang Hao to scream as he stabbed himself. Director and Xin shrieked in horror, clutching her phone and frantically demanding an ambulance for her injured son, Hao. Injured and bleeding, Wang Hao stated with exhaustion that they were now even. Jiang Cheng, calm and dismissive, declared the score settled and told Wang how he could leave. The panicked director and Xian urgently tried to get her injured son onto a stretcher, fearing he would lose his hand, as Jiang Cheng and his friend calmly observed the unfolding emergency. Three friends, one with reddish-brown hair, another with spiky blonde hair, and a third in a brown jacket, bid Jiang Cheng farewell, apologizing for any trouble and reaffirming their bond, offering future assistance. Then, the man with glasses approached, offering Jiang Cheng a ride home, his hand resting on Jiang Cheng's shoulder with a sly smile. Inside the luxurious vehicle, Jiang Cheng remarked on its surprising comfort, which the man with glasses proudly explained was a custom-made, exclusive car for Jiang Cheng from his Mr. Jiang, available for him anytime. The man with glasses further revealed that President Jiang had instructed him to give Jiang Cheng a special card, reserved for over a decade, to be spent freely and make a big splash, to prevent incidents like today from recurring. Holding the black card, Jiang Cheng pondered internally, wondering just how much money his second grandpa had truly entrusted him to spend so freely and ostentatiously. The man with glasses reiterated his availability for any needs before his car smoothly departed, and Jiang Cheng simply bade him farewell. Calling his father, Jiang Cheng felt a pang of frustration that his family had not even bothered to call him after the day's dramatic events had concluded. Jiang Cheng pressed his mother about the mysterious, second grandpa, but she evasively responded that it was a long story she wasn't in the mood to tell right now. His mother, suspecting she had been scolded by the elders, felt increasingly anxious and urged Jiang Cheng to explain the situation more clearly. The man with glasses, who was indeed Jiang Cheng's father, sternly advised his son to remember his non-ordinary background, urging caution in his actions and words, but also telling him to call immediately if he encountered another insignificant person like Wang Hao. Jiang Cheng mused on his father's domineering words, finding irony in the advice to be careful while simultaneously dismissing someone like Wang Hao as insignificant, then ended the call. His mother, blushing subtly, offered Jiang Cheng the choice between a warm bath and a waiting dinner. With a sudden rush of intensity, Jiang Cheng embraced his mother, declaring that he had no interest in any other kind of food that day. In a sudden, ethereal vision, Jiang Cheng's mother soared in pure ecstasy, surrounded by a cascade of sparkling particles and blooming flowers. The next day, at a cafe, Qi Yuan complained about being called out so early, while Jiang Cheng, still reeling from the previous day's events, retorted that it was already past noon and expressed his shock at Qi Yuan's powerful background. Qi Yuan, eating his noodles, then challenged Jiang Cheng's perceived timidity. Jiang Cheng, concerned, expressed his sincere relief that Qi Yuan had emerged from the previous day's incident unharmed, noting the severe trouble that would have ensued had his father found out. Though Jiang Cheng found his friend's reaction exaggerated, Qi Yuan explained that anyone would be shocked by such a sudden revelation of hidden background, especially when it unexpectedly impacted them. Qi Yuan mused that true power always lurked in the shadows, like Jiang Cheng, the son of a small construction company CEO, who possessed an unexpectedly vast sum of money. Jiang Cheng, smugly, dismissed the importance of others' wealth, stating he saw no need to mention his own superior riches, leaving Qi Yuan with a strange sense of familiarity. Qi Yuan reminded Jiang Cheng of his previous interest in buying an apartment in their building, to which Jiang Cheng confirmed it would be for an office. Qi Yuan, standing confidently, suggested they leave once they finished their noodles. Upon their arrival, the manager, dressed in a white suit, enthusiastically greeted young Master Wang and Jiang Cheng, beckoning them further inside. Qi Yuan confidently detailed the property options, from buildings in the east section to the already sold south section, while Jiang Cheng internally acknowledged that rumors of Wang Tsongming being unfamiliar with his company's business were clearly unreliable. Jiang Cheng pointed to a building model, inquiring whether that specific one had been sold. The manager confirmed the buildings in the east district were still available, and Jiang Cheng readily agreed to go take a look. As the manager outlined the building's comprehensive, international 5A-level management systems, Jiang Cheng cut to the chase, asking for the price. The manager quoted the market price at 20,000 yuan per square meter, but Qi Yuan, annoyed by the pretense, demanded to know the actual bottom line. The manager revealed the internal price of 18,000 yuan, meant for Jiang Cheng, but Qi Yuan, with a confident smile, immediately declared they would calculate it at an even lower 16,000 yuan for the day. Jiang Cheng, slightly stunned, realized the shocking 4,000 yuan difference between the market and internal prices, a clear sign of how real estate preyed on ordinary people, yet found the discounted price surprisingly reasonable for the location. The manager, visibly worried, objected that such a price was against the rules and required headquarters approval, but Qi Yuan confidently dismissed his concerns, stating he would simply inform his father. The manager, forcing a nervous smile, reluctantly agreed, secretly seething at the high profile and unruly display of power from the young prince. Qi Yuan, still confident, asked Jiang Cheng which floor he had decided upon. Instead of choosing a floor, Jiang Cheng confidently pointed and inquired about the total price for the entire building. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, while the manager's jaw dropped, internally realizing Jiang Cheng was no ordinary rich kid buying an office, but a client so significant that young Master Wang himself attended to him. The manager nervously quoted the lowest possible price for the entire building at 6.5 billion yuan, and Jiang Cheng, cool and composed, immediately agreed, then casually inquired about nearby China Merchants Bank branches capable of transferring such a colossal sum. The manager quickly suggested preparing the contract to avoid further delays, and Qi Yuan confirmed they would handle it together. Qi Yuan instructed the manager to call the bank manager and prepare them for the transaction, to which the manager responded with an overwhelmed and excited agreement. The manager, walking in an ecstatic daze, realized selling an entire building would earn him several years' worth of salary in one go, marking the greatest highlight of his entire career. At a Shanghai bank branch, the elderly President Su warmly greeted young Master Wang, calling his arrival an honor and inviting them in for tea. Inside the bank, Qi Yuan introduced Jiang Cheng to President Su, hailing him as a good brother and an even more impressive client than himself. President Su pondered, surprised by the subtle hint of respect young Master Wang showed Jiang Cheng, realizing anyone brought personally by such an influential figure must be truly extraordinary. President Su then heartily welcomed Jiang Cheng, pledging his devoted service, but Jiang Cheng simply directed them to proceed with the business, as another voice invited them further into the room. A young bank employee with long wavy brown hair respectfully asked Jiang Cheng about the nature of the business he wished to conduct. Jiang Cheng explained he was there to transfer funds for an office building purchased from Qi Yuan's family, all while internally anticipating the potential multiplier from his critical hit card, for this, his largest expense to date, and then casually reassured the employee that a few hundred million or tens of millions for an office building was nothing out of the ordinary. Holding his bank card, Jiang Cheng calmly instructed them to transfer 5.5 billion yuan as the first batch. President Su, his eyes wide with utter disbelief, stammered, questioning if he had truly heard Jiang Cheng correctly about the astonishing sum of 5.5 billion. Jiang Cheng pondered the bank's reluctance to complete such a massive transfer in one go, a single-minded frustration brewing that even a slight reduction in the sum would drastically diminish his system's precious spending bonus. President Su's mind raced, utterly stunned by the implied wealth. The card wasn't even from his branch, yet contained unfathomable billions, making him wonder which lucky institution held the main account of such a monumental client. President Su then conveyed that a transfer of such magnitude could never be completed in one go, prompting Jiang Cheng to inquire, his curiosity piqued. President Su explained the bank's limitations, stating that such a large transfer required prior arrangements, and his branch simply lacked the immediate liquid capital, all while internally agonizing over the colossal hole in his revenue the withdrawal would create. Jiang Cheng, leaning forward with a sly smile, proposed an audacious deal: facilitate the 5.5 billion transfer, and he would subsequently open a new account with a minimum deposit of 10 billion, leaving President Su utterly speechless. Qi Yuan, listening intently, could only sweat in bewildered disbelief, questioning the sheer reality of the numbers being casually thrown around. President Su paced in his mind, grappling with the incredible world of the super-rich, where billions were exchanged with such nonchalance that it made even their own young Master Wang seem modest. Hesitantly, President Su questioned the sincerity of Jiang Cheng's 10 billion offer, only for Jiang Cheng to confidently assert that even hundreds of billions were within reach, provided the bank could actually handle it. Jiang Cheng's thoughts turned inward, meticulously calculating the potential critical hit bonus from his system, certain that even a basic double critical hit on 5.5 billion would yield 11 billion, confident fate wouldn't be so cruel as to deny him more. A simultaneous gasp of disbelief echoed through the minds of both Qi Yuan and President Su, as the casual mention of tens of billions made Qi Yuan realize his own father couldn't immediately produce such a sum, while President Su saw quarterly and yearly targets evaporate and reset. President Su then pressed Jiang Cheng, almost pleadingly, asking if a one-time transfer was an absolute necessity, implicitly acknowledging that without it, the promise of future hundreds of billions would vanish. Qi Yuan gently touched Jiang Cheng's shoulder, suggesting they approach the transfer in batches like family, but Jiang Cheng irritably dismissed the idea, citing time constraints and reiterating his ultimatum to President Su. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened, his annoyance barely concealed as he silently calculated the financial losses he would incur if forced to transfer the funds in smaller increments. Excusing himself, President Su rose, his mind now buzzing with a desperate, determined resolve, knowing that securing Jiang Cheng was not just about performance metrics, but about forging a connection with an incomparably powerful figure. With a relaxed gesture, Jiang Cheng granted permission for President Su to make his call, as the manager politely turned to leave the room. Qi Yuan, unable to contain his awe, leaned into Jiang Cheng, expressing profound envy that he could casually spend 5 billion and still possess over 10 billion, to which Jiang Cheng playfully countered that the son of the richest man had no reason for such feelings. Qi Yuan humbly admitted that despite his background, he had never truly held such vast liquid wealth, feeling insignificant in the presence of someone like Jiang Cheng, who relentlessly outshone him, to which Jiang Cheng mischievously warned him that even greater torment lay ahead. Indeed, the narrator explained, true liquid capital among even the wealthiest capitalists often amounted to mere billions, their fortunes largely built on leveraged assets and loans, a stark contrast to Jiang Cheng's immediate, overwhelming liquidity as he pondered the distinction. Qi Yuan playfully suggested Jiang Cheng ask his father if their family needed another son, eliciting an amused reply from Jiang Cheng that his father, while content with sons, was rather focused on acquiring a grandson. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in stunned surprise, a comical realization dawning as he processed Jiang Cheng's implication. He thought they were brothers, but Jiang Cheng wanted him as a son. 10 minutes later, President Su returned, relief etched on his face, announcing the approval of the colossal remittance from his superiors, with Jiang Cheng calmly accepting the stipulated 1-hour wait. President Su, his cheeks flushed with genuine admiration, profusely thanked Jiang Cheng for choosing their bank, pledging his utmost devotion and service to a young man who wielded such astonishing wealth. Seizing the moment, President Su eagerly offered to process Jiang Cheng's application for the highest-level Black Centurion card, promising customized privileges to streamline his every need, an offer Jiang Cheng readily accepted. President Su then introduced Zhu Yan, a meticulously hand-picked employee, as Jiang Cheng's new personal assistant, whom she professionally greeted, pledging her full assistance. Jiang Cheng, a blush creeping up his neck, internally questioned if the system was deliberately surrounding him with such beautiful women for potentially mischievous purposes. Qi Yuan, feeling a flicker of irritation, questioned President Su why he had never been afforded a personal assistant when conducting his own business previously. Flustered and apologetic, President Su quickly reassured Qi Yuan, promising to immediately replace his current assistant if he was not satisfied, eager to appease the young master. Qi Yuan, confident in his future wealth, casually dismissed the issue, declaring that President Su would eventually see his true power, while President Su flattered him and vowed to personally select an assistant of Zhu Yan's caliber. Zhu Yan, ever professional, presented a laptop screen, instructing Jiang Cheng to carefully review the details and affix his signature if everything was correct. Jiang Cheng silently grappled with Zhu Yan's enticing presence, her scent dangerously close, threatening to disturb his inner calm. Zhu Yan then formally presented Jiang Cheng with his new Centurion Black Gold Titanium credit card, detailing its initial 20 million yuan limit and the associated savings card, along with a comprehensive booklet of benefits. Jiang Cheng offered his thanks for her diligent work, to which Zhu Yan politely responded that it was merely her duty. Just minutes before their meeting, President Su had instructed his niece, Zhu Yan, to make a strong impression on Jiang Cheng and subtly hint at contributions to their family, all while internally calculating that her interaction with the young man, combined with her abilities and his influence, would undoubtedly elevate her to vice president within years. President Su's ambition burned, convinced that any special connection Zhu Yan forged with Jiang Cheng would be an invaluable boost to his family's standing. After an hour had passed, President Su announced the funds had arrived, prompting Jiang Cheng to command him to immediately finalize the contracts and proceed with the payment transfer. As a glowing system notification proclaimed a critical hit with a maximum 5-time multiplier, resulting in a staggering 27.5 billion, Jiang Cheng murmured his surprise, finding the multiplier surprisingly low. Qi Yuan, observing Jiang Cheng's indifferent expression, inquired if anything was amiss despite the successful transfer making him the building's new owner. President Su nervously confirmed the successful transfer and asked if Jiang Cheng wished to reconfirm, while internally fretting over the promised 10 billion deposit and his superior's expectations, only for Jiang Cheng to nonchalantly affirm he had already seen it. With a soft exhalation, Jiang Cheng shrugged off his fleeting disappointment, confident that with the system at his side, wealth would always find him, as the system displayed his new level 12 status, a daily earning rate of 172,800 yuan, and an array of new skills and cards. As the system prompted him to withdraw the critical hit amount and detailed his astounding new earnings of over 62 million yuan annually, Jiang Cheng decisively commanded it to cash out. President Su's hesitant address to Jiang Cheng was abruptly cut short by a flurry of frantic sounds as a flustered employee burst in, breathlessly announcing a huge, incoming remittance, to which President Su demanded the amount. The employee exclaimed the astonishing sum of 27.5 billion, causing Qi Yuan to gasp in utter, wide-eyed shock. President Su's face contorted, his jaw dropping and eyes widening in a silent tableau of profound disbelief. President Su cried out in triumphant exclamation, realizing that staking his future on Jiang Cheng had paid off, as the deposited amount was not just 10 billion, but nearly 3 times that, far exceeding his 3-year savings target. Wang, bewildered, questioned Jiang Cheng's true identity, wondering who could transfer 5.5 billion to their company and then another 27.5 billion less than a minute later. Playfully, Wang inquired if Jiang Cheng's family owned a bank, to which Jiang Cheng, smirking, replied that if they did, they would not have transferred such a small amount of money. President Su could only gasp in utter disbelief, his world momentarily tilting on its axis as Zhu Yan watched, mouth agape. Wang, aghast, challenged Jiang Cheng's perception of small money, asking whose concept of wealth was so skewed, only for Jiang Cheng to casually admit he had simply expected even more. Wang then had a profound realization, understanding that Jiang Cheng hadn't regretted the apartment purchase, but had simply found the price too low, a humbling lesson that resonated with his father's advice about the endless depths of wealth and knowledge. Jiang Cheng confidently instructed President Su to transfer the remaining 1 billion yuan to the newly opened account, and President Su, though still worried, readily agreed. Jiang Cheng internally outlined his next bold move, confident that the Douyin stock problem was solved, and he would soon leverage the U.S. stock market to double his money once more. Wang earnestly shared that his father had increased his investment to 400 million, while Jiang Cheng, smiling, promised they would discuss it over dinner and even include his other two friends from Shanghai in the profitable opportunity. Grinning, Wang expressed his appreciation for Jiang Cheng's loyalty and eagerly suggested they finalize their current business so they could enjoy dinner and conversation. As Jiang Cheng and Wang prepared to leave, President Su, still smiling and waving, assured them they could call him anytime if they needed anything. Back in his office, President Su slumped onto the couch, exhaling a long, weary sigh of profound relief, the tension finally easing from his shoulders. Zhu Yan, concerned, questioned her uncle, wondering why he sighed with such a large deposit having been made. President Su looked down, a wave of dejection washing over him as he confessed to feeling like a failure, despite being over 40. Zhu Yan playfully chastised her uncle for his Versailles behavior, reminding him of his significant social status and his own modest salary, before President Su nervously shifted to ask if the transferred funds were secure. Zhu Yan reassured her uncle with a small smile, confirming that the funds were indeed legitimate, originating from the U.S. stock market. President Su, now composed and strategic, acknowledged the legitimacy of the funds, knowing any issues would have been flagged by the government, and then instructed Zhu Yan that Jiang Cheng was no simple person, and she was to become his personal assistant, striving to meet all his requests. Zhu Yan readily agreed to provide her best service, but her uncle, with a subtle smirk, revealed his ulterior motives, hinting at matchmaking and the opportunities that proximity could bring to her, especially at her age. Zhu Yan reacted with an exasperated, "Oh dear, uncle," clearly mortified by his suggestive remarks. President Su, undeterred, emphasized the immense value of Jiang Cheng as a client, asserting that securing such a powerful figure could pave the way for Zhu Yan to inherit his own position within a few years. In a private room at the Peace Hotel, Jiang Cheng reunited with his friends, one with reddish-brown hair expressing his joy and surprise at Jiang Cheng knowing Wang, while Wang himself lightheartedly asked about Jiang Cheng's car accident, which had made the news. Wang clarified that his car was fixed with the principal's help, prompting their friend with reddish-brown hair to playfully speculate if Wang had been the one who hit Jiang Cheng. Wang playfully scoffed at the idea of being a bad driver, explaining he had merely been helping a friend, which, ironically, led him to meet Jiang Cheng. The friend with reddish-brown hair internally mused that it was unexpected for someone of Wang's stature in Shanghai's entertainment circle to speak of Jiang Cheng in such a familiar, almost disparaging, way. Jiang Cheng chuckled, admitting he never imagined he would one day share dinner with the Shanghai emperor and the nation's husband. Wang, grinning, teased Jiang Cheng about his low-key nature, declaring that if the public knew he spent 6.5 billion to buy their family's office building, he would instantly become the new national husband, and suggested buying him a news story. The friend with reddish-brown hair's eyes widened in utter shock, his jaw dropping as he gasped in disbelief, "No way. Holy crap. What did you say? 6.5 billion to buy an office building from your family?" Wang then added to the revelation, expressing his amazement at Jiang Cheng's bold purchase and revealing that they had just paid the entire amount at the bank. Both friends, sensing opportunity, eagerly asked Jiang Cheng to include them in any good projects, even if it meant simply picking up scraps. Jiang Cheng, with a confident gesture, offered them a tip on a U.S. stock with high returns, suggesting they could follow along for some pocket money. His friend with reddish-brown hair, surprised and slightly skeptical, questioned the source and reliability of this insider information on U.S. stocks. Jiang Cheng, holding a drink, calmly stated he couldn't reveal his source, but assured them it was a low-stakes opportunity for fun, and would not impact their friendship, while internally acknowledging that sensitive financial news for major competitors like Douyin's financing couldn't be shared, but a simple U.S. stock opportunity was perfectly fine. Jiang Cheng reflected that while he no longer needed their connections, they were still his friends, and since he couldn't possibly earn all the money himself, sharing some with them felt like a natural act of generosity. Jiang Cheng then probed Wang, directly asking if he had known about this opportunity all along and how much he planned to invest. Wang revealed that he had found out the previous night, and his father, chastising his initial 100 million as too stingy, had given him an additional 300 million yuan, urging him to work hard with Jiang Cheng, a revelation that unexpectedly alarmed Jiang Cheng, recognizing the influence of the richest man in China. His friend with reddish-brown hair internally cursed at the implication, realizing the Wang family, the wealthiest in the country, was not only humble towards Jiang Cheng but actively planning to work with him, while Wang privately mused that if someone as cautious as Wang Jianlin was optimistic, the risk must be exceptionally low. Jiang Cheng smiled confidently, asserting that he should be able to earn a small fortune from the venture. Wang, visibly surprised, questioned Jiang Cheng's modest, small goal, asking if the returns were truly that high, to which Jiang Cheng calmly confirmed they would earn at least 25 points. Wang, decisively, declared he needed to call his father for more funds, while his friend with reddish-brown hair thoughtfully considered how he and his sister might reach a small goal together, even without hundreds of millions. As his friend with reddish-brown hair advised caution, urging Wang to think it over carefully, Wang impatiently declared that he couldn't wait any longer, rushing out to make his phone call immediately, eager to get on board. His friend with reddish-brown hair then stood, pledging his unwavering trust to Jiang Cheng, promising to get on board, no questions asked. Meanwhile, as Jiang Cheng enjoyed his meal, a little girl peeked curiously from behind the door. The little girl's face registered an innocent surprise as she continued to peek from the doorway. Suddenly, the little girl, Annie, ran excitedly towards Jiang Cheng, who, startled but smiling, greeted her with affection. Jiang Cheng, concerned for the little girl, asked Annie about her mother, who was apparently having dinner in a private room. The narration noted her shifty eyes, a telltale sign of a mischievous child caught in a moment of wrongdoing. Jiang Cheng patiently asked Annie to lead him to her mother, but the little girl, flustered, insisted she had forgotten the room number in her happiness at seeing him. Feigning anger, Jiang Cheng sternly questioned Annie, asking if she had snuck out again without her mother's knowledge. Annie, distressed, quickly explained her unexpected presence, revealing she had heard her mother was on blind dates here and had come to find her. Annie confidently explained her mother's awareness through a GPS tracker and her familiarity with the place, leading Jiang Cheng to a dry remark about her mother's intellect. Jiang Cheng mused on the relative safety of their location within China, a reassuring thought in the moment. Annie urgently pulled Jiang Cheng, insisting they had to save her mother, a plea that surprised him since he thought she was on a blind date. Annie, with a determined blush and a hint of anger, defiantly declared her mother could only have a boyfriend if that person were Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng reacted with a flustered surprise, musing that while he treated her as a child, Annie apparently envisioned him as a father figure. Two young men observed the scene, with one finding Annie interesting, and the other identifying her as the child of Sister Xin, a renowned collector. A cartoonish thought bubble from one of the friends expressed surprise at Sister Xin having such a grown child, even noting Annie's resemblance to Jiang Cheng. Annie, beaming, declared her joy at resembling Jiang Cheng, who, looking surprised, quickly advised her to be like her mother instead. One young man casually complained about only raising 400 million for his investment, while his friend lamented scraping together a mere 300 million, a testament to their extraordinary wealth. The young man, grinning, enthusiastically praised an unseen party for their astounding speed in getting things done. With rose petals cascading around her, Annie's mother emerged confidently from a room, accompanied by a serious man in glasses. As Annie's mother stumbled backward, a cry tore from Annie's throat, who rushed forward in utter distress. Annie's mother, her eyes closed in apology, expressed her deep regret to Jiang Cheng and his friends for causing them further trouble. Jiang Cheng calmly reassured Annie's mother, dismissing the notion of trouble and affirming Annie's inherent luck. Wenong, a friend of an Xin from the export business, introduced himself to everyone, but Annie recoiled uncomfortably as he reached out to touch her. Wenong tried to scold Annie for wandering, but she sharply pulled away from his hand, prompting Anne's mother to scold her for being so rude. Annie, her small voice choked with tears, tearfully asked if her mother no longer wanted her, demanding to know why she was dining with another man if she had abandoned Dad Jiang Cheng. Anne's mother, flustered, chastised Annie for her words, but her true concern was Jiang Cheng's potential misunderstanding, revealing a deeper, unspoken feeling for him. The three friends reacted with a mixture of shock and amusement. One exclaimed in disbelief, another commented on Jiang Cheng's enigmatic charm, while the third, calculating the age difference, voiced his skepticism about the implied relationship. When Ang's internal monologue revealed his careful assessment of Jiang Cheng, recognizing his unusual background and powerful friends, concluding that rash action was ill-advised before uncovering his true identity. Wenong seethed with internal rage, convinced that an Xin had deliberately humiliated him by publicly acknowledging her child, an act that defied their discreet social norms. When Ang's eyes blazed with fury as his sinister thoughts took hold, he resolved to marry an Xin for career advancement, and then, he vowed, he would make her disappear. Jiang Cheng made a calculated remark about Wenong, implying an Xin held the power to clarify her feelings, while Annie, pleading for a reconciliation with her mother, was gently told the decision rested solely with her. Annie's mother, startled, wondered if Jiang Cheng's careful words had been a subtle test of her true feelings. Annie adored Jiang Cheng, who had not only saved her life but also offered the fatherly love she craved, yet, Anne's mother, while grateful, found his complex background far more mysterious than her investigation suggested. Amidst a soft, dreamlike blush, Anne's mother confessed to a desire to fantasize about Jiang Cheng, to test the waters of feelings she previously dared not acknowledge. Anne's mother gently caressed Annie's head, affirming the consistent harmony that had always defined their relationship. Jiang Cheng, with a knowing glint, observed an Xian's silence, interpreting her failure to correct Annie's address as an indirect acknowledgement of their unusual, unspoken connection. Annie, hopeful, asked if her mom and dad Jiang Cheng could take her to the amusement park, while Anne's mother, smiling awkwardly, inwardly grappled with her own availability and unspoken uncertainties. Annie, eager for playtime, asked Jiang Cheng for a date, and he, kneeling, gently promised to take her out, on the condition that she behaved well and refrained from running off alone. Anne's mother politely apologized to Wenong, stating she had to take Annie home, effectively bringing their blind date to an abrupt end. Wenong, maintaining a polite facade, assured an Xian that it was perfectly fine, suggesting they simply reschedule their dinner for another time. Anne's mother, startled by Wenong's sudden familiarity, found her thoughts consumed by the potential for Jiang Cheng to misunderstand the moment. Wenong and Anne's mother exchanged polite yet dismissive remarks about rescheduling, each subtly implying their lack of availability. Wenong, adjusting his glasses, seethed with hidden contempt, promising that Anne's mother's arrogance would vanish once he asserted control over her after their marriage. Annie, hungry, suggested they eat at Jiang Cheng's place, but her mother gently deflected the idea, explaining they shouldn't bother him and would discuss it later. One young man warmly insisted an Xian and Annie stay to eat, considering them family, while another, noting their long acquaintance, enthusiastically arranged for extra place settings. Annie, with palpable hunger, pleaded with her mother to stay and eat right there. Anne's mother politely accepted their hospitality, as Annie, ecstatic, joyfully declared her desire to sit right beside brother Jiang Cheng. Annie, completely comfortable, affectionately asked brother Jiang Cheng to pick a dish for her and even to feed her some soup. Later, at a high-end mansion on the Bund, Anne's mother opened the door, only to find herself mysteriously in bed with Jiang Cheng, reacting with a stunned, as digital hearts shimmered around her. Jiang Cheng questioned Yu Xiaoxiao's presence, surprised yet thrilled, asked if his unexpected visit meant he had missed her. Resting her head on his chest, Yu Xiaoxiao confirmed her longing, adding a playful complaint about having just showered. Jiang Cheng proposed a water race with a confident smile, and Yu Xiaoxiao, intrigued, eagerly accepted the challenge, securing the starting point. Amidst a surge of ethereal energy, Yu Xiaoxiao, in a defeated state, was teased by Jiang Cheng about his endless victories, though she warned he aimed for a specific target this time. Surrounded by splashing water and blooming patterns, Yu Xiaoxiao cried out in a dramatic outburst of frustration, admitting defeat. Back in the bright company entrance, a flustered Yu Xiaoxiao playfully complained about her long wait, prompting Jiang Cheng to offer a personal massage as amends. Yu Xiaoxiao politely refused Jiang Cheng's offer, downplaying its importance, but he insisted it would be no trouble at all. Still flustered, Yu Xiaoxiao held on to Jiang Cheng's arm, thinking internally about his spicy mouth and hard demeanor. Yu Xiaoxiao wondered if revealing his status as company boss would incite too much attention, but Jiang Cheng dismissed her concern, refocusing on business and again suggesting a leg massage in her office. Highly embarrassed, Yu Xiaoxiao tried to steer their conversation back to professional matters, firmly declining the persistent offer of a leg massage. Zhao Linger formally greeted Jiang Cheng upon his company arrival, her profile appearing to reveal hidden data. Jiang Cheng flirtatiously asked if Linger anticipated his visits, and she, reciprocating with praise, was quickly interrupted by Yu Xiaoxiao, who teasingly chided her for flirting before asking about prepared materials. Yu Xiaoxiao presented the company's approved investment projects, but Jiang Cheng casually revealed his true purpose, for them to manage a specific stock on his behalf. Zhao Linger, eager to demonstrate her familiarity with stocks, inquired which one he intended for them to manage. With a smirk, Jiang Cheng unveiled his unconventional and cryptic investment strategy, to make an empty bottle of Coca-Cola. Yu Xiaoxiao sought clarification, confirming he indeed meant Coca-Cola in the U.S. stock market, which Jiang Cheng confidently affirmed. Yu Xiaoxiao openly expressed her confusion and growing concern regarding Jiang Cheng's peculiar investment strategy. Yu Xiaoxiao anxiously recounted the colossal market dominance of Coca-Cola, a titan held by the world's richest, understanding that to challenge it in the current financial climate was to invite utter ruin. Jiang Cheng calmly reasoned that the 3-day chart had revealed a vital clue, affirming his absolute trust in the system, though he knew such insights were beyond external explanation. Jiang Cheng declared his decision was final, instructing his managers to prepare for a massive influx of funds, including his own 20 billion, and to utilize maximum leverage for the short-selling operation. Yu Xiaoxiao pressed him, questioning if such a colossal investment in shorting Coca-Cola was backed by insider information. Jiang Cheng slyly admitted to possessing insider information, inviting them to invest their own spare money, while secretly planning to use the venture as a crucial test for his system-appointed managers. Jiang Cheng explained that a sudden 20 billion influx would alert their enemy, suggesting a reduced 10 billion limit to navigate the resilient stock's numerous shareholders more effectively. Jiang Cheng reflected that his initial all-in impulse was too hasty, opting instead for a safer strategy, considering a mere 2 to 3 billion profit in 2 days, barely acceptable. Jiang Cheng moved to accelerate their plans, and both Yu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Linger enthusiastically affirmed their commitment to completing the task. Inside his luxury car, Jiang Cheng sat in focused anticipation, attentively checking his smartphone. Jiang Cheng reviewed a flurry of messages confirming hundreds of millions transferred, instructing his contacts to consolidate the funds once all necessary pieces were collected. Linger and Xiaoxiao speculated on the reliability of Jiang Cheng's insider information, agreeing that his immense wealth and confidence implied he was no fool, and the coming days would reveal his extraordinary nature. Yu Xiaoxiao playfully accused Linger of a crush on their handsome boss, but Linger denied it, claiming she prioritized capability over mere wealth. Yu Xiaoxiao affectionately called Linger stubborn, playfully touching her nose in a moment of intimate teasing. Jiang Cheng called Zhou Ying, proposing lunch, but she explained her part-time work at Century Plaza, prompting his guess about a car show. Zhou Ying confirmed her presence at a Binley exhibition, and Jiang Cheng, confident, declared he would go to see her there. As she walked through the bustling car exhibition, Zhou Ying appeared subtly surprised, sensing Jiang Cheng's presence. Zhou Ying, captivating and alluring, called out Jiang Cheng's name, drawing his attention with her seductive presence. Jiang Cheng flirted by inquiring about the Bentley, only for Zhou Ying to dismiss him coolly, suggesting he ask a salesperson, while an unnamed man silently observed her feigned aloofness. After two men mocked his outrageous flirting and swift rejection, Jiang Cheng confidently declared he would demonstrate his true capabilities in winning over their goddesses. The two men critically questioned Jiang Cheng's confidence, warning him of inevitable embarrassment since the women showed no interest in his fantasies. A salesperson approached Jiang Cheng, who, instead of asking about a car, boldly requested an introduction to the vehicle positioned next to the beautiful woman. The salesperson enthusiastically detailed the Bentley GT's impressive specifications, from its all-wheel drive to its powerful 626 horsepower engine. Jiang Cheng inquired about the car's price, and the salesperson promptly quoted him 5 million. Jiang Cheng flirtatiously asked Zhou Ying for her opinion of the car, then boldly inquired if she wished to buy it. Zhou Ying playfully challenged him, asking if buying the car guaranteed a date, but Jiang Cheng asserted he'd date her regardless. An unnamed man reacted with cartoonish shock and disbelief, bewildered by the goddess's unexpected words. Zhou Ying, enchanting with her alluring smile, captivated all onlookers with her undeniable charm. Two men reacted with surprised realization that such bold flirting truly worked, immediately contemplating trying it for themselves. Stepping out of the car, Jiang Cheng assertively clarified his primary purpose was to buy the vehicle, declaring that the date was secondary, and redirected Zhou Ying back to his unanswered question. Jiang Cheng intimately touched Zhou Ying's cheek as he reiterated his question about the car, to which she blushingly replied with positive affirmation. Jiang Cheng strategically realized that the system's 5 intermediate cashback cards, awarded for sharing stock information, meant purchasing the 5 million car could yield a 4 million cashback, making it an irresistible deal. Declaring his intent to buy the car since Zhou Ying liked it, Jiang Cheng asked if she would then grant him a date, to which she surprisingly agreed, prompting the salesperson to immediately prepare for payment. With his arm around a stunned Zhou Ying, Jiang Cheng revealed his final surprising intent, to pay in full but register the luxurious car under her name, leaving the salesperson utterly dumbfounded.